Bang! Shakalaka! The thumping beat rang in Wei Wei's ears the moment he stepped into the elevator, loud, obnoxious, and far too close, like a mosquito buzzing in his skull. He frowned and glanced up at the panel, B1 to 9, dusty and outdated. He pressed his lips into a thin line and chose floor 3. The elevator doors creaked shut, the red LED numbers blinking. 1, 2, 3, ding. Silence. No music. No people. Nothing. A cool draft whispered into the elevator like someone exhaled icy breath at the nape of his neck. Beyond the doors stretched an unfinished floor, concrete pillars, dust-laced air, and darkness as thick as fog. Torn plastic bags skittered across the floor, light as skinless heads in the dim light. Definitely the wrong floor. Wei Wei calmly pressed the button and descended back to 1. Outside again, he studied the building from a few steps back. 10 stories of black-mouthed windows and skeletal walls. No lights. No signs of life. It was supposed to be abandoned. Yet it had working power. And a functional elevator. That alone reeked of a problem. He re-entered, face stoic, and this time pressed every floor. Then, drawing a handgun, he aimed it at the panel. His eyes glowed, faint red veins twitching just beneath the surface. His voice dropped low. Go. Up. The elevator shuddered like it had heard a death threat. The panel blinked and climbed. 2, 3. Suddenly, weightlessness slammed into his gut. Not downward, but inward, like falling through something that shouldn't exist. A pocket space. A hidden fold in reality. Wei Wei holstered the gun and steadied himself. His eyes sharpened. Bang! Shakalaka! The doors flew open. This time, the music was a wave crashing into him, loud, relentless, paired with the sharp tang of alcohol and synthetic smoke. Lights spun like deranged halos, carving the air with seizure-like flashes. A riot of color slashed through the dark like shattered stained glass. On the dance floor, a writhing mass of barely clothed bodies thrashed to the beat, soulless puppets swaying in a drunken ritual. Wei Wei's expression soured. He cast one final glare at the elevator, warning it to behave, and then stepped out. He rolled up his sleeves and slipped through the chaos with deliberate calm. Around him, madness. A man chugged whiskey straight from the bottle, skin flushed purple, pupils blown wide. Nearby, a woman lay on a moving stretcher, hooked up to fluids, tubes jammed in her mouth, desperate to inhale vapor even as her lungs collapsed. Another figure stabbed between their fingers with a knife, missing and slicing deep. The flesh dangled, nearly severed. They tore it off proudly to cheers. No one tried to stop them. In fact, the crowd only roared louder. Wei Wei found a lonely corner. A bar. Free drinks. He took a cold beer and sipped it quietly. Judgmental eyes landed on him. He wasn't dying loudly enough for their taste. He didn't care. In this place, glory came from destruction. The faster you wasted your life, the more respect you earned. He drank anyway, unbothered. Bang! Shakalaka! The music surged again, frenzied and maddening. Bodies crashed together like ocean waves. At precisely 1 a.m., a blast of dry ice hissed across the stage. A door slammed open. A figure stepped through. Half-shaved head. Glittering studded jacket. Spiked boots. Black eyeliner that screamed cult leader. A gothic DJ. The crowd exploded into screams. 2 masked followers emerged, carrying an idol, a serene goddess on a pedestal of clouds. Her smile was warm. Her gaze divine. Love life, embrace life. The whispers spread like gospel. The crowd fell silent. A reverent hush overtook the chaos. And then, miracles began. Those drunk beyond saving sobered in seconds. Those dying stood. Missing limbs regrow. Pale faces flushed with life again. They cheered like lunatics, worshipping the divine, screaming in ecstasy. Wei Wei didn't move. His eyes, cold and clear, watched everything. There were no miracles here. Only corruption. Twisted life energy flooded the room, perverting natural order, warping bodies and minds. These weren't people anymore. They were infected. Slaves to a life demon. He pulled out his tablet. Underscore 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 underscore. Site log, incident report #117A. Asterisk class 1 hazard identified. Asterisk entity type, life demon. Asterisk threat level, D class. Asterisk infection spread. Advanced, 1. Intermediate, 4. Low level, widespread. Recommended action. Asterisk engage using Foundation Protocol 3B. Asterisk provide moral correction and humane persuasion where applicable. Underscore 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 underscore. Satisfied, he closed the tablet. He drew 2 pistols. Gold trimmed. Red-tipped rounds. Carefully, methodically, he loaded the magazines and checked the slides. Then stood. He walked the perimeter, checking exits. All were sealed. He chained them tight. Returning to center stage, he raised one fist and smashed the lights. Darkness. Only the flickering chaos of colored beams remained. He exhaled. And smiled coldly. Persuading people to do good. That's my favorite part. Bang! Shakalaka. The lights snapped on. A flood of cold, pale light shattered the darkness, halting the chaos mid-motion. Heads stopped bobbing. Movements froze. The frenzied music still pulsed in the background, but the sudden brightness gnawed at everyone's senses. All eyes turned toward the source. Wei Wei stood at the edge of the room, hand casually lowering from the light switch. His face was unfamiliar. Young, maybe 18 or 19, but he carried himself like a veteran investigator, calm and steady under 1,000 stares. He flashed a badge too fast to read, just long enough to imprint authority. Apologies for the interruption, he said with a polite smile. Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau. He pointed toward the broken remains of reverence in the room. Worship of demonic entities, and the spread of demon factor contamination, are Class 1 violations under Administrative Directive 6A. His voice was calm, controlled. So if you'd kindly line up for questioning. A beat of silence followed. Then, Investigation Bureau. Fear rippled across the crowd. People exchanged confused glances. A few flicked their eyes toward the DJ on the stage, waiting, hoping for reassurance. Didn't the DJ say he handled everything? Wasn't this place protected? The gothic DJ recovered first. He scanned the elevator. No backup. Checked the monitor. No support team outside. Still smiling, he stepped forward, voice velvet smooth. There must be a misunderstanding. Behind him, acolytes subtly shifted, edging closer to the life goddess statue at the stage's center. The DJ's tone softened as he spoke. She is one of the 12 primordial deities, the goddess of vitality and healing. She guides the sick, comforts the lost. As he spoke, the crowd began to sway again, entranced. Fear began to dissolve. The shame of being caught was swept away in the warmth of devotion. Wei Wei listened. He even nodded, then raised his hand. There was a gun in it. Old, scratched, rusted, brutal. Bang! A bloom of fire burst from the barrel. The man shielding the statue staggered, blood pouring from the hole in his gut. Behind him, the bullet struck the statue's base, shattering it with a thunderous crack. The stone goddess toppled. From within the broken idol spilled the body of a girl barely more than a skeleton wrapped in school clothes. Her eyes were sunken, her skin blackened and paper-thin. The music cut. The crowd froze. Wei Wei holstered the gun and took a deep breath. The life demon doesn't grant life, he said softly, with a patient smile. It redistributes it. He stepped forward, his voice now colder. It steals vitality from one body, and gives it to another. What you worship isn't healing, it's theft. A grotesque cycle of consumption. He paused, gaze sweeping the stunned faces. And you've grown addicted to wasting what was never yours. The DJ trembled. His voice cracked. You're a blasphemer. His polite mask shattered. Kill him? Offer him to the goddess. Screams exploded as the trance shattered. Panic and madness surged like a wave. Black-robed acolytes charged from the stage. Followers grabbed bottles, chairs, anything sharp, blunt, or insane. Their eyes glowed red. Their mouths twisted into savage grins. The room boiled over. Wei Wei exhaled. I really wanted to persuade you peacefully. Then he raised his head. The smile was gone. But I guess it's time for Plan B. Bang, bang, bang. The black-robed figures dropped, blood bursting like crimson fireworks. Chaos ignited. The crowd screamed as bodies hit the floor, overturned tables crashing down under their weight. They believed they were immortal, that the goddess had made them invincible. But they weren't. They were just borrowing stolen time. Wei Wei moved like a storm, deliberate, sharp, devastating. His first pistol emptied quickly. He discarded it, weaving through overturned chairs, dodging blows, picking up broken bottles, shattered wood, even rubber rods, and using them with brutal efficiency. The crowd crumbled. Some fled. Some vomited in terror. And when they reached the exits, they found chains locked tight. No escape. Just blood. Screaming. Music. Boom. Shakalaka. The dance floor became a slaughterhouse. Wei Wei stepped over rivers of blood, twin pistols flashing in the dark like divine judgment. The DJ roared, charging like a freight train. He sent people flying, his fists adorned with skull rings. His face twisted with rage. Blasphemer. Wei Wei didn't flinch. He calmly drew his second gun, silver, elegant, inscribed with intricate patterns and a name etched in black. It spun once in his palm, then pointed straight at the DJ's face. Bang! Half the DJ's skull vanished in a spray of gore. But he didn't die. He got back up, body contorting, bones cracking into an unnatural arch. He charged again, spine split but crawling like a spider. Wei Wei sidestepped, aimed, and fired. Bang! Another hole. Still not enough. The DJ kept coming, driven by corrupted vitality. Wei Wei slammed him down, pinned him with a boot, and emptied the magazine into his chest. Bang! 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 Even shredded and twitching, the DJ still writhed. So Wei Wei poured a bottle of high-proof liquor over him, lit a match. Whoosh! The DJ burned, howling until the twitching stopped. Wei Wei took a breath, smiled, picked up a cigarette, lit it on his smoking gun barrel, then turned back to the room. The music still pounded. The lights still flickered. But the crowd had crumbled, kneeling, weeping, vomiting. The life demon's priest was gone, and the illusion of safety burned with him. Someone sobbed, voice trembling. Please, spare us. Wei Wei clicked a fresh magazine into place, snapped the slide forward, looked up, smiled. No. Bang, bang, bang.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Underscore 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 underscore. Huff. Walking out of the abandoned old building, Wei Wei took a deep breath under the starry sky. The cool, fresh air of late autumn rushed into his lungs, dispelling the dizziness caused by the irritating music and stuffy atmosphere from earlier. Using the street lights, he walked down the cracked path to his car. It was a black modified Jeep with a solid frame and large tires, some parts already worn. There were even a few bullet holes visible on the left door. Wei Wei took off his blood-soaked clothes, which could be wrung out, and burned them in one go. Then he wiped all the blood from his hands and face with wet wipes before taking out an identical set of clothes from the trunk and putting them on piece by piece. Using the starlight, he checked his reflection in the car window, quickly fixed his hair, and looked at his clean and sunny self in the glass. However, his expression showed an indescribable sadness. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the sound of scales scraping against gravel came from behind, making one's hair stand on end. But no shadow appeared around, as if it was just an auditory hallucination. Hearing this sound, Wei Wei smiled and adjusted the car's rearview mirror to face behind him. Through the mirror, he saw a pitch-black python, as thick as a barrel, crawling over the sandy ground behind him. Its upper body was raised, covered in block-like patterns resembling human faces. On its back were two dark red, veiny membranous wings tightly wrapped around the snake's body, their full span unknown when unfurled. The snake's head was fierce, with one eye blind. On top of its head sat a crooked black beret, its expression as serious as a human's. Resolved. The strange snake with human face pattern suddenly opened its mouth, staring at Wei Wei through the mirror, its throat vibrating as it emitted a hoarse voice. The voice had the weight of an elder. Wei Wei's face broke into a bright smile, and he nodded lightly, looking as satisfied as if he had just helped an old lady cross the street. The black python's eyes showed even more concern as it probed. The bullets. All used up. The black python fell silent, and after a while, it sighed helplessly. Do you always have to use up all the bullets every time? Of course not, instructor, Wei Wei said with a smile as he straightened his tie. Even using up all the bullets isn't enough, you know. The strange snake suddenly didn't know what to say, its single eye's vertical pupil showing an expression of helplessness. The car started quietly, slowly driving along the abandoned highway without streetlights under the starlight. The abandoned old building behind was left further and further behind, with no one knowing what had happened inside. From the outside, it even looked as if nothing had occurred. You still need to be careful. The strange python appeared in the rearview mirror. It had somehow gotten into the car, though its body was now a bit smaller. Its dark red eye still stared at Wei Wei, full of worry and admonition. You haven't officially taken up your post yet. You're not under official protection. Wei Wei glanced at the map spread out in front of the passenger seat and smiled. By daybreak, we should be about there. Where Wei Wei's eyes had swept, there was a small town circled in red pen. That was Scrap Iron City, a small city on the edge of the third city circle, bordering the wilderness. According to the data, the town's population wasn't large, less than 1 million. In the Quafa Corporation barrier network, this was already the edge, almost to the point of being abandoned. Wei Wei was on his way to report to this place. Is this about whether we get there or not? The instructor was quite annoyed by Wei Wei's way of chatting, his voice involuntarily rising a bit. But Wei Wei looked at it in the rearview mirror with a smile, obedient and docile, making its anger feel like it was hitting cotton. You can't kill them all. The instructor's voice sounded somewhat helpless as it forced itself to advise. It's been over 70 years since the first secret war. It is inevitable that demonic forces will seep into reality. They control supernatural powers like life, strength, fate, and so on, descending in the guise of deities. You can never imagine how great the temptation is for ordinary people, nor can you imagine how many people would willingly fall. Listening to the strange python's words, Wei Wei still wore a smile. Demons are demons, deities wouldn't look like this. And these people who worship demons are just contaminated monsters. The instructor got angry. You think killing these monsters won't bring other troubles? Like the one just now, so young yet mastering the method of folding space, you think he was an ordinary person? Even if I can help you erase some traces, if someone wants to investigate, it's not guaranteed they won't trace it back to you. So what? Wei Wei smiled. If someone comes investigating, we'll just kill them too. The instructor suddenly fell silent. It suddenly realized that this guy seemed to have said something serious in a joking tone. Instructor, isn't this what you once taught us? In the midst of the instructor's silence, Wei Wei, who was driving seriously, suddenly explained unexpectedly. Deities are images imagined by humans when facing unstoppable natural disasters and hardships, and they are also the first firewall to prevent our spirits from collapsing when we can bear suffering and setbacks. But now, these deities, originally entrusted with hope and beauty, have revealed their true nature and face, corroding the world's spirit and order like a virus. What should we do? At this point, he smiled, but his expression was very serious. If gods have become demons, who will protect this world? Of course, we have to do it ourselves. The instructor fell silent, wanting to say something but feeling powerless to argue. After a long while, it sighed softly, its gaze falling on Wei Wei's face through the rearview mirror. Tell me, Wei, why do you insist on returning to this small place? Wei Wei, being stared at by it, looked a bit uncomfortable and said, "This is my home." Home. The instructor sneered, "You have no home here, nor any family left." Wei Wei pursed his lips and didn't answer. But the instructor's tone suddenly became softer, like a teacher unwilling to be harsh on their student. "Wei, it's really not easy for you to come this far. Out of over 300 trainees, only a few of you graduated. Your class is the most outstanding group of graduates ever. Look at your classmates, some have joined the Xingtian squad, some are interning at the foundation, and at worst, they've chosen the most suitable consortium as their employer. These choices will give them the best prospects and status, whether for a better life in the future or trying to further improve themselves. Only you are willing to return to such a small place." "I'm different from them," Wei Wei interrupted, smiling. "Instructor, they're all top students, I'm the underachiever." The instructor was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help saying, "Well, your psychological health test evaluation wasn't very high indeed." The instructor's daily digression threw off Wei Wei's emotional continuity. After a pause, he said, "Besides, instructor, you understand. Although we indeed came from the same training camp, they all chose this place voluntarily. As for me, I was forced. Their paths were arranged from the beginning, knowing what they should do when they got out. I'm not like that. I didn't know why I was receiving training from the start. Now that I've graduated, of course I don't know what to do, I have no direction or goal. So, isn't going home the best choice?" Faced with Wei Wei's sudden seriousness, the instructor was at a loss for words. After a while, it suddenly shook its head helplessly. All right, anyway, we're not in the first city defense circle anymore, the management is a bit looser. It tried to find a way out for itself, changing its tone. Also, after I drop you off, I'll have to go back. If you need anything, just tell me, I'll try my best to satisfy you, but I still hope. Bullets. Before it could finish, Wei Wei smiled and intercepted, "I've used up all the bullets I saved." "You," the instructor helplessly said, "after you take office, you can directly apply for special bullets from the squad. How many bullets could this small place have?" Wei Wei immediately questioned, "Forget about blue-headed ghosts and red angels, even the lowest level green bean flies probably won't get many, right?" The instructor's voice suddenly rose in anger, "You really think these are ordinary bullets? This is the power given to you by the Foundation. Sometimes one bullet is one kill quota. All the bullets I've saved up privately have been taken by you and it's still not enough. Why don't I just get you an electromagnetic pulse bomb to wipe this broken place off the map?" "Well," Wei Wei seemed a bit tempted, probing, "I heard you need to reach the 7th state to apply for that thing." The instructor deflated completely. After a while, it said wearily, Fine, I'll use my personal connections when I get back to add a bit more for you. But remember, those contaminated by demons, kill them if you must, but if it's someone not contaminated. If I kill anyone who isn't contaminated." Wei Wei's expression suddenly became serious. He pursed his lips and said, "You come and kill me, I won't resist." The instructor looked at his serious expression and fell silent. After a long while, it sighed softly and said, "Wei, do you know why your final evaluation wasn't high?" Wei Wei was stunned for a moment, "Because I didn't have money to give you gifts at that time, instructor." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The instructor was a bit annoyed. After a while, it said, "It's not just for that reason. Underscore. The original plan was to send Wei Wei to report to Scrap Iron City, but the instructor couldn't hold on for these last few hours. He left early. However, before leaving, Wei Wei still clung to him and begged, making him promise to send new bullets within a month. Wei Wei then drove his jeep alone, quietly heading towards this peripheral small city. In the morning, when sunlight finally shone on this dark land, Wei Wei drove into the old gas station on the west side of the city. Taking advantage of the time while refueling, he gazed into the distance at this small city he hadn't returned to in 3 years, seeing streets and buildings that seemed even older than 3 years ago, as well as seemingly more people and drilling rigs than before. Unable to tell if it was reassurance or emotion, he suddenly felt a sense of calm. In the distance, stone quarry workers coming off the night shift were walking lazily towards town in 2s and 3s. Some were still clutching steamed buns and fried dough sticks, eating as they walked. The nuns of the Faceless God Church by the roadside had already opened their doors and were drying sweet potato slices on the concrete ground. In the distance, patients wrapped in burlap sacks and homeless children were rummaging through garbage mountains for their needed treasures. Everything was so familiar, yet with a sense of estrangement after 3 years. But he had finally returned. Scrap Iron City. A small town with a population of less than 1 million, before the radiation power of the Psychic Barrier Project covered this place, it was just a gathering place for wanderers who made a living by selling and collecting scrap iron. Later, when the Barrier Project encompassed the 3rd city circle, it was still at the very edge, only developing a stone quarry and a poor oil well, barely giving this place any pillar industries. But if talking about getting rich through work, there was no such possibility. Perhaps it was because of this gloomy future that the faces of the people here seemed to be shrouded in a permanent twilight. Wei Wei followed the dilapidated road that ran through the town and entered the small city. Along the way, he saw a giant clown standing at the entrance of the town, with only one of its 2 lamp-like eyes remaining due to long-neglected circuit maintenance. It stared with its single eye, wearing an exaggerated smile on its face. Looking at every vehicle driving into the small city, the hat held in its hand didn't look like it was saluting. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed as if it wanted to throw the hat to hit someone. At the entrance of a half-door bar, groups of 2 or 3 young people dressed in strange clothes and covered in silver studs gathered. Behind the glass window of a meat shop, a pig's head that hadn't been shaved was placed on the counter, facing the vehicles and pedestrians on the street. The pig's mouth was long and narrow, always seeming to be smiling. Dilapidated, decadent, rough. Wei Wei sat in the jeep, slowly driving through the streets, each scene making him feel particularly familiar. This small city seemed to have always been like this, and it seemed that it would continue to be this way until someday it was destroyed by some unknown disaster. However, among countless small towns that have been abandoned by people or have disappeared, this common phenomenon prevailed. It had been 70 years already. Under the influence of certain forces and the deliberate promotion of the Barrier Project, people from various places frantically poured into super metropolises, while medium and small-scale cities were covered with a desolate and dilapidated quality, gradually losing their vitality like wild grass in the wilderness under a hazy sky. Everything stemmed from that mysterious big explosion. That mysterious big explosion seemed not to have caused any physical changes, but it triggered worldwide intense panic and anxiety. As these emotions fermented, more and more problems emerged, diseases prevailed, regional wars continued, multiple energy sources were depleted, social problems arose one after another, and the world civilization's 70-year-long Great Recession began. Of course, many people didn't know that the changes had just begun. Lightly rubbing his face, Wei Wei pulled his attention back to reality. He recognized the streets that had changed quite a bit in 3 years, slowly driving towards the city center. The place he was going to was the superhuman Guardian base in Scrap Iron City. Due to the emergence of supernatural demonic powers and the enormous harm caused by these powers to social order and public safety, major multinational corporations, consortiums, world government alliances, mysterious power research institutes, and other institutions around the world jointly established the Supernatural Affairs Management Foundation to investigate, record, research, clean up, and utilize demons and all abnormal matters. The Supernatural Affairs Research and Investigation Department, established under the planning of the Foundation, is a secret organization specifically for purifying and handling these events. Every city with a population of over 1 million has a special base directly under the jurisdiction of the Foundation. Within the base, permanently stationed superhuman teams with the ability to investigate and purify various types of dangerous events known as superhuman law enforcement officers are deployed. Of course, based on the size of the city, the strength and conditions of each base also vary. Although, according to the instructor's words, Wei Wei coming here was not conducive to his future development, Wei Wei insisted on coming back. When passing through the central street, he deliberately took a turn, looking from afar at a group of low-rise apartment buildings. It was an apartment building only about 3 stories high, nestled among the surrounding tall buildings. This was a small building that looked very ordinary from the outside, completely dark, with no lights, as if it had been uninhabited for a long time. Wei Wei slowed down slightly, taking a deep look at this building, a shadow flashing in his eyes. Then he no longer delayed, accelerating quickly to leave. 10 minutes later, the jeep stopped in front of an inconspicuous small building in Scrap Iron City. From the address, this was the base of the Mysterious Affairs Handling Team stationed in Scrap Iron City. However, compared to the mysterious and bizarre quality of their work, this small building was obviously too normal. When Wei Wei walked into this small base, what he saw was a scene of warmth. At the entrance, there was a small sign with black letters on a white background, Scrap Iron City Environmental Protection Workstation. Environmental Protection. Looking at the name of this small base, Wei Wei had an initial understanding of his colleagues here. Due to certain confidentiality and security needs, these action teams stationed in various cities often choose their own disguises. For this disguise, there are no strict norms and requirements from above, so local teams can choose their own styles, showing strong personal characteristics in the process, in all sorts of forms. Some disguise as security companies, these have a strong will to protect. Some disguise as detective agencies, these have a strong desire for knowledge about supernatural matters. Some disguise as hunter guilds, these value bounties more than honor. In addition, it's said that there are some disguised as slaughterhouses, whose small teams consistently rank at the top of the supernatural creature hunting list. The small base in front of him took the name of an environmental protection organization, so, taken literally, it could be understood as, they pay more attention to getting by and bullshitting? Wei Wei let out a light breath, entering through the modern-looking glass door, surveying this unit he was about to join. Inside was a reception hall, with an empty curved desk. No one was there. Passing through the reporting hall, he reached a small courtyard where 2 people were playing pool with cues. One had a thick beard, but not a single hair on his head. The other had smooth, long black hair tied in a long ponytail at the back of his head, with fair and smooth skin, more handsome than a beauty. Wei Wei stared deeply at his chest and crotch, making sure his gaze didn't count as leering. Indeed, a man more handsome than a beauty. Beside them, a man weighing at least 300 pounds was squatting in front of a stove fanning the fire, with a pot on top bubbling with the aroma of meat. It's them. Wei Wei thought about the information he had read, nodding slightly to himself. Then he put on a polite smile on his face, approached the bearded man who had turned his head, and said, If you have business, go to the administrative hall. We don't collect junk here, nor do we dig stinky ditches. I'm not talking about that. I'm looking for Captain Liang. Looking for Captain Liang. Hearing Wei Wei directly call out the captain's name, the other's expression immediately became serious. Come back after work to collect gambling debts. Wei Wei felt like he had unintentionally gained a deeper understanding of this Captain Liang. At the same time, he felt that this place was the right one. Underscore 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 underscore. Smiling and shaking his head, he raised his voice slightly and said solemnly, "My name is Wei Wei. I'm here to report." Report. The bearded man was a bit surprised. He put down his pool cue, looked Wei Wei over, and said, "You're the new person transferred here." As soon as these words were spoken, the handsome opponent playing pool with the bearded man, as well as the fat man squatting by the stove watching the stew, all turned around in surprise, looking at Wei Wei curiously and examining him continuously. Wei Wei smiled and nodded to everyone. "Yes, hello seniors." "Oh my." The bearded man's gaze swept over Wei Wei's somewhat worn jacket and slightly youthful face. He seemed surprised but quickly covered it up. His expression softened as he smiled and shook hands with Wei Wei, saying, "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so young. I heard the captain mention you would come. Wait here for a moment, I'll go call him from his office." Wei Wei quickly replied politely, "It's alright, why don't you continue playing? I'll go over myself." "That won't do." The bearded man shook his head, pursing his lips mysteriously as he took his pool cue and walked toward the end of the courtyard. Up the steps was an office with the door ajar. The bearded man eavesdropped for a moment, then suddenly pushed the door open. "Captain, are you in?" A woman's scream suddenly came from inside. Following that, a series of chaotic sounds emerged from the office, and a piece of pink women's underwear was thrown onto the bearded man's head. Wei Wei looked at the scene before him, immediately feeling a bit dazed, in broad daylight. Oh my, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Soon, a man wearing a proper suit vest, with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, walked out of the office. He looked extremely refined and elegant. He was very handsome and exuded charm, a stark reminder of how attractive he might have been in his youth, even at his current age. However, despite his good image, his movements were somewhat flustered. Walking while pulling up his front zipper, he complained as he looked at the bearded man, who was giggling mischievously on the side, saying, "You can't do this anymore. I'm old now, I can't take such scares." While speaking, his gaze swept around until it landed on Wei Wei standing in the courtyard, and a smile appeared on his face. "Are you little Wei that the personnel department called about earlier?" He smiled and said, "My name is Liang Jian. I'm the captain here. We've been waiting for you for a long time." Wei Wei looked up and saw a voluptuous woman walking out of the office behind him. With a lazy demeanor and heavy makeup and wearing a nearly transparent white dress, she languidly turned her head and exited through the back door. Wei Wei immediately realized what this captain had just been doing. Instead of shaking his hand, he took a step back in a restrained and honest manner, bringing 3 fingers together in a salute. "Hello, Captain." Captain Liang quickly came to his senses, awkwardly withdrawing his hand and smiling in embarrassment. Hello. Come with me." He didn't take Wei Wei back to the office behind him but instead led him to the front hall of the courtyard. Opening a side door to sit down, he wiped his hands with a wet wipe and put on his reading glasses. Only then did he open the documents Wei Wei had brought, examining them for a moment and nodding repeatedly. Good. Wei Wei, 19 years old, 13th term student of East Mountain Tengshi Training Camp. Graduation evaluation is A-. The instructor's recommendation says, this student excels in both character and learning, has a kind and shy personality, is meticulous in his work, and is civilized and disciplined. Wei Wei himself was a bit stunned, then sincerely nodded. "Yes, that's me." Very good. I didn't expect our small team to welcome such an excellent professional talent." Captain Liang seemed very welcoming of Wei Wei's arrival, speaking warmly and politely as he examined all aspects of the information and documents. He became increasingly satisfied as he said, "Graduated from a regular training camp much better than us self-taught ones. First state of the life system. Also received professional supernatural event investigation training. This is great, we really need someone like this. Only 19 years old, tisk, great potential." After praising him for a while, he closed the file and smiled, asking Wei Wei, "Where are you from?" Wei Wei smiled and said, "Right here. I'm a local, that's why I applied to come back." Captain Liang immediately looked him over and smiled. "No wonder I felt you looked a bit familiar. Where do you live?" Wei Wei also smiled gently and said, "I haven't been back for many years. I used to live outside the city area and rarely came into the city. Now, my family is gone. I just passed by and took a look. The original house has been demolished. Outside the city area." Captain Liang suddenly frowned, as if recalling something, but his expression quickly relaxed. Nodding repeatedly and saying, very good, he then returned Wei Wei's documents, sealing the information file in an envelope. Standing up, he said, "All right, we'll handle the procedures in a while, and you'll be a member of our small team. Come with me, I'll introduce you to our team members, and we'll have dinner together tonight." "Okay." Wei Wei put away his documents and obediently stood up. At that moment in the courtyard, the fat man who had been squatting on the ground stewing meat had already set up a large round table, with a pot of meat placed in the middle, surrounded by baskets of green vegetables, meatballs, small bowls, chopsticks, and stools. Come, let me introduce everyone. Captain Yuen came to the courtyard, smiling and waving his hand, and said to everyone, "This is the investigator just assigned to us for an internship from above. His name is Wei. He's from a regular training camp. You should all learn from him in the future. Come on, put down the pool cues, come over and say hello first." After everyone had gathered, he turned to Wei and smiled. "These are basically the team members we'll be working with in the future. Our small team only has 6 people, 7 including you. 1 is on duty at the guard office, and another is an intern like you. The remaining 4 are here, get to know each other, and everyone just get along well in the future." He then pointed to the bearded man among the 3 and introduced him to Wei, Chen Xiang. Everyone calls him Uncle Gun, in charge of investigations. Investigations? So he should be of the enhancement system. Wei smiled and nodded to the bearded man. "Hello, Uncle Gun, please guide me." The bearded man smiled and said, no problem, people from big places are indeed very polite. According to the agreement between the Foundation and various consortiums and administrative agencies when it was first established, the Foundation does not have law enforcement powers. Therefore, the superhuman organization under the Foundation is called the Supernatural Affairs Research and Investigation Department, emphasizing the word investigation. Its main responsibility is to clarify the causes of incidents, give timely warnings or predict the arrival of certain disasters, and provide suggestions for local armed solutions. But regulations are one thing, and actual operation is another. People in the industry understand that investigation often represents strength. Being able to investigate means being able to fight, and not being able to fight means not being able to investigate. Among the 12 demon systems commonly seen today, there aren't many that excel at direct confrontation. However, at this first meeting, Wei couldn't tell whether this bearded man belonged to the Death Demon system or the rarer War Demon system. Captain Wang then smiled and pointed to the man with a ponytail who looked as beautiful as a woman, saying, "Lin Fengjiao. He's in charge of information analysis in our small team, and he also writes event reports for the administrative office." The man with the ponytail heard his name, and his expression became a bit unnatural. He immediately added to Wei, "You can just call me Xiao Linear." "Okay, brother Xiao Linear." Wei looked at him and nodded with a smile. Analysts usually possess abilities such as information gathering and analyzing supernatural phenomena. He wondered which type this one belonged to, or perhaps both. While thinking, Wei turned his gaze to the last smiling fat man. "This one is amazing." Captain Wang smiled and said, "This is Zhu. He's responsible for the aftermath of missions. But it's not just the aftermath. He alone is also responsible for our team's logistics, handling voluntary odd jobs, material procurement, as well as emotional analysis and mental comfort work." Hearing this string of titles, Wei was filled with respect and took the initiative to shake hands. "Brother Zhu." After meeting several people, Wei was really impressed, even though he still couldn't guess what type he was. But one should never underestimate the person in the team who seems the most inconspicuous. They might be a hidden boss? No need to be so polite. The fat man hurriedly stood up to shake hands with Wei, very enthusiastically saying, "Let's have dinner together tonight. I just happened to cook a bit extra." "Yes, let's eat together later. I still need to handle your entry procedures and arrange your dormitory and such," Captain Wang added with a smile. "Also, Sister Lucky will be back for dinner later. You can meet her then." "Okay." Wei smiled and nodded in agreement, gaining an initial understanding of this small team in Scrap Iron City. Scrap Iron City is a small city located in a remote area. Even within the outermost third city circle, it's considered extremely small in scale. The superhuman team stationed here naturally can't be very strong either. The few people in front of him looked even lazier and more lacking in training quality, probably pure wild ability users. To combat the endless emergence of 3 types of dangers in the world, and to turn these potential dangers into their own advantage, the Foundation once spent a great deal to recruit a large number of wild superhumans, exchanging their service for generous treatment and stabilizers. For a long time, they were the main force in combating mysterious events and dangers. It wasn't until recent years that people from training camps began to appear. However, due to the lack of systematic enhancement and training, wild ability users are usually considered to have high potential risks. Even if they're not fallen fanatics, many still have serious psychological problems. But Wei wasn't very concerned about this. Who doesn't have some issues these days? It's Wei's first day here. Add a few more dishes. The bowls, chopsticks, and stools were already set out, and a pot of meat was bubbling away, constantly heated by an alcohol stove. But because Sister Lucky, who was on duty at the guard office, hadn't returned, everyone felt awkward about starting to eat first. It was at this time that Wei understood the working style of this small branch. The Supernatural Affairs Handling Team wasn't a normal administrative organization, but it had deep and close ties with the administrative office, forming a distinct yet inseparable cooperation model. Routine security and handling of normal incidents were dealt with by the administrative office and guard office, but once supernatural factors were suspected to be involved, the incident would be transferred to the team's hands. Before he arrived, there were 6 people in total. Excluding the intern team member like himself, the other 5 people would take turns going to the guard office for duty from Monday to Friday, monitoring at all times, and screening out possible supernatural events for timely handling. As for the rest, they were basically free to act as they pleased. When nothing was happening, it could even be understood as working 1 day a week while receiving a high salary. While waiting, Captain Yuen used the time to go to the office to handle Wei Wei's entry procedures, tidy up his own image, and, with a wave of his hand, ordered his subordinates to prepare a few more dishes as a welcoming ceremony for Wei Wei. Anyway, it'll be a while before Sister Lucky comes back. Why don't we play a game of pool first? Uncle Gun, the bearded man, grinned as he invited Wei Wei, gesturing with a pool cue. Wei Wei wasn't skilled at playing pool, but being new here and wanting to establish good relationships with his colleagues, he smiled and agreed. Do you know how to play? Uncle Gun sized him up and handed Wei Wei a thick cue. Not really, Wei Wei smiled. I only know how to rely on brute force for miracles. Saying this, he thrust the cue with a pack, scattering balls all over the table, and, surprisingly, sinking too. Wei Wei immediately felt that his initial performance in the team was quite good. But when he missed a shot and Uncle Gun picked up the cue with a grin, Wei Wei realized he might have been terribly mistaken. The bearded Uncle Gun looked ordinary, but when he gripped the cue and bent down to take his stance, his posture was extraordinarily graceful. It was as if every muscle, bone, gaze, focus, even his slightly protruding belly and messy beard were strictly unified, every inch of skin and muscle adjusted to where it should be, like a statue carved by an ancient Greek master craftsman. He wasn't perfect, but his posture at that moment gave a sense of perfection. Pakistan. Uncle Gun didn't seem to use much force, but the cue ball confidently flew out, making a ball bounce off 4 cushions before sinking into a pocket. Wei Wei was immediately stunned. Then Uncle Gun smiled, his shots quick and light, seemingly not needing to aim at all, just casually shooting in a matter-of-fact way, and the balls seemed to have lives of their own, happily diving into various pockets. Every shot was extremely precise, clean, and crisp. He took 5 shots in total, clearing the table, including 1 double. How can anyone play against this level? Wei Wei looked at his own cue that hadn't had a chance to be used, his expression slightly odd. Hehe, little brother, I'm of the order system. The bearded man hugged his cue and said proudly, more than 10 years ago, when I was just getting by in a scavenging team, I was bitten by a stone ghost in an abandoned town and got infected. But I was tough and didn't turn into a petrified monster. Since then, my physical strength and nerves have been greatly enhanced, especially in terms of precision, experiencing unimaginable changes. It's a pity we can't participate in various competitions, otherwise I'd quite like to play professionally. Seeing Uncle Gun's slightly proud look, Wei Wei couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly, giving up the cue and admitting defeat. Who could possibly beat this? So it's a wild sequence 5, Order Demon. Wei Wei nodded, immediately understanding all these unusual performances. Corresponding to this series was the former god of order, now the Order Demon. Due to their adherence to order, their every move tends towards the optimal standard. Whether it's living habits or daily routines, step by step, it extends to physical abilities, muscles, heartbeat, blood. Further extending, it spreads to their behavior, and even to the operation of various precision machinery. They believe in the golden ratio, which allows their actions to infinitely approach the most precise standards. However, this also revealed that Uncle Gun's potential was probably not great. Superhumans of the order system often set their living habits to be harsh and strict, eating at exactly the set times, never waiting for others, and they usually have the best physique and living habits, with long legs and an inverted triangle body shape being essential. But looking at Uncle Gun's big belly and those teeth blackened from smoking, in a training camp, this would get you hung from a tree and beaten by the instructor. As for the type of demon power this Uncle Gun obtained, it was extremely common. There are many ways for ordinary people to obtain demon power, but the most common are only 3 types. One is like himself, chosen because of his special nature, actively beginning enhancement and control experiments. Another is like Captain Wang and these wild ability users. And another. Wei Wei's mind flashed to the bar he passed on the road, a hint of gloom crossing his face. This is the craziest type. Actively approaching, even submitting to those demons, accepting their commands, and sacrificing according to rituals. Pleasing the demons as if they were gods and receiving their rewards. Why don't you say that in front of Sister Lucky? Just as Wei Wei was slightly lost in thought holding the pool cue, someone suddenly picked up the conversation. Xiao Lin, the handsome guy helping Zhu Zhe wash enoki mushrooms, seemed worried that Wei Wei might be depressed from losing to Uncle Gun, and turned back with a smile. We all don't like playing pool with this guy. We've thought about selling the pool table several times and getting a mahjong table instead. But thinking about how embarrassing he looks every time he plays with Sister Lucky, we feel better and end up keeping this table. Why? Wei Wei was surprised, unable to imagine what kind of person could beat someone with such precise control. Because Sister Lucky is just like her name, with luck as her core. She once received a blessing from a mysterious power, gaining luck that's hard for ordinary people to imagine. So, if you play pool with her, as long as she wants to win, even if she plays with her eyes closed, the balls will go into the pockets at all sorts of unbelievable angles. No matter how high the opponent's skill is, it's useless. The bearded Uncle Gun smiled bitterly. It's not that I lose every time, I can win about half the time with skill, but how should I put it? He scratched his head. Playing with her makes you question your life. Luck flow? Sequence 10, Luck Demon. Wei Wei was slightly surprised. Demon power infiltrating the human world, bringing all sorts of unimaginable supernatural powers, has always been a key research focus of the Foundation. They've assigned different sequence numbers based on the number of infected people affected by these demon powers. The more infected people, the higher the sequence number. For example, the Life Demon path is ranked first among the 12 main demon systems. Sequence 10 Luck Demon system is already at the end, almost the least common type. However, the higher the sequence number, the rarer the ability, and usually these are highly valued by the upper echelons, willing to go to great lengths to recruit. Even wild ability users can often be given special consideration to enter the first or second city circles, or even some special central institutions. Since she has such an ability, why would she stay here? With some curiosity, Wei Wei declined Uncle Gun's invitation for another game and actively joined Zhu Zai's camp. Considering it was Wei Wei's first day reporting to the small team, Captain Wang made a grand gesture of bringing out his treasured single malt whiskey, and Zhu Zai decided to add a few more small dishes, so everyone helped out preparing this lunch. Even Wei Wei hadn't expected that his first task upon returning to Scrap Iron City would be cleaning fresh pig intestines. After bustling about for over an hour, finally, just as everything was ready and they were about to start eating, a woman wearing a cheongsam gracefully walked in from outside, kicked off her high heels, changed into a pair of plastic slippers, and smiled as she approached. Smells good. The team members all stood up to greet her, Sister Lucky. Wei Wei also curiously looked over at this woman, seeing that she was tall with delicate skin, wearing a light red cheongsam, her hair coiled on top of her head. He couldn't tell her exact age, only feeling that everything about her seemed just right. Whether it was her charm, the light makeup on her face, or her slender waist and crystalline calves, even the white pearl necklace around her neck, everything was exquisite and perfect. Is this the woman who obtained the power of luck? This seemed more reasonable. The dishes had just been served, the meat cooked to perfection, and she arrived. Wei Wei, get up and say hello to Sister Lucky. Uncle Gun quietly reminded Wei Wei, she's in charge of auditing and reimbursement in our team. Wei Wei also immediately stood up, with even more enthusiasm than before. Hello Sister Lucky, I'm Wei Wei. Is this the new person mentioned before? The woman in the cheongsam sat down on the stool prepared for her, shook hands with Wei Wei across the table, smiled as she looked him up and down, then nodded with satisfaction and said, quite handsome. Don't be polite, sit down and eat. When you have time another day, accompany Sister to the mall, I'll pick out a comfortable pair of underwear for you to wear. Thank you, Sister Lucky. Wei Wei sat down, proactively passing her a cup, but feeling somewhat strange in his heart. Is giving underwear upon first meeting some kind of tradition? Cheongsam, a traditional Chinese dress for women, known for its fitted shape and high collar. Underscore 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 underscore. With everyone present, they all filled their cups with alcohol and began lunch. Following his usual habits from the training camp, even though Wei Wei didn't mind drinking a little alcohol, he definitely wouldn't drink it during the day. Otherwise, it would affect the afternoon tasks and training, and he might be hung from the fan and beaten by the instructor. However, Captain Wang was very enthusiastic, and the others all seemed accustomed to it, so he let them pour for him. After all, it was the leader's request, how could he not comply? Although Wei Wei had joined as a newcomer, everyone ate quite casually, neither overly enthusiastic nor distant, especially Captain Wang, who ate while praising Zhu Zai's cooking skills and even told a few crude jokes to liven up the atmosphere. It wasn't until Sister Lucky glared at him that he hurriedly restrained himself, quickly changing the topic. Why did you come back a bit late today? There was a case at the guard office, I went along to investigate. There weren't many clues, I'll have to go back and keep an eye on it this afternoon. Sister Lucky answered casually, then asked curiously, by the way, hasn't Purify come? Purify? The others were slightly stunned, saying, what, is this young lady coming for lunch too? We talked on the phone this morning, she said she was coming back. Sister Lucky said, taking out her phone, but when she dialed, it showed no answer. No one found it strange. In the current period of great civilization recession, coupled with mysterious forces scattered throughout the wilderness, the maintenance of many facilities has been greatly affected. Even though the Will Barrier Project and the formation of super city circles have alleviated some troubles, damage to information-based stations and the inability to repair them in time are still common. Phone signal failures, especially of wireless mobile phones, are very common occurrences. Everyone just raised their chopsticks and smiled. This young lady might be too engrossed in shopping at the mall and have forgotten about the time. Didn't she say yesterday that she was taking leave to go back and take care of her elderly family members? They're talking about that in turn now, right? Wei Wei thought silently to himself, but somehow their tone sounded odd. Seeing that the intern wasn't coming, they weren't worried about any accidents. Instead, they seemed somewhat relieved. By the way, little Wei, Seeing that the phone call couldn't get through, they stopped waiting, clinked glasses, drank, and started eating. The bearded Uncle Gun, noticing his curiosity, lowered his voice and smiled. You and I get along well, I won't hide it from you. I've already told you about our small team's 7 great reimbursement techniques. Now, I have to tell you about our team's 3 great taboos. Wei Wei didn't expect this small place to have taboos. He hurriedly put down his chopsticks and listened attentively. The first taboo, Uncle Gun said seriously, the underwear Sister Lucky picks for you, you must wear it. Don't secretly change it because you think it's ugly. Wei Wei was somewhat stunned. Why? Don't ask yet, just remember it. Uncle Gun picked up some meat with his chopsticks and put it in Wei Wei's bowl, saying, trust Uncle, you'll know the benefits once you wear it. All right. Wei Wei was a bit helpless, asking, what are the other 2 great taboos? Uncle Gun lowered his voice even more. Second, never listen to the captain's words, and don't casually go out with him, especially when he says he's treating. Wei Wei was surprised. Was there such a team? Then the third is that in turn called Yefifai, you should stay away from her in daily life. Just as Wei Wei was pricking up his ears to listen humbly, Sister Lucky suddenly turned her head, cast a glance at the 2 of them with a charming smile, and said, what are you 2 whispering about? Let me hear too, okay. Uncle Gun immediately became cowardly, grinning as he reached with his chopsticks to pick up some food. Let's eat, let's eat. Having stayed in the training camp for 3 years, Wei Wei had already gotten used to the food there, or rather, had grown tired of it. In terms of food quality and health, the food in this small base was certainly far inferior to that of the training camp. But in terms of taste, it undoubtedly had more of a human touch, especially that pot of unidentified meat, which Brother Zuze had stewed until it was soft, fragrant, and smooth, and cut into large pieces. As soon as it entered the mouth, it was full of meat fragrance, with sauce overflowing. Although it wasn't anything expensive, it gave a wonderful experience of both luxury and richness, making one feel comfortable and grounded. The few small dishes he usually pickled were also crisp, refreshing, and sweet. And the plate of intestines that Brother Zuze stir-fried with his ladle made Wei Wei realize a truth. Forget about those flashy dishes, quick frying is the true way for fatty intestines. Of course, as a newcomer, he also paid attention to his image and didn't indulge too much. He picked up a few pieces of each dish with his chopsticks, cleaned out 2 bowls of rice, and didn't miss a single toast to the captain and senior colleagues. The team members all had an excellent impression of this young and somewhat shy youth, praising him endlessly. As the meal was coming to an end, Captain Liang said, Little Wei, after this meal, we're family. I've already handled your paperwork. We're a small place with not many complicated things. You can prepare and come here to help out. Wei Wei obediently replied, okay, Captain, what do I need to prepare? Game consoles, magazines, snacks, pets, if nothing else, buy some yarn to knit sweaters like Xiao Linear. Otherwise, how will you pass the time? Oh, on his first day of reporting, Wei Wei felt he had already fallen in love with this place. Seeing Wei Wei obediently agree without objection, Captain Liang also let out a long sigh of relief inwardly. He's a good lad. To be honest, when he first heard that he came from a professional training camp, he was really worried that another workaholic would come who wouldn't get along with everyone. Who likes strivers? His expression became even more pleasant as he said to Wei Wei, by the way, how do you plan to arrange your living situation? Should we tidy up a room for you here or? No need, I plan to rent a house to live in. Wei Wei smiled and shook his head, saying, it's not far from here, but I might need the captain to put in a good word for me. Oh, Captain Liang said readily, no problem, the team will pay for it. Where do you want to rent? Wei Wei carefully recalled and smiled, Apartment 7, Block 15, Room 302. Apartment 7, Block 15. Captain Liang subconsciously repeated, suddenly realizing something, his expression becoming slightly horrified. Wei Wei nodded gently and frankly to the captain, smiling, yes, that's the place. If it's inconvenient for the team, I can pay for it myself. It's just that the situation there is a bit special, so the captain might need to talk to the administrative office. As he spoke, he looked at the time and said, it's still early, I have time to go and tidy up. Captain Liang was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled, all right. Captain Liang was very efficient this time, so efficient that the team members were somewhat surprised. After confirming that Wei Wei indeed wanted to live in this place, he immediately made a phone call to the administrative office of Scrap Iron City. Soon after, a rental contract was sent to their small security office. Wei Wei, after helping to clean up the dishes and confirming that there was nothing he needed to stay and handle in the afternoon, prepared to go back and tidy up the house first. He took all the procedural documents and the contract, got into his jeep parked at the door of the security office, and drove towards the house he had deliberately taken a deep look at when entering the city. Along the way, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. The jeep stopped downstairs. Wei Wei, who wasn't full, bought a jianbing, Chinese crepe, from a small stall, eating it while going upstairs. He couldn't help but recall the scene from 3 years ago when he walked up these stairs. He stood at the door for a while, slowly finishing the last piece of crisp pancake. Then he wiped his hands and slowly inserted the key sent by the administrative office into the keyhole. Click. With a soft sound, the door opened. A peculiar musty smell rushed out, seemingly containing some strange odors. In Wei Wei's mind, the smiling face of a beautiful woman wearing a red apron appeared, memories and reality overlapping. The woman's stunning beauty and later ferocity had left a deep impression on him. He slowly walked into the room, looking at the dust-covered furniture in this dark old house. The layout deeply engraved in his mind began to flicker, activating scene after scene of memories in his brain. The already dead plants, the dried-up fish tank with only fish bones left inside, the distorted human shapes drawn with chalk on the floor, and the splattered bloodstains on the wall that had been specially circled and now appeared black. A part of his brain seemed to be throbbing. Wei Wei stood silently in the room for a long time, then slowly paced around the house. Living room, dining room, bathroom, bedroom, balcony. Apart from the memorable large round table, he didn't find anything noteworthy for the time being. Wei Wei was mentally prepared for not being able to find new clues. After all, it had been so long. After walking around, he sat down on the dust-covered sofa in this room, quietly looking at the ceiling. For a very, very long time. At the same time, after sending Wei Wei off with a smile, Captain Wang's expression suddenly changed slightly. He turned and entered the small archive room of the security office. After rummaging through piles of old files that were almost moldy, he finally got a thin folder. Then he pulled out the pages from the folder, scanned the contents a few times, and let out a low breath. Is it him? At some point, the graceful figure in a cheongsam appeared outside the archive room, asking softly. Her gaze, borrowing the glaring and pale afternoon sunlight, saw an old newspaper in the captain's hand under the shadow of the archive room. On the newspaper was a pale-faced youth, covered in blood, staring helplessly at the camera. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? After a moment of silence, the woman in the cheongsam asked, "What does his file say?" "Confidential." Captain Wang smiled bitterly, saying, "Except for some words that look like nonsense, everything else is confidential." Jianbing, a popular Chinese street food, similar to a crepe or pancake, often filled with underscore 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 underscore. As night fell, street lamps lit up one by one. It had started drizzling in the afternoon, leaving a damp feeling in the air. The central street under the streetlights was even livelier than during the day. The neon lights outside the bars had already lit up, complementing the restaurants, karaoke bars, and foot massage parlors. Viewed through the falling raindrops, they formed twisting, rainbow-like streaks across the entire street. People who had finished a hard day's work carried bottles of alcohol, arms around each other's shoulders, laughing loudly in the rain. On both sides, gloomy old people silently burned joss paper. Note, also known as ghost money, it is paper burnt as an offering to the deceased in traditional Chinese custom. A black Bentley slowly drove from the other end of the street, forming a silent confrontation with the drunk people. "Stop here, I'll walk the rest of the way," a female voice said urgently from inside the car. Soon after, the car door opened. The Bentley was an extremely luxurious car, with an arrogant quality that seemed out of place on this dirty, chaotic street. However, the girl who got out of the car somewhat matched the image of this street. She wore finely tailored clothes and a pair of black ankle boots, simple in style but obviously expensive. Both her delicate features and her tall, slender figure gave her a quality that seemed to illuminate people's eyes. However, her clothes now had quite a few mud stains, and even her face was slightly smudged, with traces of having been hastily wiped but not cleaned properly. There were a few stubborn burdock seeds stuck to her black pant legs, and her eyes were moist as if she had been crying. "Don't you need me to drive you there?" the voice from the car asked with surprise and concern. No need, you hurry back. I can manage the rest of the way myself. Don't let people see you." The girl waved her hand, urging the Bentley to leave quickly. She quickly wiped her eyes and ran towards the other end of the central street. Yefei was distressed, irritated, sad, aggrieved, and angry. She had only gone home yesterday to celebrate her father's birthday, and this morning she had told Sister Lucky she would be back to report for duty at lunchtime and eat at the office. Who would have thought that on a journey of just over 100 kilometers, her car would get a flat tire, her phone would have no signal, and while changing the tire, the lug nut would roll into a hole. She had dug for half a day and almost got bitten by a hibernating snake. Finally, she had walked 7 or 8 kilometers to find a gas station, only to discover it had just closed. The unfortunate Yefei waited for 2 hours before encountering a truck transporting pigs. She hitched a ride to a service station halfway, but when she wanted to thank the driver, she found her wallet was missing. In the end, she could only cry and call her father. What had she done to deserve this? Every month there were always a few days like this. Now, the promised lunch was impossible. It was already dark, and she hadn't eaten anything all day. She could only hurry to the office to report to the captain and explain her absence, as she had only asked for leave yesterday. Would today's full-day absence count as missing? Thinking this, she walked faster, almost running in the light rain. Then, suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Something caught in her peripheral vision that made her heart skip a beat. At this moment, she had just passed the bustling part of the street and was in a dimly lit area. Beside her was a 3-story building that looked very ordinary and old. Tattered police tape was stuck to the entrance, trembling in the cold wind and bitter rain. It seemed to have been forgotten by this busy street, standing alone hidden in the shadows. Around it, both vehicles and pedestrians in raincoats hurried past quickly, as if afraid of being contaminated by something ominous. Usually, when patrolling the street, she would often pass by this small building, always quickening her pace. But this time, Yefei suddenly stopped, her body stiffening as she turned to look. Her pupils dilated slightly. A chill rushed into her mind, even making her feet feel cold. In that pitch-black old building, a light had come on, and it was on the 3rd floor. How could there possibly be someone there? This old building was the scene of a major murder case that shocked the entire city 3 years ago, and it was also the biggest haunted house in Scrap Iron City. The case 3 years ago was so big that news reports were endless. That 16-year-old juvenile murderer became a nightmare in everyone's heart for a time. Countless people wanted to uncover his secrets, to know why he came and how he managed to kill all 6 members of a family with just a rusty sickle. But now, 3 years later, many secrets of this case remain unknown. That murderer had already been executed by firing squad, his debt paid with his life. But this building still hadn't been reclaimed, and the other residents had long since moved out. It had been abandoned for 3 years. Countless ghost stories had spread from here, stimulating people's nerves and senses. But now, in that abandoned old building, a light had come on, and judging by its position, it was in room 302, the scene of the crime 3 years ago. How is this possible? Yefei was so shocked that her scalp tingled. Who could have broken in? Although every fiber of her being resisted, out of a sense of duty, she forcibly turned her body around. Why would there be a light in a haunted house that had been abandoned for 3 years? She hadn't heard of this building being auctioned off, nor had she heard of anyone moving in. As an intern security officer who had been on the job for a full month and a half, she was very familiar with her district. If someone had moved into such a terrifying and strange place, such news would probably have spread throughout the entire district. How could she not know about it? Could it be a homeless person who had accidentally entered? No, a homeless person shouldn't be able to turn on the room's light switch. This building had long since been disconnected from electricity. Were criminals conducting some kind of shady deal here? If it was something shady, why turn on the lights? Family members or relatives of the deceased? Or something else? Surely these people wouldn't be foolish enough to come to this building late at night? Actually, Yefei could have ignored this light, but she couldn't help it. Endless curiosity tormented her heart, and she still couldn't control her feet from walking towards the old building. Slowly, she took out the small handgun from the holster at her lower back. The old building was dark and damp, with a strong musty smell. With each step, Yefei's heart sank a little more, feeling as if countless eyes were watching her from the darkness. Especially when she reached the 3rd floor, this horrifying feeling was squeezing waves of terror into her brain. It made her feel a sense of excitement and slight dizziness. 302. It was indeed 302. The door was ajar, with light shining out from inside. In this pitch-black corridor, it didn't make one feel warm, but rather intensified the sense of strangeness. Considering there might be criminals inside and to prevent them from escaping, Yefei didn't shout in advance. Instead, she gripped her gun tightly, mustered all her courage, and with a trembling hand, gently pushed the half-open door. Creak. Damn, despite her careful movement, it made an unusually loud door-opening sound. How long had it been since oil was applied to this broken door's hinges? Just as Yefei was silently cursing her carelessness, the door fully swung open, and the harsh white incandescent light suddenly shone on her. She hurriedly adjusted her posture and looked up into the room. Then she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. In the room, a man was standing on a chair, with bright light shining from an angle, outlining his thin silhouette. His head seemed to be hanging from the beam, and as the light behind him flickered, his shadow swayed slowly with it. On his head was a white hat, his hands were covered in fresh blood, and the walls were splattered with bright red. Who's there? Yefei was so shocked that hot blood rushed to her head, and she even raised her gun. She barely remembered the captain's instructions when he gave her this gun, mainly to scare people, not to fire casually. Hearing Yefei's slightly off-key shout, the person standing on the chair slowly turned his head. With a smile, his pale teeth were revealed. Whoosh. An infinite amount of hot blood instantly surged into her brain, making her hair feel as if it were standing on end. Yefei, who was particularly interested in major cases, had read countless reports about this Scrap Iron City blood case. Her understanding of this case might even be deeper than the captain's. And now, as she looked at that face immersed in a sea of blood, it seemed to twist and enlarge as it entered her vision. It immediately made her think of the indifferent youth covered in blood from the news reports, and from his seemingly slightly indifferent eyes now, she associated it with a certain segment of a TV report, those eyes looking at the camera, full of anger and coldness. Crack. There was a thunderclap in her ears, and her blood felt as if it were being compressed by a high-pressure air pump, surging into her brain. You. She suddenly cried out loudly, even taking a step back. Her hand holding the gun wanted to raise it, but it felt incredibly heavy. The murderer from 3 years ago, who should have long been executed by firing squad. Why would he suddenly appear here? In this state of total shock, with her body almost numb from the impact, in her already blurry vision, she saw that man who was like a nightmare, his smile seeming to become twisted and strange, coldly revealing a smile towards her. His snow-white teeth seemed like those of a beast ready to devour its prey. Buzz. Yefei's mind suddenly produced an unusual tremor, then her vision went black, and the world spun. She fainted from fright. Wei, who was painting the wall, jumped down from the chair and pulled off the small hat made of newspaper on his head. How did this pretty young girl faint? Was his appearance really that frightening? He threw the brush into the red paint bucket, then pulled off the towel around his neck to wipe his hands, and walked towards the doorway. This girl's fall just now wasn't light. The thud sound just hearing it would make one feel pain. Moreover, she was actually carrying a gun. Wei Wei circled around to observe her, then searched her body a few times. Feeling something hard, he reached in and, from the inside pocket of her clothes, pulled out a dark black-skinned ID card with the words Scrap Iron City Environmental Protection on it. So it's her. Underscore 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 underscore. Wei Wei was a bit puzzled. How did this intern team member, whom he hadn't seen at the office during the day, suddenly appear in the room he had just rented? And she came armed with a gun. This girl looked a bit strange too. She was quite pretty, and her clothes and a few inconspicuous small accessories looked quite valuable, but she appeared unkempt. She even had a smell similar to the pig-feeding auntie from the training camp. It was really strange. However, although Wei Wei had questions in his mind, he didn't dwell on them much. He picked up the phone and dialed Captain Wang. The call connected, and he briefly explained the situation. On Captain Wang's end of the phone, the sound of clatter-clatter mahjong tiles could be heard, interspersed with a few muffled curses. Whoever wins with a shitty hand is a bastard. 8 of circles. I've won. Hey, you just cursed. Heh, that's right. I'd rather be a money-winning bastard. Marveling at the captain's good sportsmanship, Wei Wei knew this wasn't a good time to disturb the leader, so he quickly reported in the briefest manner. Listening to Wei Wei's report, Captain Wang first responded with a few MMS, then suddenly raised his tone. Huh. Wei Wei continued his report, also describing the girl's condition. Captain Wang suddenly became nervous. Fuck. 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 Finally, he dropped a "I'll be right there" and hurriedly hung up the phone. This leader is reliable, he really cares about his subordinates. Wei Wei sighed as he hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment, he carried the fellow intern to the sofa to lie down, and continued painting his wall. Not long after, Wei Wei heard the sound of a motorcycle with a sidecar screeching to an emergency stop downstairs, followed by the sound of someone rushing up the stairs. Captain Wang appeared at Wei Wei's doorstep, his forehead covered in sweat. His elegant and handsome face bore a vivid lipstick mark from who knows where. He first nervously looked at the fainted Yefei, anxiously asking, "What's going on here?" Well, faced with this question, Wei Wei was also a bit embarrassed. He pointed at the wall. "I was painting the wall." She suddenly burst in. Then, before I could ask her what she was doing, she fainted. Fainted. Captain Wang was clearly surprised by this answer, but after surveying this small house being painted, and Wei Wei with a bit of paint on his face, he gradually understood the answer. At the same time, new questions arose in his mind. You like such bright colors?" Captain Wang looked at the half-painted wall with some embarrassment, his expression strange as he asked. "Yes." Wei Wei looked at the bright red paint, slightly proud, and said, "It's festive. It gives a homey feeling, doesn't it?" Captain Wang's expression suddenly became a bit strange. This was a haunted house, where a shocking murder case had occurred that shook the entire Scrap Iron City. Because of its notorious reputation, this small apartment building, even now, was still a haunted building that others dared not look at directly. The former case subject had returned to Scrap Iron City, insisted on renting this apartment, and then on such a rainy night, accompanied by dim lights, was gradually painting the walls of this apartment a bright, eye-piercing blood red. Very reasonable. Not only did Captain Wang find it reasonable, but Sister Lucky and Uncle Gun, who quickly rushed over, also found it reasonable. After the two checked on Yefei and confirmed that she had only fainted from fright, and that her weapon belt was securely fastened, they were slightly relieved. They immediately arranged for someone to take her back to the office to rest, while preparing to provide psychological counseling when she woke up. At such a young age, they couldn't let her develop any lasting trauma. "Is this the intern team member you mentioned who's in the same batch as me?" Captain Wang didn't rush to leave, so Wei Wei also paused his wall painting, politely poured a cup of water for the leader, and sat down. "Sigh, it's different." Captain Wang scratched his neck irritably and said, "You're from a proper training camp, while He couldn't explain clearly for a moment, but Wei Wei could understand. So young, yet interning at a mysterious branch of the Foundation, specially equipped with a gun, but still so timid. He tactfully didn't inquire further. Instead, Captain Wang, after shaking his head slightly, took out a pack of cigarettes and offered them to Wei Wei, smiling bitterly as he explained, "We're all on the same side, I can't hide it from you. This little girl's background is not simple. You'll have to be careful in the future, don't offend her. After all, she's the young lady of the prestigious Level 3 Consortium, the Ye family. A consortium heiress." Wei Wei was immediately surprised. Countless large consortiums and alliances had long emerged in this world, with enormous scale, vying for various powers and resources. Some countries were even under their control, with the appointment and dismissal of presidents being just a word from the consortium's behind-the-scenes mastermind. However, there was no distinction of levels among them. The consortium level Captain Wang mentioned was actually divided within the Foundation based on the amount of sponsorship they provided. Whoever gave more sponsorship to the Foundation would have a higher level. And the reason for this division? Wei Wei believed what the instructor had said before, that this was definitely not for special consideration at certain key points. and to trigger internal competition among consortiums vying to sponsor. In any case, a level 3 consortium was already an extremely high level within the city defense line, and couldn't be ignored. Especially since these consortiums didn't just sponsor the Foundation headquarters. They were also very friendly to the garrison teams in surrounding cities. Of course, Wei wasn't surprised by this girl's identity, but rather surprised that, if she had such a special identity, it should at least be a secret. How did the captain just blurt it out? It's better to make things clear, to avoid you young people causing any trouble in your rashness. Captain Wei sighed, then remembered something and hurriedly reminded Wei, but don't let it slip in front of her. Now everyone in our office pretends not to know her identity. All right, I understand. Wei smiled and nodded, going along with it. But as Captain Wei listened, he suddenly looked up at him and said, "You think we're just kissing up to her, playing along with this little girl's game?" Well, Wei hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to best answer this question. Isn't that the case? As if seeing through Wei's thoughts, Captain Wei shook his head helplessly and said, "The little girl has a dream giving up her good life to come here. Our small local research institute is also in a difficult position. Now, by pretending not to know her identity, if she wants to become a formal employee or investigate major cases, I can clearly refuse. If she makes other requests, I can also pretend to ignore them. But once her identity is revealed, how can I refuse her future requests?" Wei was stunned for a moment, looking at this foxy middle-aged handsome man in front of him, suddenly enlightened. That makes sense. Then he also became slightly interested and smiled, "But Captain, can such a young lady really work? She works very diligently." Captain Wei's face was full of praise as he said seriously, "She goes on patrol every day at the scheduled time. Do we really need to patrol? We don't, but we have to arrange some work for her to do, to make it look official. She's a good girl." Captain Wei praised, "When told to patrol, she patrols and only finishes work after completing the patrol. After work, she first takes the subway for 2 stops, then drives her sports car back to the villa to rest. Usually, she chooses the cheapest boxed meals to eat, living frugally to pretend to be poor, afraid that we'll find out her true identity." Wei immediately became curious, "Then how did you guess her identity?" "On her first day of reporting for duty, her father's secretary called me directly," Captain Wei said, "specifically instructing us not to let her notice that we're taking care of her, but to take good care of her." Wei was speechless. "That must be difficult for you." No. Captain Wei suddenly became enthusiastic, waving his hand and saying, "Her father is very generous with sponsorship, all our allowances depend on her. So it's a willing giver and a willing receiver." Wei marveled inwardly, while outwardly showing an admiring smile. He knew it was lively in this small scrap iron city when he came back, but he didn't expect it to be even more interesting than he imagined. Just as Wei was thinking, Captain Wei, who had just spilled all the details about Miss Yes' identity, suddenly turned to look at Wei, smiling calmly but seemingly with some other meaning, and said, "However, this young lady usually wants to handle big cases, and has turned the archives of Scrap Iron City upside down, so, she probably recognized you just now, right?" Wei nodded slightly and said, "She probably did." Captain Wei's pupils contracted slightly, and he suddenly said, "So, are you really him? From 3 years ago, that family massacre case?" He paused slightly, his gaze fixed on Wei's face, "The perpetrator. Underscore 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 underscore." When Captain Wei asked this question, his voice was extremely slow, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. It seemed that even he hadn't expected to ask this question so directly so soon, although he knew it was bound to happen sooner or later. Such inquiries that directly point to the core of a secret often represent the emergence of variables and the birth of danger. 3 years ago, a blood case occurred in the small scrap iron city. A youth from the ruins outside the city, carrying a rusty sickle, walked into room 302 of Building 7, 15th Street. No one knew what happened. Only the neighbor who called the police tremblingly said on TV that terrible screams and demonic laughter erupted from that room. They heard the sound of blades tearing into flesh and blood splattering. They saw the fish in their living room aquarium suddenly go crazy and crash against the glass walls, their brains bursting out. They saw terrified bats gather like a whirlwind and collide in the streets. When the guard office and newspaper reporters arrived, they saw the youth sitting in a daze amidst the bloodshed. A family of 6, 4 males and 2 females, had been murdered in this room 302. This incident spread like wildfire throughout Scrap Iron City, triggering extreme panic for a time. People living in the urban area even became afraid of those who gathered outside the city, making a living by collecting garbage and scrap. For many years after, even the usual contempt and arrogance towards them decreased significantly. It was precisely because this incident was so big that the case was concluded extremely quickly. In less than a month, news came that the involved youth had been identified as the murderer and executed by firing squad. Many people thought this matter had ended, but Captain Wei, who came to Scrap Iron City after that incident to take over the responsibility of handling supernatural events here, naturally knew some secrets beyond what ordinary people knew, or rather, details that didn't make sense. For example, the family in the news report wasn't actually a family, although they were accustomed to operating as a clan unit. For example, besides the remains of those people, some other things were found at the scene. For instance, traces of supernatural rituals could be seen all over the room. Even when news later came that the perpetrator had been executed, no one felt suspicious. Before, or even now, it wasn't uncommon to use essentially innocent people as scapegoats to quell some panic. However, even he hadn't expected that this matter hadn't ended. 3 years later, that youth actually came back. He rented this room, and even painted it in such a festive manner. Faced with Captain Wang's direct inquiry into the core issue, Wei Wei's expression remained very calm. He showed neither embarrassment at having his identity exposed, nor sudden sadness from someone bringing up old matters. He seemed as if his expression hadn't even changed, just calmly looking at Captain Wang, his tone even sounding somewhat relaxed. I thought you had recognized me long ago. Captain Wang imperceptibly leaned back slightly. Although he had known for a long time, some wariness still appeared in his eyes. However, Captain might have misunderstood one thing. Wei Wei suddenly smiled again and said, "That person was me, but I'm not the murderer." Captain Wang raised an eyebrow. Wei Wei smiled and continued, "Because at that time, not a single one I killed was human." In the half-red room, the atmosphere seemed to become slightly heavy. Wei Wei gave a very gentle impression, liking to smile first when speaking, sincere and serious. After admitting his identity, he was also seriously staring at Captain Wang, as if wanting to see this captain's reaction. This refined, handsome older man now seemed to have been infected by Wei Wei's serious mood, and knew what his last supplementary sentence meant. His face exuded a melancholic emotion, and after a long while, he just shook his head slightly and sighed. "Young man, I understand you." An expression of silence appeared on his face, his eyes looking sincerely at Wei Wei. After the secret war that decided the banning of the 12 Gods Church, this world seemed to have no changes, still ruled by humans over humans, still with classes and struggles, ambition and greed, and various malicious events emerging endlessly. His voice became slightly heavy, seemingly carrying some helplessness. "But, I am one of the earliest infected people, and you are from a regular training camp, so we both understand. This world is different now. With the emergence of demonic powers, there are many more man-eating monsters, disasters, and incurable diseases. And many more crazy people. Some of them worship demons, doing things that could destroy the world at all costs. Some are purely greedy, delusionally wanting to use demonic power as a tool to plunder things from others, not knowing the noose is already around their necks. These people, even dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough." Captain Wang's voice got lower and lower, then he sighed lightly and said, "However, little Wei, we always need to understand. In this world, everyone who wants to live normally needs a bit of luck. We don't know when crazy demon worshippers might appear around us, willing to do anything to complete their orders. We don't know when groups of degenerated monsters wandering in the wilderness might charge towards our broken little city. We don't even know if, just when we think we're content and satisfied, that very night we might hear demonic whispers, and from then on become a different person inside, extremely hating those closest to us before, only wanting to chop them into pieces. So, he reached out and patted the back of Wei Wei's hand, saying, "Try to think positively about everything. It will all pass. For example, now, facing more and more madness, little Wei, do you know what my greatest wish is?" Wei Wei was a bit curious, looking at the captain's serious expression. "To eliminate all demons and protect the people in this city." "No." Captain Wang's expression suddenly became slightly excited, saying in a deep voice, "I just want to muddle through life peacefully, endure until retirement. To be steadfast in being mediocre, to die steadfastly, to be buried steadfastly, and absolutely not have anyone dig me up." Wei Wei suddenly didn't know how to respond. And Captain Wang's serious expression also collapsed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, sighing, "No matter what I say, little Wei, I don't know why someone from a regular training camp like you would come back. But, peace is precious." Faced with the captain's seemingly heartfelt advice, Wei Wei smiled gently and nodded. "All right." After seeing Captain Wang off, Wei Wei sat quietly on the sofa for a while, shaking his head lightly. This Captain Wang is a very practical person, an old fox, but he chose to communicate with me in the most sincere way. Seeing that it was already late, he didn't continue painting the walls, but instead picked up his jacket and went downstairs. During the day, there were some small stalls and vendors near this small building. But at night, it was completely empty downstairs, as if everyone was avoiding ghosts, not daring to even look at this building. Wei Wei had to walk several hundred meters, almost to the very edge of the 15th district, before reaching the bustling night market. He bought 2 baskets of steamed buns, a large portion of fried rice with egg, 2 sausages, a box of fried skewers, plus a large cone of ice cream, and walked back. Although Captain Wang had said he could eat dinner together at the office. Now, having just arrived, it wasn't quite appropriate. After quietly eating his packed dinner until half full, Wei Wei drank a glass of water and pulled out a suitcase. He didn't bring much luggage when he returned to Scrap Iron City. Only 2 large and 1 small, 3 suitcases in total. The first suitcase contained change of clothes and money. Now, this was the second suitcase. The suitcase wasn't large, only 50 centimeters long and 40 centimeters wide, made of a black material that couldn't be identified as some composite material, only showing a durable and wear-resistant quality. The suitcase mouth had an exquisite but extremely complex combination lock, very mysterious. Wei pressed his left thumb on the lock edge, then entered a long string of passwords, and the suitcase opened with a click. Lifting the lid, a set of complex apparatus and drugs appeared before Wei. Wei let out a light sigh. Captain Wang's thoughts were actually correct. In this world, who doesn't want to live peacefully? He guessed that my purpose for coming back wasn't simple, so he subtly advised me, don't cause trouble. After all, this world has already shown too many illogical aspects. No matter how well prepared I am, or what I've learned in the training camp, I might still hit a brick wall and become a delicious dish on some monster's dining table. However, Wei didn't believe that caution and hiding could bring peace. He only believed that the only thing in this world that could let him live peacefully was an ability crazier than the madman. The only thing that could ensure he wouldn't be dug up after death was to bury all Enemies and madmen underground first. Wei firmed his resolve and took out the flasks and test tubes from the box. Several small glass bottles containing mysterious liquids were arranged in order. Inside the box, he carefully inspected the small energy separation and mixing device. Then, he took out a corked glass bottle from his shoulder bag. He removed the gun holster usually fastened at his lower back and placed it aside. He picked up the glass bottle and examined it closely. Inside the glass bottle was a small black substance that looked like tree bark, but occasionally wriggled slightly. There was also a small label attached to it, with the words abandoned building written on it. On the way to report to Scrap Iron City, Wei discovered that first-class threat scene hidden in the folded space, and of course had to deal with it casually. However, killing all the infected wasn't the end, because the rituals of those demon worshippers had already created a life demon force field in that folded space, which was like a special magnetic field, constantly affecting the surroundings. If Wei didn't deal with it, two possible outcomes could occur. One was that this magnetic field would gradually dissipate after a certain time, as if it had never appeared. The other was that the magnetic field would persist, even gradually grow stronger, affecting everything and everyone around it. Over time, even ordinary people might be influenced by it, turning into degenerate monsters or becoming followers of the life demon. So, Wei contained this magnetic field and brought it home. And since he also needed such a thing, there was no need to report it to his superiors. This successfully reduced the workload of those people above. Such things weren't uncommon in the industry, and although not quite compliant, according to what the instructor had started teaching him before, the boundary of legality mainly depends on whether you get caught or not. After some preparation, Wei opened the cork of the glass bottle and tapped the living thing inside into the flask on the table. Plop. Like a living creature, it immediately dispersed many fine tentacles, probing and patting inside the flask. Wei's movements were very practiced. He immediately took out some small bottles he had just prepared and poured different doses of liquid into the flask. As the differently colored reagents dripped in, that piece of sludge emitted white smoke as if burned by sulfuric acid. Vaguely, one could even hear a kind of piercing scream. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred turbid by this scream, and the electric light overhead flickered slightly with unstable voltage. Wei's actions didn't stop for a moment. He capped the flask, shook it vigorously a few times, and the liquid became chaotic. The thing inside stopped moving. Then he took a test tube and, under sealed conditions, poured the mixed liquid into the test tube. After doing this, he inserted the test tube into the small, delicate energy separator in the black box and pressed the switch. Buzz buzz buzz. The separator began to spin rapidly, like a drill, spinning faster and faster. After more than 10 seconds, a red light came on, and the separator slowly stopped spinning. The black turbid liquid in the test tube had clearly changed, forming 3 layers. The bottom layer was black, with many visible impurities and extremely small, tadpole-like strange substances swimming around. The middle layer was gray, with large patches of clouds gently surging inside the test tube. The top layer, however, was clear and transparent, crystal clear. Wei took out a precisely made metal cylinder and used another to extract this clean substance. Then he pressed a black button. With a hiss, a sharp long needle extended from the bottom of the metal cylinder. Wei, very accustomed to it, rolled up his sleeve and then aimed the long needle at his right forearm, gently piercing it. 3 green lights on the metal cylinder flickered gently, then went out. Some mysterious power had thus entered Wei's body. Starting from his forearm, the blood vessels on his body suddenly appeared one by one, as clear as if drawn by a brush. Gradually, the blood vessels seemed to come alive like worms, crawling hideously under his skin. The blood seemed to gallop like crazy horses in the blood vessels. Wei could feel the sensation of vigorous life force surging to various parts of his body. A sense of power beyond the body's limits was crazily fusing into his life in an unreasonable way. Bang! Wei suddenly grabbed the black short gun beside him, pressed it against the palm of his right hand, and violently pulled the trigger. After a muffled sound, a bloody hole was blasted in the palm of his right hand. Shattered flesh and bone splinters splattered everywhere. But Wei expressionlessly raised his hand, holding the hole in his palm towards the light outside the window, quietly watching. At the wound site, flesh buds had already begun to slowly wriggle. Beep beep dash. On the small LCD screen of the metal cylinder beside him, numbers began to pop up. Life magnetic field radiation enhanced, 85%, 90, 97%, 99%. Beep. The LCD screen suddenly flashed red. Life magnetic field reached peak value. Convert to second state. When the first state of the life magnetic field reached its limit, it was time to convert to the second state. No one dared to be careless at this time, because during the state conversion process, it was the easiest stage to degenerate and hear demonic whispers. Usually, superhumans would fully prepare, setting up several safeguards, even emergency medical measures before daring to attempt. But Wei Wei didn't even prepare a stabilizer, just indifferently watching the screen. Red blood threads that shouldn't appear in life sequence superhumans moved in his eyes, and at the not yet healed wound, fine blood threads appeared, like living things, mixing with fresh blood, yet seeming to possess another type of life. They seemed to be absorbing Wei Wei's blood. At the same time, new numbers began to pop up on the LCD screen. Life magnetic field radiation weakening. 99%, 97%, 92%, 85%. Life magnetic field first state, stable. Beep. Unrecorded abnormal magnetic field detected. Record and synchronously upload warning. 3 years. Wei Wei turned off the alarm, quietly lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled smoke. At the wound on his palm, the blood threads had gradually subsided, and the remaining vigorous life force was still surging in his body. Even though this excess life force was constantly nourishing another core, it was still an overflowing state for him. Therefore, individuals possessing such super strong life force, whether smoking, drinking, or even getting injured, would quickly repair their bodies. Exaggeratedly speaking, even if the head fell off, it would only be considered a slightly larger scar. And this was the change brought by the life demon. Initially, being influenced by the life demon seemed wonderful. It would make people healthy, free from all diseases. Even the elderly could have the same abundant energy and physical strength as young people. Not to mention those whose lives were nearing their end or who were seriously ill. Even ordinary people couldn't resist this instinctive temptation. But they didn't know that demons don't create life. As the influence deepened further, desires would always become distorted, and the process of life plundering would begin. Thus, crimes exceeding the bottom line appeared in this world time and time again. Dirty yet innocently smiling little faces gradually appeared before Wei Wei's eyes. In his ears, he seemed to hear clear voices full of childish innocence again. When I grow up, I want to swagger into the church's back garden to dig sweet potatoes. See who dares to stop me. Brother Wei, I swear when I make money, I'll buy that pig's head to eat all by myself. Hehe, Brother Wei, look, that fat woman's butt wiggles so well. Big Brother Wei, when we make money, can you take me to the city again to see that white little dress? The wall that Wei Wei had painted bright red refracted the dazzling light of the incandescent lamp into his eyes. Reality and memory overlapped because of this bright red. In a trance, he experienced scene after scene, and finally returned to what it was like when he first entered this room. Similarly, there was blood everywhere, blood stains smeared on the surrounding walls, outlining weird and mysterious patterns. 6 people dressed exquisitely sat around the large round table in the room. Delicate plates and cutlery were placed in front of them, with a drop of crimson blood hanging from the corners of their mouths. A little girl in a white dress was hung from the central light pole, her hands tied behind her back, slowly rotating, round and round. When her little face turned towards Wei Wei walking in from the door, blood dripped down her small body. Big Brother Wei. A piercing cry suddenly rang out, they're eating my feet. Swoosh. Wei Wei suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that he had unknowingly fallen asleep just now. He was panting heavily, cold sweat had soaked through his clothes, his heart was beating like crazy, constantly accelerating. Thump, thump, thump. Gradually, his eyes turned blood red, with earthworm-like blue veins appearing on his temples. Some things. His voice was hoarse, as if talking to himself, or as if speaking to this empty room, can't be gotten over. Underscore 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 underscore. Early the next morning, Wei Wei woke up on time from his temporary hard bed. After eating 4 steamed bun baskets, 2 with fresh meat, 1 with beef, and 1 with cabbage and tofu, plus a large bowl of salty sweet mung bean soup and 6 tea eggs from a small stall with a rain canopy on the street downstairs, he drove his jeep and arrived at the security office before 8:30. Although from yesterday's experience, this security office seemed to have rather lax rules and the leader was easy to talk to. But after all, he was a newcomer who had just arrived, so Wei Wei still felt he should show respect to his seniors. The security office was very quiet, with no one by the pool table, only Zhu Zhe watching over a pot of millet porridge boiling on the stove. Where is everyone? Wei Wei found it strange, had these people not gotten up yet? They all went out, early in the morning. Zhu Zhe turned his head and explained with a smile, then his eyes lit up. Little Wei, have you had breakfast? Wei Wei saw his expectant expression and shook his head. No. Great. Zhu Zhe suddenly became happy. They left in a hurry, barely ate anything. Saying this, he hurriedly moved a table over, then brought out a basket of self-fried yushao, note, a type of fried dough stick, commonly eaten for breakfast in China, from the kitchen, took out several small side dishes, a full plate of fried eggs, bacon, and finally brought the bubbling millet porridge from the stove to Wei Wei. The two of them, each with a pair of chopsticks and a large bowl, directly grabbed 2 yushao and started eating breakfast noisily in this small courtyard. The yushao was fried so well, golden and soft. The side dishes were also well pickled, crisp, and flavorful without being too salty. The millet porridge was also cooked well, even releasing oil. However, with such a good breakfast waiting, what matter had caused them to go out so early? Just as Wei Wei was thinking about how to ask without seeming abrupt as a newcomer, he heard the sound of a door opening, and a slender girl holding a newspaper slowly walked down from the team members' dormitory upstairs. Seeing her, Zhu Zhe became even more excited and hurriedly waved, "Fifei, come and have breakfast." "I'm not eating, I'm on a diet." In turn Ye Fifei answered casually, looked up, and immediately saw Wei Wei at the dining table. She was startled, even dropping the newspaper in her hand. Wei Wei put down his yushao, wiped his mouth, and gave her a gentle smile. He didn't expect this little intern to be here too. She had fainted from fright yesterday when she saw him, so she must be very familiar with the case he was involved in back then. However, that incident was very complicated. Whether it was his lucky survival afterwards, then his unfortunate selection to enter the training camp, or his subsequent experiences, all involved many complex matters. How should he explain to her? Just as he was thinking about this, he saw Ye Fifei react, quickly picking up the newspaper. She sat down next to Wei Wei and Zhu Zhe like a child who had done something wrong, unconsciously sitting closer to Zhu Zhe. In a voice as soft as a mosquito's, she said quietly, "I'm sorry, Wei. Brother little Wei." Wei Wei, who had just been thinking about how to explain, was caught off guard by this sudden apology. "Last night, I was rude, I didn't even ask clearly, no, I didn't ask at all, and just pointed a gun at you. Later I even fainted from fright." Ye Fifei became more and more embarrassed as she spoke, and couldn't help stomping her foot. Oh, how embarrassing. This. Wei Wei didn't mind yesterday's incident, but he couldn't understand how she had changed so much overnight. He turned to look at Zhu Zhe, only to see him seriously eating his meal, deaf to the conversation between the two. "I only found out about this after I woke up." Ye Fifei sat down at the table, trying hard to explain. "The captain has already explained it to me. He said you were actually wrongly accused, and the higher UPS have cleared up this matter, so they let you come back. Because your studies and bright future were affected, the higher UPS also felt guilty, and specially arranged for you to join us here. Firstly, it's for us to take care of you and help you quickly enter society. Secondly, they're also worried that the real culprit hasn't been caught and might harm you, so it's also to protect you." Sigh. He also scolded me quite a bit, saying I scared the newly arrived colleague. "I'm sorry, really sorry, this matter is already a scar in your heart, I shouldn't have brought it up, please forgive me." As she spoke, her face became redder, and she suddenly stood up, bowing deeply to Wei Wei, "I'm sorry." Wei Wei swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty and said, "It's all right." Now he understood what had happened, but he also felt endlessly curious. Just like that Captain Wang had glossed over such a strange and complex matter with such a simple reason? The key is, she actually believed it? Logically speaking, even he himself didn't know what had happened to him. After all, many things related to the training camp wouldn't appear in his files. Look, this little girl not only no longer feared or doubted him, but even seemed full of guilt? Of course, he couldn't guess that at this moment, Ye Fifei was also thinking about what Captain Wang had earnestly said to her yesterday. People's fates are different, you know. Some are born into rich families, going out in Rolls Royces, while others grow up in garbage dumps and even get wrongly accused and sent to prison. Now that the case has been cleared up, he has no home left, his prime years have been wasted. What can such a grown man do now? We can only arrange for him to do some temporary work here for now. Tisk tisk, how pitiful. Thinking about this, Ye Fifei felt even more guilty, her eyes even slightly reddening. Beside them, Zhu Zhe was taking small sips of millet porridge, blinking his eyes a few times, looking at the two polite people with a slightly confused expression. "I've been following this case all along, I never thought I'd actually meet you, and even become colleagues." After Wei Wei accepted her apology, Ye Fifei's mood seemed to improve. She finally dared to look directly at Wei Wei's face. While putting away the newspaper, she said, "Brother Wei, you seem to be older than me, is it okay if I call you Little Wei brother? I'm really curious, don't be angry. I remember at the very beginning, the newspaper said that after you were arrested, weren't you immediately?" Zhu Zhe, drinking porridge beside them, also pricked up his ears. "Still need to explain, huh?" Wei Wei thought helplessly to himself. While eating his porridge, he sighed lazily and said, "I wasn't executed. It was supposed to happen, but at the last moment, someone finally believed what I said, and a temporary document came through, saving my little life. That's great, I knew there were many doubts in this case." Ye Fifei clenched her slender little fist forcefully, asking with concern, "Then what?" Wei Wei looked at her and shook his head, saying, "Then I was locked up in a place, and after going through certain tests and reviews, I started to endure physical limits and boring repetition every day, almost squeezing out our last drop of sweat." Labor Reform Factory. Ye Fifei asked sympathetically, "Was it tiring?" "Extremely tiring." Wei Wei said frankly, "That place was simply not fit for humans. There were several times when I was about to break down. Others weren't any better than me. Some wanted to escape, some desperately tried to use connections to find people to leave, but the outcomes were all very bad. It's just that I had neither connections nor networks, and I knew I couldn't escape, so I just had to endure it. Fortunately, I also made a few good friends there later, and we endured together. It wasn't bad to find joy in suffering." Right. Shouldn't have run. How could it be so easy to find connections to get out of prison? Those who could get out wouldn't have gone in the first place. Yefei sighed along, moving closer to Wei Wei, asking with concern, then what happened next? After that? Wei Wei thought for a moment and said, we participated in several wars. Ah, wars. Yefei was stunned for a moment, then reacted, you mean gang fights, right? Thinking this way, she became even more worried, saying anxiously, I've heard that gang fights in prison are very fierce, those desperados kill without blinking an eye. I've also heard that the best-selling item in prison is soap. Brother Wei, were you guys okay? Beside them, Zhu Zhe couldn't even eat his yushao anymore. It was okay. Soap wasn't very popular where we were, everyone used shower gel. Wei Wei was also stunned for a moment, struggling to answer, although those times participating in wars were indeed quite dangerous, we were lucky enough. Many of the companions who went together died, but a few of us who were close friends survived. Perhaps it's true that great danger brings great fortune. Our hard days finally came to an end. After applying, I came back here. That's good. Yefei let out a long sigh of relief, saying, the inspectors are still very capable, they finally uncovered the truth. Beside them, Zhu Zhe really couldn't listen anymore and silently took the pot and bowls to go wash them. This girl is really naive. And Wei Wei, who had explained his experiences over the past 3 years, also felt slightly emotional. He remembered what this girl had just said, and slightly turned his gaze to her porcelain-like little face, smiling. You just said there were many doubts in this case. Yes, that's right. Yefei immediately nodded and said, Brother Wei, I was particularly interested in your case before. I suspect it's not as simple as it appears on the surface. For example, those strange symbols painted on the wall seem to be some kind of distorted life church liturgy. All right. Wei Wei nodded. If it was just these things, it didn't count as any new clues. Ordinary people might not know, but those above had long since investigated and cleared it up. But since Yefei wanted to talk, he also listened intentionally or unintentionally. However, just at this moment, suddenly a phone ring came through. The ringtone was very loud, coming from Captain Wang's office, audible throughout the entire courtyard. Inexplicably, it gave people a sense of urgency. Zhu Zhe, who was washing the pot, froze for a moment, immediately put down the pot, and pushed open the door to enter the captain's office. Yes. Okay, I understand. After a few brief sounds, Zhu Zhe walked out with a somewhat serious expression and said to Wei Wei, the captain called back, it seems something has happened in the city. They don't have enough manpower there, so they want you to hurry over and help maintain order and such. Oh, all right. Wei Wei agreed, looking at him curiously, and asked, what about you? Me. Zhu Zhe said, I'm washing the pot. Wei Wei didn't know how to respond, immediately stood up with his jacket, saying, then I'll go now. I'll go too. Before Zhu Zhe could be happy, Yefei suddenly stood up raising her hand. I'll go too. I'm familiar with this place. I can show you the way. Underscore. You. Looking at this enthusiastic little intern, Wei Wei was somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but recall the 3 taboos Uncle Gun had told him during yesterday's meal. Was it inappropriate to violate a senior's advice on his first day of work? Seeing Wei Wei's hesitation, Yefei blinked in confusion and whispered, is it inconvenient? No. Wei Wei thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. All right. Yefei immediately brightened, sprinting back to her room to grab her jacket. Piggy, who had picked up his bowl nearby, froze when he heard Wei Wei agree. He wanted to say something but held back, silently giving Wei Wei a look of sympathy. After confirming the address, Wei Wei took Yefei into his jeep and sped off. On the way, he debated whether to continue their earlier conversation. He felt conflicted. On one hand, he didn't want to repeatedly revisit the past and reopen old wounds. On the other, whenever he met someone who might know about the case, he couldn't resist probing for clues. Though he knew the files he'd seen in the training camp were likely the most comprehensive. However, Wei Wei soon realized he was overthinking. The chatty little intern from the dining table now seemed like a different person in the car, nervously glancing around and clasping her hands as if praying. Curious, Wei Wei asked, what are you doing? After repeating the question, Yefei finally answered earnestly, praying we don't get a flat tire. Wei Wei was baffled. Yefei blushed slightly, pressing a hand to her abdomen. I'm having those days right now. This. Wei Wei's confusion deepened, but he quietly slowed the vehicle. He kindly advised, drink more hot water. Still, he couldn't grasp the connection between her cycle and car troubles. 10 minutes later, the jeep's tires splashed through pothole-ridden, neglected roads, spraying filthy water. They arrived at a northern district of Scrap Iron City, a cluster of dilapidated, low-rise apartments. Tangled power lines and overturned trash bins choked the narrow streets, while food carts peddled earthly comforts. They quickly located their destination, a crowded residential compound gate packed with onlookers clutching grocery bags, some even perched on walls. Police officers at the entrance jabbed poles to shoo climbers down. Amid the chaos, a woman's wails and a man's roars echoed from within. No manners at all. Wei Wei muttered, eyeing the haphazardly parked cars. He wedged the jeep into a spot and stepped out. Pushing through the crowd with Purify, he wondered how to identify themselves to the guards. Full-fledged team members carried covert credentials stamped with the Guard Bureau seal for accessing secured areas. But as a probationary member, Wei lacked these. Purify was worse off. Her Environmental Protection Bureau ID was a fake Captain Yuen had bought from a street vendor to boost her sense of belonging. Yet no explanation was needed. As they squeezed past vegetable-toting elders and tardy school kids, they spotted Uncle Gun smoking inside the compound. He grinned and waved them over. The guards lifted the barricade without question, even studying Wei's face for future reference. What happened? Approaching Uncle Gun, Wei surveyed the disorder. Supernatural incidents typically required immediate crowd dispersal. This noisy, tear-streaked scene felt unusual. Still unclear. Uncle Gun flicked cigarette ash, eyeing Purify curiously. For now, it's a mental breakdown case. This complex had recurring pet disappearances: cats, dogs, rabbits, parrots, but they were too minor to notice. Yesterday, a young couple reported their missing 2-year-old. Normally, missing persons aren't our concern. But when guards investigated, they found no child. Instead, a house in Building B stuffed with dead animals. All the missing pets, nailed to walls. People linked it to the missing kid, sparking panic. Wei frowned. Supernatural involvement. Unconfirmed. Uncle Gun shook his head. The captain's upstairs checking. Go see for yourself. I need air. Right. Wei headed toward a shabby apartment block, Purify trailing. Uncle Gun stopped her. You're going too. What's wrong? Purify glared. Why could Wei go but not her? Haha, nothing. Go ahead. Uncle Gun smirked around his cigarette. As they neared the building, a mother's anguished cries pierced the air. My baby's only 2. How could you hurt him? A gray-suited man lunged at officers. Arrest that bastard? Why aren't you arresting him? Wei sidestepped the hysterical family into the dimly lit apartment. Whether psychological or not, a dank chill gripped him. Stale air reeked of rot. Stealing himself, Wei entered through the open door. The living room was unervingly tidy: spotless floors, orderly furnishings. But at the bedroom entrance, the sight punched their senses. Putrid stench assaulted their nostrils. Heavy curtains darkened the room, but Wei discerned the walls' grotesque decor. Dozens of crude specimens: parrots, cats, a border collie, red-eyed rabbits nailed to wooden frames. Rough iron spikes pierced their bodies, the frames hung in precise rows. Claw marks and blood trails showed the animals had been alive when mounted, struggling until death. Dried blood streaked the frames like crimson ribbons. Glassy eyes stared emptily at the inverted world. Guh. Purify clapped a hand over her mouth, retching. Wei steadied his breath and stepped inside. Captain Yuen crouched by the specimen-crowded bed, scribbling notes. Focused men are so handsome. Wei mused. He cleared his throat softly. Captain, we're here. Oh. Captain Yuen sprang up, shoving a lottery ticket scribbled with symbols into his coat. Smoothing his hair, he regained his authoritative demeanor. The glimpsed lottery marks left Wei stunned. The captain's truly something studying lotteries in this nightmare. Underscore. The situation is complicated, Captain Yuen said, showing no embarrassment at being caught slacking off. He seemed to believe that studying lottery tickets at a crime scene was perfectly reasonable. Turning around, his expression grew very serious as he nodded to Wei and said, as you can see, a 24-year-old man named Wang lived here alone. His parents passed away long ago. He worked at the mine and rarely interacted with neighbors, but had a decent reputation. No one imagined he had such serious issues filling his room with these things. Wei quickly shifted into work mode, focusing on the most crucial point. He hesitantly asked, the child. We're not sure if the missing child is connected to this worker, Captain Yuen replied, shaking his head. These dead chickens and rabbits were found while searching for clues. It scared the young couple outside, so they brought the family to make a fuss. Of course, we can't let them in to avoid contaminating evidence. But their reaction is understandable when so many pets are missing. How could they not suspect him of taking their child? The scariest part is that all these stolen pets met this fate. So if the child was also taken by him? Sigh. Wei furrowed his brow, immediately grasping the key point. You haven't found this person yet. He ran, Captain Yuen said, shaking his head as if he found the situation absurd. After officers discovered the issues in his room, they suspected he might be involved with the missing child. They immediately organized a team to find him at the mine, going there without leaking any information to ensure a successful arrest. But when the police arrived, he had already fled. According to the mine foreman, the man was working normally but suddenly dropped his tools and ran out of the mine. When the foreman tried to stop him for questions, he headbutted him, very out of character for his usually good temper, and fled recklessly. This abnormal behavior startled his co-workers, who thought he'd gone mad. But less than 5 minutes after he escaped, the police arrived. It's still unclear how he got wind of it. It's almost like he had precognition. Wei listened attentively, nodding silently. Captain Yuen seemed to understand what Wei was thinking and sighed lightly. It is a bit strange. The police department is checking surveillance footage everywhere, but, sigh. Wei understood his concerns. In the era of the Great Recession, surveillance infrastructure was already imperfect. Moreover, people infected by demonic powers often possessed abnormal magnetic fields. This made it difficult for surveillance systems to capture their images. If they had caught him at the mine or at home, it would have been fine. Once he escaped into the crowd, it became very hard to locate him in the city. In fact, if he had gained stronger demonic powers, he could use his own field to distort space. Even if ordinary people passed by, they wouldn't be able to discover him hiding nearby. And unless a city had specialized personnel and high-energy equipment, they lacked the ability to conduct a thorough search. What kind of person hangs these things in their bedroom every day? A voice suddenly spoke up. It was Purify, her face still pale as she forced herself to return. Why are you here? Captain Yuen was visibly stunned, then shook his head helplessly. It's not just that these specimens are hanging in the bedroom. I observed signs that he lived there. Recently opened snacks indicate one thing. He normally lived in this bedroom, eating and sleeping every day, accompanied by these rotting corpses. Hearing this, Purify's face grew even paler. Captain Yuen suddenly glanced at Wei and asked, "What's your take on this?" Two possibilities, Wei replied seriously. This was a test every newcomer had to face. His gaze slowly swept across the room as he analyzed, feigning a bit of struggle. I think either this person had severe psychological issues with strange fetishes that are incomprehensible to normal people, or, however, such fetishes should have shown early signs. Questioning his acquaintances would provide answers. The second possibility is that he was infected by a demon. According to the behavioral psychology report on demon-infected individuals, even ordinary people influenced by demonic powers, though not yet fully infected, a considerable portion develop special fetishes and new habits. For example, those infected by the regularity demon may exhibit severe obsessive-compulsive symptoms. Life demon infectees become increasingly indifferent to bodily harm, even developing self-mutilation tendencies. War demon infectees often become hot-tempered and increasingly combative. Cases of those who enjoy killing and corpses are not uncommon, but if the child was also abducted by him, I'm unsure. I can't recall any demon infectee whose desire to kill gradually escalated. As expected of someone from the training camp, Captain Yuen nodded approvingly after listening. Your foundation is very solid. Your analysis is similar to Xiaolin's. However, you missed one point. It's not just strange fetishes due to demonic power erosion, but also the possibility that he was preparing some ritual to please a demon, begging it to fulfill some twisted wish. These appeasement rituals aren't limited to infectees. Anyone who knows the relevant steps and materials can attempt them. It's quite common. Analyzing solely based on infectee fetishes, some things indeed seem strange. But if it's for holding certain appeasement rituals, then anything is possible. Moreover, if he's preparing a ritual, the severity of the problem is greater than mere demon infection. Yes, Wei nodded repeatedly. The experienced seniors know more. I need to learn a lot. Captain Yuen's expression immediately brightened. He waved his hand and smiled. You'll understand after experiencing a few cases. Sigh, Lucky is busy with other matters now. I'll have Uncle Gun go to the guard office later to investigate surveillance footage, trying to find traces of this guy. Xiaolin has already gone to investigate his past at the mine, to see if we can find some valuable clues. The rest is trickier. As he spoke, he frowned slightly and looked back. Where's Zuze? Why hasn't he come up yet? Wei shook his head. Brother Zuze had something very important to do, so he asked us to come in his place. Something important? Captain Yuen was taken aback. What important thing? Wei hesitated, then shook his head and said, at least it's not washing the pot. Sigh. Captain Yuen clearly knew Zuze better. Hearing Wei's response, he understood what had happened. His expression was somewhat helpless, yet he refrained from saying anything harsh. Though short-handed and with so many tasks at hand, he couldn't help feeling troubled. Who could he send to do the job? Instinctively looking up, he saw Wei and Purify standing before him. Wei stood straight and serious, while Purify appeared eager, her eyes faintly shining. Neither spoke, but both looked ready to be assigned tasks. So Captain Yuen quickly made a decision, shaking his head helplessly. Then I'll go handle it myself. As for you two. After a brief pause, he looked at Wei and said, you go around the neighborhood and see if you can find any clues. Wei stood at attention and said, yes, sir. Captain Yuen smiled broadly and waved his hand. No need to be so formal, we're a small place with few rules. He had intended to add a few more words of caution, reminding Wei to be careful in handling matters, to mind his relationships with ordinary people and officers, and to report any important issues immediately. But seeing Wei standing so straight and serious, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, Wei came from the training camp. In many aspects, his performance seemed even more professional than his own, although his taste in colors was a bit strange. Meanwhile, Purify listened from the side, watching the newly assigned Wei with a face full of expectation. Slightly excited, she asked, what about me? You? Captain Yuen paused for a moment, glancing at his watch. Isn't it almost time for your street patrol? Purify stared blankly at Captain Yuen, then at the calm-faced Wei, unable to express the frustration welling up inside her. You really know. Hearing Purify's words, Wei's eyes lit up. This little intern had fainted upon their first meeting, recognizing him despite his changed appearance, something even the cunning Captain Wang hadn't managed. Combined with others' comments about her, Wei felt a flicker of hope. He hadn't dared expect much, but her answer surprised him. When I first joined the team, the captain wanted to train me as his secretary. Yefei defended herself weakly under Wei's surprised gaze. He gave me all the files and case records to organize. I read through them while sorting. It was like horror stories, so thrilling. But after the archives caught fire twice and had power outages, he stopped letting me touch them. Wei's interest peaked. So you read a lot of files? Quite a few, Yefei said. But I didn't memorize much. Wei pressed. How much? Hard to say. I only schemed most once, she frowned. I'm slow. Maybe 70-80%. Wei couldn't tell if she was being humble or naive. After a pause, he said, that's enough. He looked at her appreciatively, his gaze softening. Yefei, flustered, whispered, I didn't fully grasp your analysis earlier, but I know some former 12 Gods Church clergy. After the cult was disbanded, many joined groups like the 3A Society, Skull Biker Gang, Black Spades Fate Club, and Red Rose Dating Club. Oh, and there's Yuen Guis at the Southern Slaughterhouse. He's an underground info broker. Uncle Gun mentioned him once. He knows everything about supernatural events here and even movements of nomadic tribes and demon clans outside the walls. Sometimes even he buys intel from Yuen Guis. Wei exhaled. After a long silence, he smiled. Xiaoya. Yefei blinked. Huh. Wei said earnestly, you're truly impressive. Her face reddened. No one's ever praised me like this before. On the way, Yefei dredged up memories about Yuen Guis. Name, Yuan Cheng. Age, 45. Background, a former black priest of the 12 Gods Church, influential locally. After the cult's dissolution, most clergy left. Some joined the foundation as superhumans, others formed rogue sects in the wilderness. A few stayed, worshipping faceless idols. Yuen chose to reintegrate into society. Now, the once ascetic priest of the god of death had reinvented himself as a slaughterhouse owner, trading in flesh, a respectable career change. His side gig as an info broker leveraged old connections, keeping him useful to society. Wei felt a surge of anticipation. The captain had told him to gather info. Consulting a professional surely counted. Arriving at the slaughterhouse, the scale stunned them. The bustling compound bore no hint of its owner's past. Concrete pens held fattened livestock. Workers, burly youths with crude tattoos of tigers, the character love, or I heart suit Qian chopped poultry heads and herded pigs to electrocution chambers. Hooks carried carcasses into whirring saws. Hello, we're here to see Boss Yuen. Is he in? Wei called out cheerfully. Every worker froze. Cold, hostile eyes locked onto them. A man slit a chicken's throat slowly, staring. Who wants him? A voice rasped from the shadowed back wall. A figure lounged at a desk, legs propped up, one fitted with a metal brace. A cigarette glowed in the dark. You're Boss Yuen, right? Wei stepped forward. Captain Wang sent me. We need info. Stop. The man snorted. Get lost. Tell Wang if he wants business, send Old Gun. I don't deal with brats. Wei paused, feigning awkwardness. The slaughterhouse fell silent. Workers rose, bloodied knives in hand. Yefei tensed, reaching for her gun. Easy, Wei stopped her. Manners first. He turned back, grinning. Uncle Yuen, rules are rules. Uncle Gun swamped, so the captain sent me a rookie to learn who not to cross in this city. He patted his bulging pocket. Let's talk inside. The cigarette dimmed. A pair of eyes gleamed in the dark. Blood hung thick in the air. Come in. The pressure lifted. Workers resumed slaughtering. Wei smiled. Wait here, he told Yefei, then followed Yuen into a metal-lined room. Yuen limped ahead, cane clinking. Even Old Gun feared stepping in here. Did he? Wei drew his pistol and smashed it into Yuen's skull. The man crumpled. In one motion, Wei pinned Yuen's head to the tiled wall, gun pressed to his nape. Uncle Yuen, he said politely, I've got questions. Underscore. Yuen Guis's body was strong enough that after 2 or 3 seconds of dizziness, he suddenly came to his senses. He couldn't even believe this had happened. His whole face was pressed against the wall, his body firmly locked, unable to move or exert any strength. Shame and anger made the veins on his neck bulge as he gritted his teeth and shouted, You bastard, are you looking to die? Why is that always the first thing you people say? Wei laughed, his gun still pointed at Yuen Guis's head. He yanked Yuen's right arm, spinning him away from the wall and throwing him heavily onto the sofa. Then he put the gun to Yuen's forehead, smiling. I don't like wasting words. Just answer what I ask, okay? I called you uncle out of respect, but aren't you just a small-time information peddler? How could Wang send such a reckless rookie? Yuen Guis clenched his teeth. Whether from the impact or anger, his dark red eyes seemed about to bleed. He stared hard at Wei and said, You're vicious enough, and bold too, but do you really think you can threaten and manipulate me like this? Heh, you've got a gun to my head, but do you know that if I just shout once, you and that little girl will both? Wei frowned, suddenly lowering the gun to point at Yuen's good leg. He pulled the trigger. Bang. Blood exploded, bone fragments and fresh blood splattered in all directions, and Yuen Guis let out a muffled groan. Wei Wei had covered his mouth in time. Stop the nonsense, Wei Wei ordered, staring directly at Yuen Guis's contorted facial muscles and bloodshot eyes from intense pain. He kept staring until Yuen had somewhat adjusted to the sudden agony and stopped crying out uncontrollably, then slowly squatted down to pick up the still smoking shell casing beside him. The casing almost instantly burned his fingers red, but he seemed to feel nothing. He lightly waved it in front of Yuen Guis's face and said, "Recognize this type of bullet. Demon Hunter Series Special High Energy Bullet Type 1. The bullet head contains a coagulant that can effectively suppress the abilities of demon-infected bodies. Codename Green Demon. We call it the Green Bean Fly, but as the cheapest bullet, its effect is actually mediocre. What I value more is its other function, license to kill. When this type of bullet appears at a crime scene, even the guard office won't investigate, they'll just transfer it to our foundation. So, I played along with this act not because I'm afraid of those people outside, but because I'm kind-hearted and don't want to kill them all over such a small matter. Of course, if you don't cooperate, killing them all isn't out of the question. But before I start the massacre," he moved the gun down to point at Yuen Guis's crotch and said, "I want to ask you about some clues. In the apartment building on Stinkwater Street in the west of the city, a death demon infectee has appeared, a beginner, probably not infected for long. Have you heard about it?" Yuen Guis's almost chaotic mind once again produced an inexplicable terror, suddenly becoming clear. He felt the still hot gun barrel pointing at his vital area. And now, his leg previously fine was radiating pain that almost made him dizzy, driving him nearly mad. He even feared that this leg might end up like his other one. This intense fear and anger were forced into clarity by an even stronger terror when he realized where the second shot was aimed. He couldn't imagine how such a madman had suddenly appeared under Wang's command. But looking at the smile on Wei Wei's face, he found that when he spoke, he seemed very sincere. It was an intuition, a sense from walking in the demon world. It made him sense a certain quality in Wei Wei. In this world, there are all kinds of people and unexpected confrontations. But often, whoever is crazier wins. Now Yuen Guis was suddenly gripped by the cold, crazy aura emanating from the other person. He still couldn't be sure if this guy was serious about killing everyone or if he really had such strong backing or was just bluffing. Yet from Wei Wei's bright smile and absolutely calm eyes, one thing was certain, he absolutely wouldn't care about killing or even shooting him in the crotch. That matter, Yuen Guis took a few deep breaths, suddenly about to speak. Wait. But Wei Wei suddenly interrupted him with a smile, then pressed his thumb on a vein at the back of Yuen's neck. His smile became even gentler as he said, "Go ahead." The words Yuen Guis was about to say suddenly got stuck in his throat. Having been in this circle for so long, Yuen wasn't the strongest or the most mysterious, but his knowledge had always been extensive. Wei Wei had only made this simple gesture without saying anything, but it reminded Yuen of a secret lie detection technique, a questioning trick that only certain professionals learn. This silently dissolved the lie he had been about to tell. Taking a heavy breath, Yuen said in a low voice, "I've never heard of the person you mentioned. As far as I know, the only recent thing related, or possibly related, to the death god is one incident." Wei Wei smiled and said, "Tell me about it." Yuen Guis frowned and said, "If you're really one of Wang's men, how could you not know about this?" Wei Wei's expression was gentle and patient, but his finger disobediently moved to the trigger. Yuen glanced at that finger on the trigger. Watching it seemingly contract, whether intentionally or not, his breathing became noticeably heavier. Yet he struggled to control his emotions and said calmly, "I'll tell you. Someone stole a corpse. The stolen body was the recently deceased daughter of an official from the finance department of the administrative office. She was at the best age just graduated from university and was said to be engaged. But on her way back from trying on wedding dresses, she died in an accident. The family was heartbroken and, to fulfill her dying wish, made an exception to bury her in the wedding dress she had chosen." Yuen took a few breaths and continued. "However, no one expected that shortly after the burial, the body would be stolen. The grave goods and jewelry in the tomb were untouched, only the body was taken. This incident was reported by several media outlets and attracted a lot of attention, including yours, because there aren't many organizations or cults that need fresh corpses. And only this one was stolen. Some suspect it's related to certain activities of the death cult. In normal times, just one corpse might not have caught your attention, but because of the deceased's special identity, I think your people have already started investigating this matter, right? A stolen corpse." Wei Wei frowned, thinking of what Sister Lucky was currently busy with. During the previous meal, he had heard she was tied up with a case needing investigation, but it wasn't certain if it was actually related to demonic powers. Even in idle Scrap Iron City, there weren't enough hands, which was why he and Yefi Fei were called in. Could it be this case? But one was an official's daughter, the other a mine worker. One corpse, one stolen infant, these two didn't seem to have much connection. Seeing Wei Wei's thoughtful gaze, Yuen Guis immediately said, "That's all I know. I don't know if there's any connection between the two. I can only tell you that I haven't preached for a long time, I don't have contact with former cult members, and I don't pray in secret. I haven't even heard God's whispers in my dreams for ages. I just want to live as an ordinary person. Is that so?" After hearing Yuen Guis's words, Wei Wei's face showed an understanding smile. Then he shoved the still warm gun barrel directly into Yuen's wound, saying gently, "Think a bit harder, won't you, Uncle Yuen?" Yuen's voice trembled. Wei Wei's tone was very gentle, almost affectionate, but to Yuen's ears it was more terrifying than a demon's whispers. He was already sweating profusely from the pain, gritting his teeth to keep his voice steady. Yet the feeling of the recently fired gun barrel stirring in his wound made his body shake involuntarily. "I really don't know any more clues. Think harder." "All right. Actually, you shouldn't be looking for me. I've already left the church, but in this world, many worship supernatural powers. I've heard that a new batch of death worshippers has emerged in Scrap Iron City. I heard their name is something like the Black Goat family. But I've never seen them, they rarely deal with us old-timers, and no one has seen their true faces. So, I'm not sure if they're real believers or just a bunch of reckless youngsters who don't know their limits." Wei Wei noted down this name, smiling as he looked at Yuen Guis, and said, "Is that all?" "That's really all. Think harder," Wei Wei said while twisting the gun barrel a couple of times. Yuen Guis let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his neck as he gritted his teeth slightly. "I really haven't had any dealings with them, but I know that not long ago, through several layers of intermediaries, they bought a jar of formalin from the black market and sent it to a farm in the east of the city. I can tell you the name of this farm. Think harder. There really isn't anything else, even if you torture me more, there's nothing else. Underscore 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 underscore. What are you saying, Uncle Yuen? What do you mean by torture?" Certain that Yuen Guis had emptied every bit of information from his mouth this time, Wei Wei's smile relaxed noticeably, though it remained edged with a cool, professional detachment. Still, he showed no intention of letting go. After a brief, heavy pause that seemed to stretch time itself, he continued smiling and said, "But I have one more question. 3 years ago, there was a family in Scrap Iron City that worshipped the life demon. They kidnapped many children from the southern suburbs as sacrifices to please the demon, and the case caused quite a stir. How much do you know about this case? The family massacre in District 15. Yuen Guis's expression froze for a long moment, his eyes flickering with a mixture of pain and resignation. Finally, he replied blankly, "I really don't know about that. I wasn't in this business back then." "All right then." Wei Wei could tell immediately that Yuen was telling the truth. He smiled in a way that mixed condescension with understanding, withdrew his gun slowly, and then pulled over a heavy, worn blanket from a nearby sofa. Methodically, he first wiped the blood stains from his gun barrel with deliberate care, then wiped the cold sweat from Yuen Guis's forehead using a crumpled handkerchief. Each movement was precise and measured, as if every detail mattered. Smiling as if the earlier questioning and shooting were nothing more than a casual chat over tea, he said, "I'll follow up on this lead. If I have further questions, I'll come back to consult you, Uncle Yuen." His tone was both reassuring and unyielding. Yuen Guis clenched his teeth and remained silent, his expression darkening with internal torment. After confirming the address with a curt nod, Wei Wei stood up with a composed smile, carefully pocketed the bullet casing, and then took out his wallet. "I understand the rules," he said, picking out a colorful 10 yuan bill and stuffing it into Yuen's hand with a gesture that was almost mocking yet respectful. "Payment." Yuen Guis looked at the nearly insulting banknote, his chest heaving with a mix of humiliation and sorrow. Seeing that Wei Wei had turned to leave, Yuen suddenly spoke in a strained voice. "Wait. How are you sure we have relevant information here?" There was a pause, then a brief silence punctuated by the sound of his labored breathing. Wei Wei turned his head, his gaze softening as he smiled curiously. "I'm not sure." His expression then turned sincere as he looked at Yuen's wound now that the bleeding had finally stopped, and added, "I just don't care about killing you, that's all." His words were as cold as they were honest. At that moment, hot blood surged anew through Yuen Guis's veins. He watched, horrified and resigned, as Wei Wei strode purposefully toward the metal door, completely turning his back on him. The humiliation of being toyed with, the sting of being looked down upon, and the paralyzing fear of being targeted by a demon all surged in Yuen's heart at once, mingling with his aching pride. He stretched out his trembling arm to grab his worn metal cane, his hand shaking uncontrollably, then glared at Wei Wei's receding back. His facial muscles twisted and writhed as if in silent agony, like earthworms moving beneath damp soil. In the workshop beyond, the workers who had been busy moments before now abruptly stood up. They clutched various knives and rusty hooks, some even held chickens with their heads already chopped off, still struggling, their eyes vacant yet alert as they stared blankly and indifferently at Wei Wei emerging from the metal door. A few had bloodshot eyes, and several had already picked up saws with menacing gears that clattered ominously in the tense silence. Behind them, Ye Fei's face was equally pale, the anxiety on her features was unmistakable. At the same time, she had a fierce man pinned under her foot, twisting his arm forcefully while her own gun was held up cautiously as she scanned the surroundings. Yuen Guis's cramped office boasted excellent soundproofing, yet Wei Wei's gunshot, unconcealed and echoing, was still loud enough for everyone to hear, rattling the nerves of those present. Wei Wei walked out as if no one were present, smiling and nodding curtly to the workers, his demeanor cool and implacable. As he neared a figure blocking his path, the atmosphere in the workshop seemed to solidify into an oppressive, tangible force. Ye Fei grew so nervous that her face turned an ashen white, and the knuckles on her gun-strapped hand stiffened noticeably. Then, from behind the metal door came Yuen Guis's weak, powerless voice. Let them go. The workers exchanged long, wordless glances and silently made way. Wei Wei brushed past, then turned back with a wry smile and said, Goodbye, Uncle Yuen. His tone was calm, as if bidding farewell to an old acquaintance rather than a broken man. That was terrifying. It wasn't until they got into Wei Wei's jeep and drove far away from the factory area that Ye Fei finally let out a long, trembling sigh of relief. Those people, they really seem like they would kill. I want to report them to the guard office, they're just too scary. Her voice wavered with both fear and disbelief. What? Wei Wei looked surprised and turned to her. Why would you report them? Ye Fei hesitated, blinking slowly, unable to form a proper response. Her mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Snakes have their paths, rats have theirs. The mess left by the 12 Gods Church is enormous. Aside from those recruited by the Foundation and those who fled to join nomadic cults in the wilderness, the remaining clergy and believers are still numerous. They're scattered throughout this city. As long as they don't cause trouble, it's fine. It's unrealistic to expect them to behave like ordinary people. This chaos is inevitable, Wei Wei explained in a measured tone, his words deliberate and heavy with implication. Actually, I understand Captain Liang's approach. For decades, he and his force have been fighting chaos and demons. To keep Scrap Iron City stable, they must compromise and even cooperate with these groups to some extent, he continued, his voice resonant with authority. You. Ye Fei looked at Wei Wei, struggling to understand, and asked quietly, Did you get the information you needed? Yes, Wei Wei replied firmly. Uncle Yuen was quite forthcoming. He told me everything he knew as soon as I asked. Ah, this. Ye Fei murmured. In that moment, she couldn't help but recall the wooden expressions of the factory workers and Yuen Guis's gloomy, defeated face. Her worldview seemed to teeter on collapse. Had she really misjudged them? Could these hardened men be kind-hearted despite their fierce appearances? Remembering the muffled gunshot that had suddenly echoed from inside, she recalled how she had gotten so nervous that she pinned down a man who tried to grab her, almost breaking his arm. Overwhelmed with guilt, she wondered if she should go back and apologize. Then, she saw Wei Wei turn the car around and drive east. Curiously, she asked, Where are we going? The farm area in the east of the city, he replied in a calm tone. Wei Wei smiled and answered, Uncle Yuen just gave us a crucial clue. As he spoke, he recounted every detail Yuen Guis had mentioned about the Black Goat family and the corpse theft case, his tone methodical and precise. I know about the corpse theft case, he said. Ye Fei hurriedly added, I saw it in the newspaper. Everyone said that the girl was pitiful, dying at the best age and then unable to rest in peace. Her parents were heartbroken, even willing to pay a high price to ransom her body. But I didn't know we were also involved in investigating this matter. However, is this related to the person we're looking for? I don't know either. Wei Wei shook his head slowly. Our work is different. The distorted desires and thoughts of demon-infected people are beyond ordinary understanding. All we can do is follow every clue and investigate thoroughly. Moreover, Scrap Iron City isn't very big, so the connections between various circles must run deep. If that mine worker is also linked to the death demon, then tracking down this group of worshippers might give us new clues. All right then. Encouraged by Wei Wei's steady words, Ye Fei quickly fastened her seatbelt. She sat in the passenger seat, nervous yet determined, as a mixture of anxiety and resolve played across her features. Wei Wei smiled and glanced at her briefly. While starting the car, he handed her the phone she had tossed carelessly onto the dashboard and said, You tell the captain and the others. But just give them the address, then turn off the phone after you're done. Why? She asked, her tone a blend of confusion and cautious curiosity. Ye Fei seemed to understand every word yet still felt perplexed. Individual heroism isn't ideal, Wei Wei explained with a gentle smile. We just got a crucial clue. Of course we need to inform the captain and the others. Then why turn off the phone? If we don't, what if they don't let us go? Still unsure, Ye Fei once again displayed the determination Wei Wei admired. She immediately sent the message, then turned off the phone with a decisive click. Let's go. Wei Wei smiled with satisfaction, turned off his own phone as well, stepped on the gas pedal, and drove toward the west. Scrap Iron City was small, the roads were old, and traffic was sparse. Wei Wei's driving style was all about squeezing through gaps and overtaking cars. Although he hadn't reached the reckless level of running every red light, his speed was never slow. In less than 20 minutes, they reached the edge of the eastern part of the city. Ahead lay a vast area of farms and huge windmills on the plain, like a row of giants wielding broadswords in the sunlight. Wei Wei slowed the car and carefully scanned the large farms until he identified the target, a medium-sized integrated farm with a rusty iron sign on its gate reading Sunshine Farm. It was noon, but the sky was already overcast and gloomy, and a cold wind rolled in from afar, carrying shrill, almost mournful howls. Inside the farm, expansive fields of deep green seedlings stretched out in neat patches, exuding a restrained yet persistent vitality. Further in, rows of greenhouses covered with faded plastic sheets appeared, their surfaces dusted with a thin layer of white mist. In the center, an open area contained several tethered dairy cows, while a few stray dogs scavenged near the greenhouses. Wei Wei rolled down the car window and took a deep, steadying breath as his gaze swept over the farm. Then he turned back with a face full of easy smiles and extended his palm toward Ye Fei, saying, Come on, give me a high five. Huh. Yefei blankly raised her hand. What's up? Wei Wei gave her a high five with a confident grin. You must usually have great luck letting me share in your good fortune. Look, in such a short time, we've already found the place. Huh. Yefei was visibly surprised, her mouth agape. Me? Good luck. She felt an uncertain delight, a fragile hope stirring inside her. Just as she was about to lean forward to get a better look, Wei Wei gently pulled her back. Don't startle the snake in the grass, he cautioned softly. Who knows how many near successes have failed because of carelessness at the last moment. Yefei immediately looked nervous and murmured. Right, so what should we do now? Wei Wei's steady gaze swept out the car window, and after a moment's thought, he pulled out his gun and, in a low, measured voice, said, underscore 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 underscore. Wei Wei bent over, approaching the farm quickly with a professional, sneaky manner. Yefei also bent over, imitating his professional stealth as she followed right behind him. The two reached the farm's edge, marked by a red lime brick wall about a meter high. Yefei quickly scanned the surroundings, then crouched down and said to Wei Wei, it seems there's no one inside, and no surveillance cameras. Even the dogs inside aren't very alert. Yes, this bad guy is clearly not very professional. Wei Wei nodded in agreement. However, we still need to be careful. Yefei strongly agreed. Right, we absolutely can't be reckless. Before she finished speaking, she saw Wei Wei place his hand on the top of the wall and nimbly flip over into the farm. Stunned for a moment, Yefei hurriedly followed his footsteps. The two moved with slightly hunched postures, swiftly and nimbly through a wheat field that barely covered their ankles. Their footsteps produced faint rustling sounds as they trod on the wheat, and in the furrows beside them, dead crows lay scattered, some already half decayed, their dull eyes silently watching their progress. This was Yefei's first time encountering such a major case. Nervous sweat beaded on the tip of her nose, and her heart pounded fiercely. But seeing Wei Wei's calm, agile figure ahead, she gradually gathered her courage. Stay steady, Yefei, she urged herself internally. You've received guidance from professional teachers, while little Wei brother is just a volunteer recently released from prison. In terms of field experience, he's a month and a half behind you. You absolutely can't lose face. Within moments, the duo reached the nearest greenhouse and crouched down. In the distance, several dogs, tearing at some sort of meat chunk, became sluggishly alert, turning their heads to stare fiercely. Drool splattered as they showed menacing eyes and growled. Wei Wei narrowed his eyes, drew his gun from his lower back, and pointed it at the vicious dogs ahead. In a low voice, he commanded, don't bark. Get lost. As he spoke, a faint red light flashed in his eyes. Whimper. The vicious dogs suddenly sucked in their drool, tucked their tails tightly, and abandoned the meat on the ground, fleeing into the distance. One particularly cowardly dog kept looking back, as if checking whether Wei Wei was chasing after them. That works too. Yefei stared wide-eyed, amazed. Wei Wei casually holstered his gun and asked in surprise, aren't you afraid of guns? Yefei answered blankly, of course I'm afraid. Wei Wei smiled and replied, then what's so strange? If you're afraid, how could they not be afraid? For a moment, Yefei was stunned. His logic strangely made sense. Before Yefei could react further, Wei Wei suddenly stood up and moved deeper inside. She hurriedly followed, and soon they reached the next greenhouse. Wei Wei reached out to break through the plastic film, covered with a layer of white mist, and looked inside. He saw only rows of tomato plants with bright red fruit. He reached in and plucked 2 tomatoes, putting one in his mouth and casually handing the other to Yefei, then continued moving forward. They slowly passed through several greenhouses and reached the center of the farm, where a lonely cement house stood. Around the house were piles of sacks with sticky liquid seeping out from inside, and the stench of decay grew stronger, while the contents of the sacks remained unclear. They lightened their footsteps and quietly circled to the back of the house, gently peeking inside. The room layout was chaotic, with crooked, misaligned furniture pushed against the walls. Withered plants, disemboweled black goats, and various bottles and jars containing unknown substances were scattered about. The floor was covered in strange, twisted symbols drawn with an unidentified black liquid, as if ghosts were dancing in distortion. All the symbols encircled the sofa in the middle, forming a huge circle that nearly covered the entire space of the cement house. The circles intertwined to form a 6-pointed star symbol. In the center, on the shabby sofa, there appeared to be a figure with graying hair, sitting facing the door. These should be mystical symbols of the death system. What are they preparing to summon here? Wei Wei frowned, roughly judging the purpose of the mysterious symbols. In the 12-demon system, each faction has its own mystical symbols. Due to differences in religious sects or doctrines, these symbols branch out in various forms. He couldn't possibly recognize them all, only make a general judgment. However, seeing the symbols covering the room confirmed he hadn't come to the wrong place. The death aura here was so thick it was almost suffocating, and every symbol testified to the traces of demon worship. Good boy, give brother a smile. Hee. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded from inside the room, startling Yefei outside. She had only seen someone sitting on the sofa, but the voice came from the opposite side. The person should have been sitting on the floor, hidden just by the sofa. His deliberately softened, slowed voice was particularly strange in the quiet. Come, I've warmed some goat's milk for you. I've already tested it, it's fragrant and sweet. Come, take a big drink. Good boy. Then his voice carried a doting tone. Baby is so good, hurry and eat your fill. After you're full. The doting in his voice grew even heavier as he softened his tone further. Brother will send you on your way. Outside the window, Yefifei felt her heart being squeezed, her hair standing on end. But don't worry, brother has practiced many times, I guarantee it won't be very painful. The man's voice continued intimately. Brother will send you to God's side, and when you get there, you have to be good, okay? Tell brother, okay. After his gentle inquiry, he mimicked a baby's speech. Okay, I understand. Wish brother and sister happiness forever. Mwah. Baby is really so good, brother really likes you. Hope that in the future, brother and sister can have a cute little baby like you. Outside the window, Yefifei was already getting goosebumps, her face growing pale as she looked over at Wei Wei. Hearing this, she was certain that she and Wei Wei hadn't come to the wrong place. That mine worker was truly here. And that infant was in his arms. Now, he was preparing to sacrifice this infant, yet showing such intimacy before the sacrifice. It was like a fly flying into one's mouth, evoking a nauseating feeling that made one want to vomit. She suddenly turned her head, looking at Wei Wei with an anxious inquiry. She was just an intern, and after reading so many files, she deeply understood how terrifying some things could be. So when doing anything, although she felt anxious, she also tried to control herself to avoid causing disaster through rashness. Now she was eager to save that child, yet she didn't dare rush in recklessly. It wasn't fear of the danger inside but fear that her impulsiveness might backfire. She wasn't the type who could later excuse herself with "I meant well" after a mistake. At that moment, Wei Wei's pupils contracted slightly as he thought rapidly. The clues he had gathered from Yuen Guis were still unclear, and he had come here with merely the idea of trying. But unexpectedly, upon arrival, they had encountered that death-worshipping mine worker. The connections were still murky, but time allowed little detailed consideration. So he slightly pursed his lips and nodded to Yefifei, indicating that she could act boldly. Yefifei was immediately both surprised and delighted, suddenly growing excited as she stood up and gripped her gun. Don't move, police, she shouted. In Wei Wei's eyes, the confident intern Yefifei had displayed excellent professional quality. As she shouted while holding her gun, she swung her elbow to smash the window. After breaking the not very sturdy glass, she leapt through it. While shouting, she pointed her gun at the man on the sofa. Her movements were sharp, her steps precise. Supernatural law enforcement officers bear heavy responsibilities but are little known among ordinary people. When faced with special events that require immediate intimidation and stabilization, they default to calling themselves police rather than revealing their true identity. Her smooth execution confirmed she had received professional training. However, after rushing into the room and pointing at the man on the sofa, Yefifei suddenly changed her expression. Her scalp tingled as she took 2 steps back. When she had jumped through the window, she had seen a young man kneeling in front of the sofa still in dirty work clothes, holding a thin infant in his arms, with a milk bottle in his right hand. But when she was outside the window, she noticed that there was also someone on the sofa. So as she entered, she moved aside to create distance, pointing her gun at the mine worker while quickly scanning the sofa area for risks. This glance made her hair stand on end. What was on the sofa was completely different from what she expected. It wasn't a person. It was a corpse. The face was iron gray, with heavy makeup that only the dead wore, its stiff features sporting a cold smile. The corpse was dressed in a white wedding dress, still pristine and unstained by soil. Even though it was shrouded in the aura of death, one could imagine how bright-eyed and beautiful she must have been when alive. Now, all that remained was an endless eeriness. That stolen female corpse was here too? Underscore 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 underscore. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Underscore 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 underscore. Crash. When Yefifei flipped through the window, the mine worker snapped to attention. He clearly hadn't expected the police to arrive so quickly, nor could he fathom why the god in his mind hadn't warned him as before. But he reacted swiftly, hurling the milk bottle aside and grabbing a silver spike beside him, pressing it against the infant's chest. How did you get here so fast? Don't shoot, or I'll stab him right now. Don't move. Stay calm. Yefifei was startled but quickly pivoted, aiming her gun at the worker. Drop the spike. Don't hurt the child. You don't move. The young mine worker snarled, his voice icy. The spike in his hand dug into the infant's chest, dimpling the fabric. He crouched against the wall, minimizing his profile, and raised the baby to shield half his face, a desperate bid to block a potential headshot. I was about to be with her. His voice twisted with rage and resentment. Why did you have to come now? Stay calm. Don't act rashly. Seeing the worker's agitation, Yefifei steadied her breath. Trained to de-escalate, she lowered her gun, hooking it on her thumb, and spoke softly, it's not too late. Hand over the baby. Come with us before this becomes irreversible. It's already too late. The worker's eyes, peering over the swaddled infant, burned with fury and despair. He glanced at the wedding-dressed corpse on the sofa behind Yefifei, panting hoarsely, she's dead. I wanted to kill myself, but the god heard my prayers. He gave me a trial, a chance to be with her. I prepared everything to bring her back from death, to leave this place with her. But you, why did you come so soon? His grip tightened on the spike, veins bulging on his hand. Wait. Ye Fei shouted, fighting to keep her voice even. She glanced at the corpse's ashen face and asked, What was your relationship with her? She recalled the news about the bride's funeral. The reports mentioned her fiancé. So why this stranger's obsession? No. The question seemed to strike a nerve. The worker lifted his head, almost proudly. She didn't know me. What? Ye Fei froze, unprepared for this answer. How could I know her? The worker's expression softened, a perverse pride swelling. She was beautiful, noble. When she was alive, I never spoke to her. I didn't dare get close, afraid she'd smell my sweat, afraid she'd look at me with disgust. I knew. She belonged to higher people, the wealthy. But now she's dead. Those rich bastards dumped her in a grave with just a dress and flowers. So now, isn't it my turn? If I wasn't worthy of her alive, am I not worthy of her in death? Only I will treat her right now. His words shattered Ye Fei's understanding. She'd never imagined the stolen corpse here, nor that this man's madness stemmed from an obsession with the tragic bride. His logic, too afraid to approach her in life, yet claiming her in death, left her questioning where such deranged devotion came from. The worker didn't care if Ye Fei understood. His pride swelled as he spoke, fueling his resolve. He inhaled sharply, pressing the spike closer. She'll thank me. The god promised in my dreams if I obey, he'll bring her back. Then we'll be together, forever. Now, it's time. Stop. Ye Fei's mind reeled. This defied all training. She tightened her grip on the gun but hesitated. No clean shot with the baby as a shield. A body hit might still harm the infant. How touching. A muffled voice echoed, startling both. It seemed to resonate through the walls, directionless. The worker flinched, eyes darting. You felt unworthy alive, yet claim her corpse. Outside, Wei pressed his gun to the cement wall, adjusting his aim. Your love is moving, but you forgot one thing, brother. His voice pierced the room, deliberate and cold. The worker's attention flickered. Bang! A bullet tore through the wall, its force dampened but still punching into the worker's skull. He stiffened, eyes flooding red. Ye Fei lunged, catching the slipping infant and rolling clear. Unrequited obsession isn't love, brother. Wei strode in, gun loose in his hand, addressing the dead man's glazed eyes. Xiao Wei. Ye Fei cradled the baby, relief and gratitude in her gaze. Support his head. Let him suck something, he'll stop crying. Wei glanced at her, then surveyed the room. Stay alert. It's not over. Not over. Ye Fei blinked, the baby quieting on her finger. The worker was dead. What else? Giggle. A shrill, icy laugh cut through the silence. Ye Fei turned. The corpse on the sofa, pale, rigid, now wore a widening grin. Xiao Wei. She trembled, seeking reassurance. But Wei was smiling too, wider, darker. Underscore. For a moment, Ye Fei's mind went completely blank. The corpse had clearly been dead for a long time. Its wedding dress bore large patches soaked with cadaveric fluid, and its pale, rigid face showed abnormal swelling from decay. But now, it had somehow opened its eyes. Those dull, hollow eyes were fixed on Wei and Ye Fei, and its mouth emitted a hoarse, disjointed sound. Human desire is a twisted seed. You never know what kind of flower it will bloom into. As it spoke, the corpse began to prop itself up. However, its limbs moved in a jerky, uncoordinated manner. It tried to rise to the left but used its right arm to support itself on the cold, cracked floor. When it pushed upward, it seemed to use too much force, causing the upper half of its body to twist unnaturally. Its legs strained against the ground, pushing upward, yet its face remained fixed on the ceiling. Then its neck slowly twisted 180 degrees until it finally faced forward. Facing Wei and Ye Fei directly, it smiled a ghastly, broken smile and opened its mouth. But if you patiently search and listen, you can always find the one that surprises you the most. The dead person. Only then did Ye Fei react, her scalp tingling as she staggered backward. The dead person is talking. She whispered in shock. SHH. Wei quickly reached out and supported her trembling form. A faint smile played on his lips, a hint of undisguised excitement mingled with professional detachment, but he spoke very softly, as if afraid to startle the entity. This isn't a resurrection of the dead. It's a walking corpse. Some unknown spiritual entity has been summoned and entered her body. His voice was so soft that it seemed he feared Ye Fei might panic and inadvertently scare the entity away. Unknown spiritual entity. Ye Fei's voice trembled with fear and disbelief. What kind of luck had brought her an unknown, summoned spiritual entity on her first real case? She had seen countless files in Captain Wang's office and was no novice. She roughly knew the taboos and dire consequences of such behavior. Unknown and chaotic summonings were notorious for calling forth terrible, inexplicable beings. In the files of the Scrap Iron City Security Office, the recorded consequences of these mysterious summonings grew increasingly bloody with not a single good outcome. Some people tried to summon the spirits of their deceased relatives, but instead ended up calling forth unknown ghosts. Others attempted to summon a specific ghost to fulfill their wishes, but instead unleashed an evil entity that harvested all life. She really shouldn't have gone out on days like these. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Wei noticed her fear and slightly retracted his smile. Gently, he placed his hand on her shoulder and leaned close to her ear. You just focus on protecting the child. Strangely, Ye Fei calmed down considerably and looked up at Wei Wei's profile. Now, with his irrepressible smile controlled and his gaze steady, he turned his attention to the corpse in the wedding dress. His voice was gentle, yet probing. So, was all this just your inducement? A mine worker shouldn't have access to this forbidden knowledge of the death system, nor the ability to foresee and escape police pursuit. It would be difficult enough to dig up this corpse, so you must have taught him all this, right? Including the so-called divine instructions he heard, and the promise that sacrificing a life would help him resurrect the goddess in his life. It was all your influence, wasn't it? Honestly, this would only fool amateurs. I've seen many people awakened from death, but I've never seen a person truly return from death. The sacrificial ritual here wasn't set up by him either, was it? I've seen the animal specimens he made. The work was too crude, too haphazard. He couldn't have arranged such intricate symbols by himself. So, his responsibility was merely to bring the infant here and kill it at the right time. Of course, we rescued the infant, but he was killed by me. Since he died within the range of this sacrificial symbol, does it count as a sacrifice? Unfortunately, whether being used or ultimately becoming a sacrifice, he never truly understood his position. What's wrong with that? The bride's corpse emitted a mocking voice. It was still constantly adjusting its body, or rather, adapting to it. As it twisted back and forth, it contorted into various strange shapes, like a nightmare acrobat performing in a macabre circus. There are always some people in this world who go unnoticed. You see them and label them with a certain type, but you never know that they too harbor desires surging inside them, desires so intense they become twisted, like a furnace of desire. This worker was too ordinary, so ordinary that in anyone's eyes, he could only exist as a background character. But who truly knows about the desires surging inside him, desires so intense they become twisted? It wasn't me inducing him, but him desperately begging me to descend before him. I was actually helping him. At least, I let him dream of doing something he never dared to do in his life before he died. He. The corpse suddenly laughed shrilly, a sound that echoed like broken glass. Of course, it also helped me find my way back. Congratulations. Wei Wei smiled and cupped his hands, then tilted his head slightly. But I'm curious, what exactly are you? Some evil spirit wandering in nightmares? Or perhaps a high-level believer who, though dead, is reluctant to leave this world? Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the bride's corpse emitted a series of crisp, bone-breaking sounds. It finally adjusted into a posture that made it appear comfortable. Its limp head suddenly lifted up. Its neck twisted twice, rising like a cobra so that its face came directly toward Wei Wei. The pupils in its dull, dry eyes suddenly dilated to fill the entire eye socket. Why don't you come closer and see for yourself? Whoosh. The moment its pupils dilated, the entire room was suddenly filled with a cold, twisted power. Ye Fei had just reached the door when two doors suddenly slammed shut. Simultaneously, the surrounding windows and even some unstable bottles were either slammed shut or swept to the ground by an invisible force. He. But the twisted corpse moved with surprising speed. Its two arms twisted to support it on the ground while its legs bent backwards from the front. Its abdomen faced upward, and its bent legs touched the ground as it moved incredibly fast. A continuous series of cracking sounds echoed as its body left a string of shadows nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly rushing to Ye Fei's side. Ye Fei trembled with fear but tightly closed her eyes, suddenly turning her body to protect the infant. She could do nothing else. Faced with that twisted monster charging toward her at an unimaginable speed, Ye Fei felt that even if she weren't holding an infant, even if she had a loaded gun raised in advance, she wouldn't have time to act. Facing such a monster, even the most basic instincts would vanish instantly. Thus, she could only firmly remember Wei Wei's words and focus entirely on protecting the infant in her arms. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. A bullet flew from an oblique angle, accurately hitting the head of the bride's corpse. Demon Hunter Bullet Type 1, Green-Headed Fly. Although the coagulant in the bullet head had little effect on a creature already dead, the bullet's force made its head tilt abruptly, and its neck tore with a dreadful sound under the strain. I haven't finished talking to you yet. Wei Wei walked over holding a black short gun, his expression somewhat displeased. Don't you have any manners? As he spoke, the muzzle of the gun burst with rapid fire. Bang 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 bang. One explosive bullet after another struck the female corpse. Normally, with the force of these bullets, each one could probably tear the corpse in half, blasting off whatever part it hit. But now the bride's corpse was twisted, wrapped in a fine, strange force field that weakened the bullet's power. They only dislocated her joints and left her body crooked. She quickly darted to the wall and climbed onto the ceiling. She moved swiftly along the ceiling, dodging the bullets fired at her, and looked back at Wei Wei with cold, unyielding eyes. Ignorant and arrogant blasphemer, you have no idea what your fate will be. Wei Wei listened attentively to her words, then grabbed another handful of bullets, ready to load them into his gun at any moment. The bride's corpse, now full of hatred, had its iron-gray lips begin to move rapidly. A fine, faint, and utterly incomprehensible murmur like the voice of hell quickly arose. This sound was shrill and strange, unlike any human vocalization, as if it possessed its own life and sought to drill into one's brain. What is this? Ye Fei instinctively recoiled, as if reality had suddenly turned into a familiar nightmare. Demon language. Wei Wei paused, looking at the bullets in his hand with some distress, and reluctantly answered. A language that can communicate with demons. As he spoke, he turned his head to look outside the cement house, already hearing the faint, strange sound of wings flapping. Underscore 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 underscore. Low, dense, twisted, fearful. As the eerie whispers arose, the surrounding air seemed to resonate. It was now impossible to tell whether this sound was coming from the bridal corpse fleeing at an uncanny speed on the ceiling, or if the murmurs themselves were fermenting, rustling, like insects, almost bursting through one's eardrums and drilling into one's brain. As this sound grew louder, the surrounding air began to rapidly rotate and distort, with ornaments falling with a clatter. Then, the walls and roof of the house also began to twist and spin. Rustle, rustle. As this sound grew louder, a strong stench of decay assailed them. One by one, stiff black shadows rose up flapping their wings, circling like flies. They were actually rotting crows, with dark red eyes and a foul odor. They quickly gathered, soon forming what looked like a dark cloud, extending sharp claws and black beaks. They rose from all directions of the farm, swarming in, squeezing into this cramped room like swirling black tornadoes of decay. Whoosh! They gathered in flocks, diving towards Purify and Wei Wei in the center of the room. Their dark red eyes were like sparks of fire. Be careful. Wei Wei, unable to fire his gun in time, quickly turned around, his back facing the crows, shielding Purify beneath his body. Purify in turn used her body to protect the infant. Soon the two were covered by a dense black cloud, with the sound of tearing clothes incessant. When this flock of crows had passed over them, Wei Wei's back was seen to be torn to shreds, with countless sharp cuts on his skin. In severe places, large chunks of flesh were missing, with blood seeping from the wounds. As he stood up, the wounds had already begun to writhe and heal, but the sticky fluid from the corpse's mouth had adhered to the edges of the wounds, slowing down this healing process. Life demon. A voice suddenly sounded nearby. It was the bridal corpse hanging upside down from the ceiling, watching their desperation with enjoyment. She looked at Wei Wei's back, instead showing a contemptuous and mocking expression. No wonder just two people dared to barge in and disrupt my plans. However, don't you know that the power of the life demon is precisely countered by death? As her voice rang out, the crows in the room made another circle before diving down again with an even fiercer posture. These crows seemed endless. Around the cement house, the mountain-like piles of tattered sacks were occasionally torn open by sharp claws. Heaps of rotting matter slid to the ground. Then, from among this rotting matter, hoarse sounds arose as one by one they struggled to flap their wings, open their eyes, and twist their necks. Under the demonic whispers emanating from the room, they all stiffly began to flap their decaying wings. They continuously joined the flock of death crows, making the flock even larger, like a heavy dark cloud. Whoosh! At the same time, taking advantage of the extremely brief gap as this flock of crows passed by, Wei Wei had quickly pulled Purify, pushing her into a corner. Then he flipped over the sofa the corpse had just been sitting on, covering her with it to make a simple protective shield. He himself then turned around, his figure quickly darting out, dodging the main force of the crow flock, then raising his hand to fire. Bang bang bang. As the bullets struck, 4 or 5 rotting crow corpses fell, with bits of flesh twitching slightly on the ground. But compared to the vast number of crows in the flock, this hardly caused any effective damage. The intense and loud gunshots also failed to intimidate these dead things at all. They just made a turn in the air before swooping towards Wei Wei again. Wei Wei retreated while quickly opening the gun chamber, glancing at the few remaining bullets inside. He reminded himself to use them sparingly. He had always had a bad habit of wasting bullets whenever he had plenty on hand. The special bullets made by the Foundation, both in terms of power and the privileges they embodied, always made him reluctant to let go. But the problem was that these bullets were not easy to come by. In the past, when he was in the training camp, he still had opportunities to sneak a few extra whenever possible. But now, the entire Scrap Iron City had a limited monthly allocation of bullets. For someone like him who hadn't yet gotten close to the leaders and Sister Lucky who was in charge of accounting, it was even more out of the question. The most miserable investigators basically had to write a report for every bullet they used. Wei Wei didn't want to end up in such a situation, so before coming to report for duty, he had been intentionally hoarding his stock. But he had already consumed some of his stock at that bar he encountered on the way here. Although he told the instructor he had none left, he actually still kept a few, but these few couldn't be carelessly wasted on these inherently innocent crows. Otherwise, what if he wanted to kill someone in the future but had no bullets left? When a security officer under the Foundation used special bullets to kill someone with contamination factors, even if that person had citizen status, it wouldn't be investigated. The guard office would directly transfer such cases to the relevant department of the Foundation for verification. However, because the relevant departments of the Foundation were too busy, most of the time the investigations were just a formality and basically wouldn't be pursued. But even if a Foundation investigator used ordinary bullets to kill an infected person with citizen status, they would need to undergo a strict investigation. Sometimes, they might even be kicked out of the investigation department and face prosecution because of this. This was a privilege, but to some extent, it was also a restriction. But the current situation seemed to be beyond what bullets could solve. Using the death demon's field to awaken dead things from their slumber, attack the living, and spread the power of death. However, the vast flock of crows that seemed to have been prepared long ago on this farm had caused some impact on Wei Wei. The simplest ability, when compensated by numbers, could also be terrifying, like terribly wasteful. If that's the case, then there's only. Having made the decision, Wei felt relieved. In fact, he had been longing for this moment in his heart. Facing the dense flock of crows in the room, that death spirit that shrouded the entire room like a dark cloud. Instead, an expression of pleasure appeared on his face. A genuine pleasure from the heart, even a bit too much pleasure. Just as a person's smile might make others feel comfortable, when that smile gradually becomes exaggerated, it becomes somewhat chilling. If the power of the life demon can't solve the problem. Wei spoke slowly, gently closing his eyes, then slowly opening them again. Between closing and opening, blood threads had faintly appeared in his eyes. These blood threads suddenly began to writhe and spread. Then from Wei's back, left cheek, those wounds that obviously couldn't heal and even showed signs of decay. Suddenly, fine blood threads extended out. They intertwined and entangled, stitching up each wound on his body. This made Wei's body, in a short time, become like a toy full of stitching marks. At the same time, he inserted the gun back into the holster at his waist, then took down a sickle from the wall nearby. This was an ordinary sickle commonly seen on farms, over a meter long, with a rusty blade, used for cutting wheat and weeds. Those blood threads that had stitched up his wounds were quickly extending from his wounds. Bit by bit, they spread along his wrist, covering this sickle. As the blood threads rapidly spread and entangled, this ordinary sickle also quickly elongated and transformed, forming a ferocious death scythe over 2 meters long, with a sharp blade, entirely blood-colored, with countless blood threads writhing like living things. Then how about this power? Wei suddenly grinned, his eyes blazing with blood color. Then he took a step forward, wielding the blood-colored scythe in his hand, charging towards the dense flock of decaying crows before him. You're not of the life system. At this moment, the twisted bridal corpse saw the blood threads on Wei's body and suddenly exclaimed in horror. You? What on earth are you? But before she could finish shouting, the blood-colored scythe had already swung down towards her. Swish 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 swish. The dense sound of blade cutting formed a continuous line. Who knows how many death crows flying in this narrow room were instantly cut into neat halves. No, not just cut. Where the blood-colored scythe shadow swung, red blood threads came alive, twisting grotesquely, spreading around. They themselves seemed to carry that eerie sound, similar to the demonic whispers, directly cutting the death field in this room in half. The bridal corpse, the moment that Crimson appeared, had already turned to flee. Her iron-gray face was full of fear, her twisted body pushing her speed to the limit, instantly rushing to the window position, her figure leaping out. However, just as she had barely gone 4 or 5 meters, a huge blood-colored scythe suddenly extended from the window, instantly hooking around her waist, forcefully pulling her desperate self back into the room. The upper half of her body was severed, lying flat on the scythe. Wei, his eyes filled with blood threads, slowly retracted the scythe, staring at the will that had not yet completely disappeared on this head. He chuckled softly, evil spirit? Residual will? Or demon? No matter what you are. If it wasn't to summon you out to kill you, why would I help you complete the last step of the sacrifice? A fearful expression appeared on this head and froze in the last moment. On Wei's face, a satisfied smile suddenly appeared, the blood-colored scythe danced, and crimson shadows filled the entire room. Underscore 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 underscore. Scrap Iron City. Guard Bureau. During the Great Recession period, due to untimely maintenance and repair of information base stations, mobile phone signals were often unreliable. Unanswered calls were common, and text message sending was also frequently affected. However, unlike phone calls, once a text message was sent successfully, it would always be delivered to the recipient's phone. There might just be a slight delay in timing. The text message sent by Purify had gone through a long period of congestion and waiting, struggling to reach Captain Yang's phone. Captain Yang was leisurely drinking tea in the office of the highest-ranking director of the Scrap Iron City Guard Bureau. Facing the director's worried expression, he smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, this incident won't have much impact. I just went out of the city and had a chat with some old friends. Although they weren't very friendly, only greeting me with rocket launchers and submachine guns, I still managed to find out that there have been no large-scale actions by demon cultists recently, nor any demon force fields appearing. You can relax that tense nerve of yours, the situation is still under control. The Guard Bureau director wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. That's good, that's good. There's been more and more activity in the wilderness lately. Those wandering cults that left the barrier, their resentment is growing stronger, and their actions are becoming more and more incomprehensible. Not long ago, we heard their followers attacked a weapons market, then we discovered they were trying to smuggle a batch of fallen human pupae into the city. Fortunately, it was discovered. Now, they've even gone to Demon Forbidden Zone No. 098. You say relax, but how can we dare to relax for a moment? I'm afraid that if we're not careful, something will happen. Captain Yang raised his teacup and smiled, afraid of losing your official hat. No. The Guard Bureau director glared at him and said, I'm afraid of losing my life. If they really set their sights on our Scrap Iron City, what does an official hat matter? I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Haha, then you can rest easy. Captain Yang laughed loudly. Although I'm not a particularly diligent person, I do have a basic sense of responsibility. Whatever those wandering cults do outside is none of our business, but if they want to come to Scrap Iron City to do something, I'll definitely know in advance. The director listened intently, actively offering a cigarette and lighting it. Brother, your words are very reassuring. However, you should still avoid going to places you shouldn't. If you really must, just find a fixed spot, and I'll have people check less often. Otherwise, it's a bit inappropriate for me, as a director, to keep bailing you out in the middle of the night. Ha 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 ha. Captain Yuen laughed heartily, waving his hand holding the cigarette. If a person doesn't have a spirit of adventure, what's the point of living? But the kind of adventures you seek, and at your age, live to be old, fight to be old. Even until the day you die, you must maintain that spirit of adventure and progress. Don't worry, I know my own physical condition. Everything is under control. Beep beep. Just then, his phone suddenly made a sound. Captain Yuen, with the cigarette in his mouth, held the teacup in one hand and pulled out his phone from his silver trench coat with the other to look. Then, he suddenly put down the teacup heavily, with such force that a crack appeared in the cup. The guard bureau director was so startled he almost jumped up, his face pale. What's wrong? Something big has happened. Captain Yuen's eyes blazed. These two little brats. The guard bureau director's heart immediately panicked, and he hurriedly asked, what happened? Before he could finish asking, Captain Yuen had already stood up abruptly, his trench coat fluttering, and rushed directly to the floor-to-ceiling window. He pressed on the half-open window, and the slanted window flew out. The howling wind from outside the high-rise rushed into the office. Then Captain Yuen took a deep breath, suddenly pressed one hand on the window frame, and leaped up using the force. His figure, like a huge kite, flew directly out of the building. The silver trench coat he wore was blown up by the fierce wind, like wings spreading out. This is the 13th floor. The guard bureau director was terrified by this scene. He took a few steps to the window and looked out, seeing Captain Yuen fly out like an eagle with spread wings, about 4 or 5 meters into the air. Then he drew a beautiful arc and fell straight to the ground. Landing almost vertically, he crouched heavily on the ground. After a while, he suddenly stood up and limped towards the sidecar motorcycle parked in front of the building. What on earth has happened? He was so scared that he couldn't stop wiping his cold sweat. Suddenly realizing, he rushed to the telephone, picked it up and shouted, "Alert! Citywide alert!" Crack, crackle. In the farm, Purify, covered under the sofa, only heard the flapping wings and screeching of crows, the dense sound of blades cutting through something, and in between, she faintly heard the desperate and fearful screams of some evil thing before its death. A strong smell of putrid blood rushed into her nose, and she was paralyzed by fear and dizziness. At this moment, it was like being in the center of a nightmare. All around were twisted nightmares and ferocious demons. All she could do was hold the infant in her arms with all her might, protecting him as much as possible. Chaos, oppression, madness. Dense and cold whispers, like hell, surged like a tide, rolling into every corner, and then another kind of more evil, more insane whisper arose, confronting it, and quickly overwhelmingly tore through this sound, occupying all space. Splat! A crow cut in half fell beside Purify and quickly rotted into a pool of blood. Purify didn't dare to raise her head or move, she could only hold the child tightly until all the commotion around had disappeared. Is it over? She trembled in her heart, slowly wanting to raise her head. Don't move. Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse voice sounded, actually right beside her. Very close, as if looking at her face to face. It was Wei Wei. Purify immediately closed her eyes tightly again, without even asking why. And because of this very good obedience, she was very fortunate not to see Wei Wei's appearance at this moment. At this time, he was crouching beside Purify, still holding that blood-colored scythe in his hand. The blood threads on it were entangled and writhing, like the manifestation of a nightmare. His eyes were interwoven with blood threads, all red, and there seemed to be a strong desire surging in his eyes, staring fixedly at the overturned sofa, especially at Purify under the sofa and the infant she was holding. His Adam's apple rolled silently, extremely thirsty, but he controlled himself, not moving at all, until the desire in his eyes gradually subsided. Those writhing blood threads also retreated back into his wounds. Finally, the blood threads at the wounds were extracted and disappeared one by one, and the wounds cleaned by the blood threads, under the effect of life force, slowly healed. He finally became completely like an ordinary person, and only then did he let out a light sigh of relief. He hurriedly put away a glass bottle, then lifted the sofa, patted the trembling Purify, and smiled. It's over. Ah. Purify then opened her eyes, hurriedly turned around, and saw Wei Wei with a smiling face. Behind him was a mess, with large patches of crow corpses scattered on the ground, now rapidly melting. And on the surrounding walls, there were several highly impactful cut marks, some of which had directly cut through the cement walls, and even the rusty steel bars inside the walls had been neatly cut in half. It was impossible to tell what kind of weapon had caused this. Her heart was full of panic and questions, and she anxiously opened her mouth. You're amazing. Before she could ask anything, Wei Wei suddenly interrupted her, his gaze serious, exclaiming with delight. Huh. Purify was completely stunned. Fortunately, I brought you this time, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to handle this. Wei Wei said sincerely with admiration, you're simply the most capable and responsible young girl I've ever seen. The sudden and extremely sincere praise made Yefifei's face uncontrollably red, and she instinctively wanted to be modest. Then a question suddenly flashed in her mind, and she asked in confusion, "What did I do?" "You protected this child." Wei Wei smiled. "If it was just me alone, I couldn't have protected him during the battle, and the rescue mission would have failed. So, almost half of the credit for this mission should go to you." Yefifei was flattered. "Was I that amazing?" "Of course." Wei Wei answered with particular sincerity. "I just helped a little, wasn't it you who did all the rescuing?" He then shook his head slightly, looking at the floor. "It's just a pity about this corpse, I don't know if it counts as being rescued." Yefifei followed his gaze, blankly scanning over the putrid feathers on the floor, the nearly half-rotten crow corpses, and finally landing on the bridal corpse lying on the room floor. Each part had been twisted beyond recognition by strange forces, split from the middle of the body, but now seemed to have been friendly pieced back together. Suddenly, a strong sense of dizziness rushed to her mind. She suddenly turned pale, turned around abruptly, and vomited violently. Underscore 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 underscore. Actually, this incident is quite simple. Twisted desires buried deep in the heart always attract the attention of demons. Each of us harbors, to varying degrees, desires and dark thoughts that we dare not share and that no one would understand deeply hidden within. Some people can dissolve these thoughts through self-awareness and adjustment, but others never let them go, allowing these dark impulses to ferment, grow, and twist until demons lurking in dark corners take notice. Sitting on the farm fence, Wei Wei patiently explained to Yefifei that mine worker was like this. He knew that these thoughts would be ridiculed if spoken aloud, yet he could never dissolve them. When the distortion of desire reached its extreme, it attracted the prying eyes of demons. He believed he heard a response from God and received divine guidance. But in reality, it was merely the whispers of demons. Then, Yefifei, cradling the sleeping infant so as not to wake him, asked softly, "What was summoned this time? Was it a demon?" "A demon." Wei Wei smiled and replied, "Perhaps it could be considered a demon. There are too many twisted, demon-infused evil spirits in this world. Some are wills born from demonic fields, while others are already dead yet linger, trying to return. They are all cunning and powerful. For ordinary people, calling them demons isn't wrong. However, these are not the 12 demons we often speak of. Those exist only in our legends. Even if one wished to summon the legendary demons, it couldn't be done with such a simple ritual. What we encountered, be it the rotting crows or the intricate symbols in the room, doesn't seem like something a seduced mine worker could achieve alone. I suspect others were truly preparing this summoning ritual. This worker was merely arranged to come here as a tool to complete the most crucial step." Yefifei recalled the worker's hysteria and madness. He was terrifying, yet merely a pawn? "Don't worry." Seeing her somewhat downcast, Wei Wei smiled and said, "I'll find those behind-the-scenes manipulators too, and have a good chat with them." "Chat about what?" "Of course, a heart-to-heart talk. Isn't it our responsibility to persuade those who believe in demons to return from their misguided ways?" Yefifei agreed that his words made sense, though she couldn't help glancing at him, feeling she might have misunderstood something. All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Wei Wei grinned and said, "I see your complexion isn't too good. How about I pick some tomatoes for you to try? I must say, the vegetables grown here are really good. Maybe it's because of the fertilizer." Ugh. Boom. At that moment, a huge air explosion sounded in the distance. Behind a wall of the farm, a sidecar motorcycle suddenly whooshed into the air. Captain Yuen, wearing a silver-gray trench coat with his hair combed impeccably, gripped the handlebars with a stern expression. Uncle Gun sat in the sidecar, clutching a shotgun, his eyes tightly closed in fear. Bang! The sidecar plunged into the wheat field, drifting toward Wei Wei and Yefifei. The surrounding wind howled, and the farm's vicious dogs and dairy cows tucked their tails in fright. "So cool." Wei Wei quickly stood up, watching the captain with his silver coat fluttering, clearly expressing sincere admiration. "What exactly happened?" Captain Yuen rushed over, jumped off the bike, and strode toward them. For some reason, he was limping slightly. "Reporting, Captain." Wei Wei immediately said, "We found clues about this worker and followed the trail here. In the end, we indeed found that worker, and the infant had been stolen by him. We even discovered the stolen female corpse mentioned in earlier reports. He was about to kill the infant to resurrect the female corpse. Now, both issues have been resolved." "Resolved?" Captain Yuen glanced at the house behind, then fixed his expressionless gaze on Wei Wei's face. Wei Wei met his gaze, standing straight, as sparks seemed to flicker in the air. Uncle Gun, watching from behind, grew increasingly panicked. He hesitated, reaching out a hand as if to pull the captain back, then withdrew it. Sigh. This oppressive atmosphere lasted for what felt like an eternity, yet passed in an instant. Captain Yuen suddenly sighed deeply and reproached, "Little Wei, look at you, how can you be so reckless? Couldn't you have waited for us to arrive before taking action? Also, I must ask, why did you both turn off your phones after sending an address?" "We had no choice, Captain." Faced with Captain Yuen's obvious anger and his eyes now drastically different from before, Wei Wei managed a bitter smile. He explained, "Time waits for no one, we could only rush over at top speed. Fortunately, we arrived in time to save this child from the mine workers' grasp. However, I suspect masterminds are behind this. It's very likely that a mysterious organization called the Black Goat Family planned all this in secret. If we can find and question them, everything will become clear. Black Goat Family. Captain Liang frowned slightly, then asked, how do you know this so clearly? Wei Wei smiled, Uncle Yuen told me. Who's Uncle Yuen? An information broker, a meat factory boss. He said he's also very familiar with Uncle Gun. Captain Liang's gaze toward Wei Wei grew strange. You're quite familiar with him. Actually, we were quite lucky. Seeing the strange looks from Captain Liang and Uncle Gun, Wei Wei couldn't help but smile. He turned to glance at Yefifei and said, we just wanted to help more, so we approached Uncle Yuen for some information. We didn't expect that. As soon as we found him, he gave us crucial clues about this farm, so we came here ready to try. As a result, as soon as we arrived, we found the worker, the child, and even the stolen female corpse. Yes. Even Yefifei joined in. It went very smoothly. Lucky. Captain Liang looked at the two with their relieved expressions, then, his temper rising again, said, you call this lucky? He glanced at Yefifei resentfully, shaking his head slightly. Although it was clear he was still displeased, he said no more. After carefully checking to confirm that Yefifei was only feeling nauseous and had suffered no substantial injury and that her mental state was much better than expected, he quickly went to inspect the cement house in the middle of the farm. After a while, Captain Liang returned with an even gloomier expression. Glancing at Wei Wei, he said softly, your guess wasn't wrong. This place has many deliberately arranged demonic arrays and a large amount of necromantic material. It's impossible for a single seduced worker to accomplish this. This might even be an activity base for some mysterious organization, but it's been intentionally cleaned, leaving few clues. And what I'm curious about is... He looked at Wei Wei strangely and asked, did they succeed in the summoning? Yes. Wei Wei nodded. The worker's death completed the sacrificial cycle, allowing that evil spirit to descend briefly. He sighed self-reproachfully, I'm still too inexperienced. I was only focused on saving people and overlooked this point. Fortunately, perhaps because the worker didn't meet the sacrificial standards, the evil spirit only descended for a very short time, then. He paused, then continued, disappeared. Captain Liang narrowed his eyes at him, uncertain whether to believe it. Yet Wei Wei's expression was sincere. After a long silence, Captain Liang asked, what nature? Which state? Death demon system. Wei Wei immediately answered, at least the third state, mastering demonic language, commanding the undead, and controlling corpses to a degree that increases resistance to physical damage. However, due to the hasty descent, or perhaps because the vessel he chose wasn't suitable, his power was greatly affected. I just fired a few random shots, and it left. Captain Liang was silent for a long time before fixing his gaze on Wei Wei and saying, you guys are really lucky, and quite capable. Thank you, Captain. Wei Wei glanced at Yefifei, modestly adding, it was mainly good luck. Behind him, Yefifei raised her head and sighed, it really was this time. Captain Liang wanted to say more but could only glare coldly, we'll talk about this when we get back. Underscore. Everyone in the team clearly expressed great praise for Wei Wei and Yefifei, the two interns who solved the death demon spreading case and rescued the missing infant in less than 3 hours. They kept complimenting the duo for their boldness and decisiveness. Of course, there was also no lack of admonitions after the praise, you two did very well, but don't do it like this again next time. After eating a big meal cooked by Zuzé, everyone had their own things to attend to. Although the two were the heroes who solved the case, their remaining task was simple. They only needed to return the infant to its grieving parents and rebury the female corpse to conclude the matter. The infant was easy. Yefifei had protected it well, and when handed over to the police, the little one was still sleeping sweetly. But as for the female corpse, everyone was truly uncertain about it. The girl's parents had offered a high reward to find their daughter, and now she had been found. The twisted body, tattered bullet holes, and the body neatly split in the middle all made one's heart tremble. Captain Liang sat in front of the corpse, sighing for a while, then rolled up his sleeves, bring me my white coat. Go buy an identical wedding dress, the size can't be off at all. At that time, Wei Wei was surprised to see a captain completely different from before. He put on the white coat brought by Uncle Gun, a very old one that hadn't been worn for a long time. Then he had Uncle Gun steal Sister Lucky's makeup box, connected a water pipe in the room, and specially asked Uncle Gun to get suturing needles and thread from the hospital. Finally, he gently closed the door. The two things the captain worries about most are, first, suddenly hearing demon whispers before death, and second, the fear of being dug up after death. He's always been very sensitive about these things. Uncle Gun explained in a low voice, noticing the confusion on Wei Wei's and Yefifei's faces. They didn't know what to say, they only knew that several hours later, when the bride's parents rushed to the guard office and saw their daughter's body, they instantly broke down in tears, holding the forensic doctor's hand and thanking him profusely, even wanting to kneel and kowtow. Captain Liang, with a cigar in his mouth, looked somewhat proud as he said to Uncle Gun, collect the reward from these two later. Also, when she's reburied, help me buy a bouquet of flowers to send over. With the victims returned, it came to the final step of every mysterious event. The person in charge was Brother Xiaolin. The emergence of demonic powers had already divided this world into two distinct circles, one of people who believed in scientific explanations and another of people who devised such explanations. The Mental Barrier Project had long been implemented, not only building super cities to counter large-scale demon attacks but also effectively calming urban panic about unknown or mysterious events. Even in small places like Scrap Iron City, when something happened, they didn't try to cover it up but actively reported it. However, the reports had to be scientific. Brother Xiaolin's responsibility was to produce an explanation that could be understood by the public and was scientific. Simply put, no matter what happened, the security office had to analyze the event from a scientific perspective, then have the administrative department polish it, and finally release it to various media to resolve public doubts. The worker making animal specimens, the recovered infant, the twisted female corpse, and the eerie flock of crows seen by many all needed explanation. When returning to the office, Wei Wei saw the outline of ideas on Brother Xiaolin's writing board. Mine worker making animal specimens, long-term suppressed repetitive life leading to psychological perversion, calling for public care for physical and mental health. Recovered infant, outstanding police ability, worthy of commendation. Twisted female corpse, illegal elements stealing corpses for ghost marriages, calling for cremation. Eerie rotting flock of crows seen by surrounding farm workers, rumors stop with the wise. Anyway, it seemed quite reasonable. Come, everyone stay for a while today. Before Brother Xiaolin's draft was ready, Captain Liang had already showered, changed clothes, and even applied hair gel. He walked out of the office with a document and said to Brother Zhu Zhe, who was watching over the stove, "How's dinner preparation going?" "It's ready." "Then prepare for dinner, and let's have a small meeting to discuss today's events." Hearing Captain Liang say this, the others began to tidy up their things. Wei Wei immediately went over to help Brother Zhu Zhe serve soup, set out bowls and chopsticks, and then brought baskets of pre-fried meat patties to the table. The meat patties were fried very well, golden and crispy, with full and delicate meat filling inside. They went perfectly with tender green onions and spicy mustard threads. Along with the savory pork trotter soup, it was truly a treat. First point, commend the two interns, Little Wei and Fifei, for their performance today. Not bad. Captain Liang nodded with authority, holding a meat patty in one hand. Ye Fifei immediately showed a pleased expression, but before she could say anything, Captain Liang continued, "But although this matter was resolved quite well, we can't be careless. Since we came to Scrap Iron City, we've rarely seen such crazy things, secretly stockpiling necromantic materials, grave robbing, inducing miners to steal infants, even attempting to summon unknown evil spirits. This kind of thing is very rare and of a very vicious nature." Hearing Captain Liang's tone suddenly become heavy, Ye Fifei immediately felt a little scared and didn't dare speak, lowering her head to drink soup. Sister Lucky smiled and said, "Indeed, there are many people in Scrap Iron City who have come into contact with mysterious powers. We turn a blind eye to many things, but everyone understands this boundary in their hearts and won't cross it. But the people we encountered this time, called the Black Goat family, we have no records of them, and they seem to have no sense of awe. It should be fearlessness born of ignorance." At this time, Brother Xiaolin, who usually sat in the corner and never spoke unless necessary, content to be a quiet, handsome man, said softly, "We've always been keeping an eye on those superhumans hiding their identities in Scrap Iron City, and have even deliberately maintained very good relationships with them. But we've overlooked that the number of people worshipping demons is constantly increasing. Those newcomers are younger, bolder, and more unscrupulous, not even considering the consequences." Hearing this, everyone unconsciously shifted their gaze to look at Wei Wei and Ye Fifei beside them. Brother Xiaolin froze for a moment, suddenly blushing, and hurriedly explained to Wei Wei, "Don't misunderstand, I wasn't talking about you." Wei Wei quickly waved his hand, it's fine, please continue." Brother Xiaolin nodded, and after the shy blush faded from his face, he continued, "So, I believe the clues Little Wei got from old Yuen, although we can find the essential source of this incident, I don't believe a mine worker could prepare to this extent. Therefore, it's very likely that there really is such a mysterious organization behind it, planning this event." However, Uncle Gun also said that they seem to have cleaned up the clues very thoroughly, even cleaner than Sister Lucky's stockings. Uncle Gun snorted and said, "And I've asked around in my circles, some have heard of them, but there are very few clues. These people are extremely careful, never meeting directly with people in the circle, and have never had any interactions. It's difficult to find them. Also, to put it bluntly, even if we find them now, we don't have any direct effective evidence to accuse them, right?" Sister Lucky glared at him before saying, "So we can only give them a warning like before." Captain Liang frowned and said, "A warning must be given, but we should also find a way to track down this group. This incident is considered small, with little impact, but if there really is such a group of reckless youths in the city, who knows what trouble they might cause next. Start by investigating the farm owner's connections, ask the guard office if they have any clues." The discussion ended here, and everyone could only disperse. Those who needed to file went to file, those who needed to write popular science continued to write it, those who needed to go to the police station went there. Everyone had experienced similar incidents many times and had become proficient. There was no joy in solving a mysterious event, nor anxiety about the existence of behind-the-scenes manipulators. Just like real environmental protection agencies, they can only deal with pollution when it occurs, and it's difficult to intervene in other matters. Yefei was clearly having some difficulty accepting this, always feeling that not enough had been done. However, Wei Wei, appearing very knowledgeable, privately explained to her, many investigators in cities are like this. Demon-related incidents are too complex and always involve too many supernatural powers. It's basically impossible to investigate as thoroughly as real police. Besides, in such a big city, with just these few people, how much can they investigate? Everyone knows in their hearts that all they can do is try to maintain the overall stability of the city. So we're not going to deal with the masterminds behind this. We want to, but can't. First, you can't find them. Second, there's no evidence. Third, even if you find them, there's no reward, and you have to be careful they don't hire lawyers to sue you. This. Oh, Fifei, you should learn more from Little Wei. He explained it very clearly. Uncle Gun smiled and advised from the side, if you really want to help, come help me sort out some documents and quickly find them. Suddenly he added, oh right, you can't touch the documents either, so you should just go patrol the streets. Yefei stomped her foot, feeling very angry, but Wei Wei was already smiling and picking up the car keys, walking toward the door. Captain, Uncle Gun, Brother Xiaolin, Brother Zhuze, Sister Lucky, I'm heading home first. Underscore 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 underscore. Goodbye, Little Wei. Drive safely. Come early tomorrow. As Wei Wei's jeep started and left, the previously harmonious, relaxed atmosphere within the team immediately shifted. Xiaolin and Uncle Gun, preparing to head out, watched in the direction of Wei Wei's departure, their eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, in Captain Wang's office, the expression that had once shown emotional fluctuation had now settled into calmness. His gaze pierced the glass window as he watched the tail lights of Wei Wei's jeep fade away. Slowly, he picked up a cigar, roasted it with his professional lighter for a moment, then lit it carefully. Taking a long drag, he turned towards Sister Lucky across from him and said, what do you think? Young, sensible, and handsome. Sister Lucky replied with a smile. At first, I thought he was just a little puppy, but it turns out this little puppy is fiercer than a wolf. Fierce, domineering, bold, even reckless. Captain Wang shook his head slowly. Someone like Yuen Guis isn't very respectful even to us. Yet he managed to extract information on their first meeting. When I sent Old Gun to inquire, it seems Yuen Guis didn't even plan to retaliate. Is he really of the life sequence? Sister Lucky suddenly asked. Impossible, replied Captain Wang. I saw the scene myself. That's absolutely not something a Life Order member would do. The death system inherently counters life, let alone he also brought a burden. Nodding slightly, Lucky added, then does he have some kind of demonic forbidden object, or is he hiding his abilities? No traces of any forbidden objects were found, replied the captain in a low voice. Besides, each demonic forbidden object is priceless. He's so young, just out of training camp, how could he possibly have one? Moreover, I already asked Fifei before the meeting, and she hasn't learned to lie. Using a forbidden object requires a price, and she was right beside him. It's impossible she wouldn't have noticed. And hiding abilities? That's out of the question. His file clearly states he's of the Life Order training camp, wouldn't help him fake that. He paused, recalling the instructor's recommendation in the file, his tone betraying a hint of doubt. Though maybe it's not certain. Can one person have two types of abilities? Sister Lucky asked directly. The 12 sequences each system corresponds to one demon, explained Captain Wang, shaking his head. Even humans disdain traitors, let alone demons. Those who once tried to merge different powers were long ago torn apart by the consciousness of two demons. Raising an eyebrow, Sister Lucky inquired, then how do you explain it? After a thoughtful pause, the captain suddenly laughed. Perhaps that's what makes it normal. He definitely has secrets, that's for sure. If not, how else can we explain how a 16-year-old kid could single-handedly break into a den guarded by at least 4 first-state life demon fanatics, kill 6 of them, and walk out alive? Moreover, the Eastern Mountain Python, one of the Foundation's 4 major training camps, would never recruit ordinary people. So what do you plan to do? No plans, sighed Captain Wang. Although his actions are a bit out of line, they were done with good intentions. We'll just keep a closer eye on him in the future. He's still a young man, after all, there's no need to be overly guarded. Leaving the research institute, Wei Wei's smile vanished as he instinctively pressed the accelerator. His heart pounded like beating drums, and everything before him took on a faint red tinge as if he had fallen into a nightmare, with endless whispers flooding his ears. Forcing himself to control his racing thoughts, he accelerated. Passing through a messy, dilapidated vegetable market, he quickly exited his car, purchased 4 jin, about 2 kilograms, of steamed buns and a large bowl of fatty meat, then returned home almost as if flying. Sitting on a sofa against half-painted, bright red walls, he tore open the steamed buns one by one, stuffed them with fatty meat chunks, and devoured them in large bites. He ate so quickly that 4 jin of buns and the bowl of meat were gone in less than 10 minutes. Although his stomach did not visibly swell, the fullness from the meal began to slightly calm his mind, but the thirst remained. Then he pulled out a black leather case from beneath the sofa. Opening it to reveal a set of complex apparatus and drugs, Wei Wei retrieved the small glass bottle hidden at his waist. Inside the bottle, a black mist swirled continuously, sometimes forming a vague human shape, other times a faint smoke, occasionally surging to the bottle's wall, clenching like a fist and pounding heavily. Death sequence. Wei Wei's eyes glistened with writhing blood threads as he regarded the mysterious substance, his gaze greedy. Skillfully, he added the necessary materials until a black syringe materialized before him. The purified energy injection soon coursed into his body. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, his bones seemed to crackle, and the blood threads in his eyes peaked as if demons danced wildly. He watched in awe as the veins in his arm bulged like a black spider web. In his ears, he faintly heard the illusory wails of the dead. The world spun rapidly before him, as if he were falling through layer after layer of rooms until reaching the very depths of hell. Beep. An electronic alarm suddenly flashed red. Unrecorded abnormal magnetic field detected. Proceed with wrecker. Wei Wei abruptly reached out and switched off the alarm before collapsing onto the sofa, exhaling a long, shuddering breath. Crimson Demon second state. Activity level, 98%. No need for alarms. This lowest grade instrument paled in comparison to his own ability to perceive his body's state. He knew that, in the team, discussions about him were underway. But it didn't matter. Among the 12 systems, there is a 13th demon. Isn't that perfectly normal? With that thought, he slowly sat up. From the box, he retrieved an old, black container that looked as though it had weathered countless battlefields. He pulled out a clothes rack, selected a cheap but comfortable gray hoodie, then fetched his gun holster. After emptying it of all but 2 guns, he donned the hoodie and jumped out of a nearby window. Passing through the bustling night market, he casually grabbed a transparent raincoat, turned down a narrow alley, and slipped it on. Following the adjacent fire escape, he climbed onto the roof of a neighboring building and settled at the eaves. From his inner pocket, he extracted the black box and carefully opened it. Inside lay a fist-sized, black object resembling a phone charm. Wei Wei hooked its iron ring and lifted it, revealing a miniaturized head that looked unmistakably like a product of Ecuadorian head shrinking techniques. Its authentic eyebrows, hair, and slightly uneven teeth left no doubt. Holding the head charm in his hand, Wei Wei then retrieved a crow's feather he'd casually pocketed from the farm. He brought the feather close to the nostrils of the head charm, swaying it gently back and forth. After a while, as if a cold wind had blown about, the head charm suddenly opened its eyes, its shriveled mouth wriggled and it uttered a ghostly sentence. One request, one price. I need you to help me find the master who made it. The head charm remained unmoved, repeating expressionlessly, one request, one price. Wei Wei smiled gently, raising his hand to bite through the tiger's mouth. On his right hand fresh blood dripped. The head charm grew slightly excited, its eyes widening as it stared greedily at his fresh blood. Suddenly, Wei Wei drew his gun from behind his waist and pointed it at the charm. His eyes narrowed in silence. After a moment, the head charm fell silent, then, after a pause, it continued. One request, no price needed. One request, temporarily no price needed. That's a good boy. Wei Wei then brought the feather to the charm's mouth and carefully fed it to the charm. His movements were gentle, as if feeding a premature kitten. The head charm smacked its lips, savoring the taste. When Wei Wei lifted it again, the charm suddenly rolled its eyes hard toward one corner, gazing intently in one direction. You're so good. A happy smile spread across Wei Wei's face as he affectionately held the charm. Whether a mysterious organization was behind the evil spirit's summoning incident, Wei Wei remained uncertain. However, every superhuman who had acquired demonic power, each with their own distinct characteristics, had produced unique identifiers. These identifiers remained on the necromantic materials they crafted, their apprentices, their relatives, and their propagators, much like magnetic fields. Some special abilities or forbidden items even possessed the power to distinguish these subtle magnetic field changes. Wei Wei had worried that the necromantic materials left at the scene might not be sufficient for his friend to identify the magnetic field. Perhaps the distance was too great, beyond the sensor's range. But now, it seemed he was very lucky. The mysterious organization's members should also be considered lucky. They won't have the chance to dig any deeper. With that thought, he slowly walked to the edge of the eaves, spread his arms, and slowly fell backward. In his blood, a strange thirst boiled. The excited light in his eyes began to flicker. In this world, there are demons that feed on souls. That is normal. There are demons that feed on demons. That's also normal, right? Enhance your reading. Shilian Club. Although Scrap Iron City was not large, its mines and trade attracted representatives from large consortiums and local wealthy bosses. In the deepest part of the city, one could always find stylish clubs and entertainment venues. Shilian Club was one of them. It looked very low-key from the outside, featuring only a tasteful black facade. After all, it did not need to attract customers with dazzling neon lights and colorful lamps like other clubs or bars. Its patrons came by reputation, and without its shockingly strict membership card, no matter how rich you were, you would not be admitted. Naturally, people who passed by without the urge to enter rarely noticed. Behind its understated sign, a small emblem was hidden, only found if deliberately sought out, a black goat with ferocious horns. Our plan has failed. On this night, the Shilian Club was very quiet. Not only were there no guests being entertained, but even the service staff were absent. In the club's main hall, however, a group of special guests had gathered. About 7 or 8 people sat on both sides of a long table. Their attire varied, some in ordinary work clothes, some in neat suits, and some in slippers and tank tops. What united them was the distorted death god masks they all wore. Sitting in the middle was a tall man completely wrapped in a black robe, his voice somewhat hoarse. He observed those around him and calmly began. Until now, I am not clear about the reason for the failure. The chosen person successfully escaped to the farm, and there was definitely no one following. According to our understanding, the guard office and the Scrap Iron City Supernatural Security Officer Squad could not possibly react so quickly, so he had enough time to start the sacrifice and activate the summoning array. Who messed it up? At the lower end of the table, a man with a crew cut clearly hot-tempered slammed the table. Damn it, we prepared for so long. I soaked those dead crows one by one myself, and I couldn't even let my subordinates do it. Do you know how much effort I put in? Unclear, the man in the black robe replied calmly. But post-event investigation revealed that a flock of death crows rose and circled over the farm, and people around felt a bone-chilling cold. This indicates the summoning was nearly successful, but judging from the number of crows and the burst of mysterious power, it fell far short of our worshipped master. This means that even if successful, what we summoned was only some kind of evil spirit, not our lord. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Then what should we do? Our goal is to summon the black goat god recorded in the Book of the Dead. Anything else is a failure, the man in the black robe said softly. This was only our first attempt. A failure is not the end. I have called you all here to discuss which step of the summoning ritual we must adjust. In theory, the runes we prepared fully complied with the records in the Book of Death. Or perhaps the sacrifice we prepared was really too low grade. The sacrifice wasn't enough. Faced with surprise from the others, the man in the black robe continued. A newborn infant might not be enough to attract the great black goat. Instead, some evil spirits struggling to return may target it. To increase our success rate, I propose we choose the second-level sacrifice recorded in the Book of the Dead, 13 virgins who are not yet of age and have not experienced the world. Someone was slightly shocked. 13. Whispers of surprise arose. It's only 13, the man in the black robe laughed coldly. Divided among us, it is not much. But someone hesitated and objected. This incident must have already attracted the attention of the guard office and the supernatural security officers. If we act again soon, we are likely to be watched or even have our location pinpointed. So what if they find us? The hot-tempered young man suddenly slammed the table and said, they are only a few, how much ability can they have? If we can successfully summon the black goat. As he spoke, the eyes under his mask shone brightly. That is a high-ranking deity in the death totem. If we succeed, it will not only free us from the troubles of demonic whispers but also grant us powerful, controllable strength. It will make us the family closest to the core of death in the third city defense line for decades, not just in Scrap Iron City. At that time, each of us will receive the blessing of the black goat and become demon instructors. That's right. Responding to the hot-tempered man's excitement, the man in the black robe added softly, since dreaming of the mysterious black goat, I received enlightenment and formed this family. You are all chosen by me and believers of the black goat. Our purpose is to summon its descent. For this, we have sworn never to regret, never to hesitate. Everything is for our worshipped Lord. One failure means nothing to us. This was merely our initial practice. No god can be summoned in one go. Failure only reveals the deity's greatness. So, go prepare. If second-level sacrifices are not enough, we can prepare third level, fourth level. Those so-called security officers they are just a bunch of people who stole the power of gods and then tried to betray them. They're not worth mentioning. When we successfully summon the black goat, let alone the mere Scrap Iron City security officers, even those from the second city defense, or the first city defense, what can they do? Even the legendary Seeing Tien squad, what can they do? We will have the power to control life and death. We will become the Knights of Death, even the agents of gods walking in the world. May the black goat descend upon the world soon, to cleanse impure souls. At these words, the others stood up one after another, pressing their fists to their chests and speaking in low, devout voices. In this family, the leader's words were sacred, and members dared not contradict. With the leader's decision made, they could only prepare the second sacrifice as agreed. Bang bang bang. Just as this heavy and frenzied discussion ended and everyone prepared to leave the club as planned, a heavy knocking sound suddenly echoed at the door. The hall fell silent, and under their masks, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. For this gathering, the service staff had been evacuated in advance, so no one moved to open the door. Moreover, who would knock on the door of a club that had hung a closed sign so late at night? Bang. As they hesitated, a loud gunshot rang from outside, breaking the lock. The door was forcefully pushed open, and the misty, cold rain that had begun outside rushed into the room. A man in a raincoat entered, completely wrapped and seemingly shrinking his neck against the cold. As soon as he entered, he immediately closed the door behind him, though the broken latch could not be fastened, so he propped it shut with a chair from the side. The black goat family, right? The man in the raincoat turned around with a smile, then removed his coat to reveal a young, cheerful face. In the hall, the masked figures froze. This was a secret gathering, mysterious people who, even though they belonged to the same family, always wore masks during meetings. We possess supernatural powers, we command the gods. We hold the life and death of ordinary people in our hands, and we walk on the edge of hell. We were discussing how to summon the great black goat to descend upon the world, striving for an eternal goal, and then some guy just walked in asking if we were the black goat? Is something wrong here? Who are you? Suddenly, a crew cut, hot-tempered man among the masked group stood out. His eyes under the mask coldly fixed on the young man at the door as he asked in a low voice, his pupils contracting to nearly a pinpoint like a white expanse with only a tiny black hole. At the same moment, the intruder's body stiffened slightly under that penetrating gaze. The young man felt an unusual coldness spreading over him like the temperature of a corpse. Even without contact, he could feel the chill emanating from it. Now, he was contaminated by this cold aura, which began to spread throughout his body. Death Order First State Ability, Temperature of the Deceased. Transmitting the body temperature of a corpse to a living person, making them feel the coldness of the dead and the stiffness of the body. Taking a deep breath, the vigorous life force like warm water helped him dispel the coldness. He turned naturally, then pulled out a gun from behind a rugged, black short gun reminiscent of a tough guy's style. He smiled and said, "Looks like I've come to the right place. Are you ready to come back with me and turn yourselves in?" Once again, deathly silence filled the hall. The tall man in the black robe, standing at the very back, suddenly commanded, "Kill him." As he issued the order, he quickly turned and walked toward the back door. At the door, Wei suddenly smiled very happily upon hearing this. "You guys really leave me no choice. Underscore 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 underscore. Whoosh. When the family leader unhesitatingly gave the order and turned to walk toward the back, the people standing in the hall became alert at once. They didn't know what background this sudden young man had. Logically, although these people acted crazily, they were also very careful. Neither the guard office nor the supernatural security officers should have found them so quickly. No, they shouldn't have found them at all. But in any case, this person had already come, and with one sentence had exposed everyone's identity. So they could only eliminate him whether he came alone or brought a team. Just as the hot-tempered man had said earlier, they weren't afraid of anything. In a small place like Scrap Iron City, with their mastery of supernatural powers, they weren't afraid of the guard office, nor of the so-called supernatural security officer team with only a handful of people. If you want to die, then let me send you to your death. While others remained still, among the people wearing black goat masks, a hot-tempered man rushed forward in big strides. He had been standing still, but with the leader's single sentence, he suddenly charged. At that moment, both his eyes shrank to tiny pinpoints, and a cold, rigid yet terribly powerful aura seeped from his body, the changes brought by the first state of the Death Order. Death Aura. Using the Death Aura, his body became rigid and solid, possessing terrifying destructive power and damage resistance. For powerful individuals, even a bullet to the forehead would be halted by the skull. Especially, not only was his body rigid, but his speed was also terrifying. In a few large strides, he rushed to Wei's front, fiercely clenching his fist and swinging it over. Judging from the amazing power released as he turned and twisted his waist, even a concrete pillar might have a chunk knocked off. Whoosh. But facing the hot-tempered man's punch, Wei didn't try to show off. He turned to dodge, creating distance between them. Suddenly, the black short gun in his hand was raised, pointing at the hot-tempered man's temple. This movement was too precise, aimed at a vital point. The hot-tempered man was startled and instinctively closed his eyes, preparing to use his rigid body to hard tank the bullet. However, click. Wei pulled the trigger, and everyone instinctively frowned. But the expected violent sound didn't appear. The gun was actually empty. The hot-tempered man, also startled, suddenly turned and shouted, "You fucking came to arrest people with an empty gun." Wei retreated, apologizing with a face full of regret, "Sorry." As he spoke, he dodged a punch swung by the hot-tempered man while raising his hand again, biting on the tiger's mouth of his hand. Immediately, blood flowed profusely, and in the next moment, his eyes filled with blood threads. Then, from the wound bitten open on his hand, writhing blood threads extended out, flowing into the black short gun, changing the gun's shape like burning flames. The gun became more rugged and ferocious, adorned with demon-like bright red patterns and runes. Wei raised his head, pointed at the hot-tempered man, and suddenly smiled before pulling the trigger. Bang! The next moment, a burst of blood light exploded from the muzzle. The hot-tempered man, surprised and swinging his fist, was hit perfectly. His iron-gray fist was torn apart by the blood light, shattered bones and mangled flesh splattered in all directions. Then the blood light continued forward, shredding his rigidified body that had almost stopped blood flow, and continued on, completely blasting half of his face off. The hot-tempered man slowly fell down. His body convulsed continuously, as if trying to stand, but no longer obeyed commands. Bang! Wei stepped on his back and fired another shot into the back of his head, then looked at everyone and said, "It's your turn." Once again, a deathly silence fell. The remaining family members in the hall stared blankly at the man wrapped in blood threads, watching the hot-tempered man transform from a familiar family member into necromantic material in just a few seconds, unable to utter a word. "Kill him." Suddenly, a trembling voice rang out, "Kill him." Even those usually smarter in the hall didn't dare just watch. They seemed awakened by cold water and quickly dispersed. Some abruptly removed their masks, and their eyes, now unseeing, turned pure white with just a tiny dot in the center. The temperature of the deceased ability influenced the man covered in blood threads from 4 angles like 4 cold tides surging inward. Someone suddenly murmured strangely, and the surrounding air instantly filled with distorted ripples. Another person raised their hand and slapped the ground. Around Wei Wei, the floor cracked suddenly, and cold hands reached out to grab his legs. Someone tore off the upper half of their clothes, revealing an iron-gray face like that of a corpse on their chest. A pure death family. Unlike the gathering of mostly infected individuals and those coveting life force he had encountered in that abandoned building's folded space initially, this time the attendees had all more or less entered the field. Each sequence has several stages: infected individuals, and first-order superhumans who have initially mastered power. Infected individuals have moderate and mild cases, and only deeply infected individuals might become true superhumans. Even in the abandoned building's bar, only the DJ barely reached this level. Now it's different, these are almost all heavily infected individuals. In other words, they are all death sequence superhumans who have initially mastered demonic power and even awakened their own abilities. How wonderful! Wei Wei's smile nearly overflowed. He suddenly rolled, jumped onto a nearby table to dodge the hands reaching out from beneath the floor, then quickly rushed forward, running a few steps along the wall. He raised his gun and pointed it at the Black Goat Club members ahead. Blood color condensed at the gun muzzle and instantly exploded into a burst of blood light, carrying a demonic roar as it thundered toward the crowd. Boom! Another person screamed as a horrific hole blasted through their chest and abdomen. The blood light burst through their body and hit another person, shattering half their body. The two people flew back several meters, with blood threads continuously spreading from their wounds. In the instant the blood light exploded, Wei Wei had already rushed to the ceiling, using his legs to push off and dive down. The remaining people were terrified. The man chanting death-filled incantations had his eyes rolled back, showing only white. What are you muttering? But he suddenly heard a voice by his ear. Quickly, he rolled his eyes back and saw the man covered in blood threads right in front of him, the ferocious, terrifying gun muzzle already aimed at his forehead, with eyes full of blood threads that seemed to carry a smile. Black Goat family member. Bang! Another corpse flew 4 or 5 meters away. Pale arms finally seized the opportunity and grabbed onto Wei Wei's legs. Wei Wei smiled and stumped his foot. Blood threads on his body suddenly exploded, shredding all the arms to pieces. The one with an iron-gray dead face on their chest opened their mouth wide, revealing a black tongue and ferocious fangs inside. The dead face's eyes opened, carrying the coldness and emptiness unique to death, charging at Wei Wei's back. But Wei Wei's other hand suddenly reached into his holster, pointing at that face without even looking. The dead face on the chest suddenly closed its mouth and eyes, quietly becoming a corpse. The controller froze, watching the gun muzzle slowly move up to point at his own face. Bang! What is this thing? Monster! The remaining people saw so many corpses suddenly appear around them, instantly terrified out of their wits, shouting and fleeing in disarray. Wei Wei suddenly raised his head, blood threads writhing in his eyes, his smile extremely ferocious. Harvest time had come. Bang 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 bang. The tall, thin man in the black robe listened to the violent gunshots coming from the hall, his heart racing. To his ears, these were not ordinary gunshots but rather demonic howls. Each burst sounded like a demon laughing excitedly, laughing at how easily it could reap a life. His steps grew faster and faster, almost sprinting as he reached the door and forcefully pulled on the back door. But with a rip sound, he despaired. The back door was locked. With his heart in his throat, he felt his whole body go cold. He even lost control of his emotions, forcefully pulling a few times, already regretting why he had installed such a solid alloy door for so-called safety. Then he suddenly gritted his teeth, his right hand continuously stiffening as he smashed a heavy punch against it, leaving a bloody imprint. He couldn't feel pain, because at this moment his right hand was part of death. But the door's sturdiness made him despair. In the early stages of the Death Order, there was no superhuman strength to deal with this situation. So he immediately decided to retreat. Yet, as he looked up, he saw two figures approaching as if dancing, embracing each other. Boom, boom, boom. It was that guy in the raincoat. He had grabbed a Black Goat family member by the collar, his gun muzzle pressed directly against their chest and abdomen, continuously firing. Chunks of flesh flew out, splattering his raincoat with blood that dripped down. The Black Goat leader couldn't even understand, was it necessary to fire so many shots? That family member of his was long dead, the body almost blasted in two. And just then, the man in the raincoat heard the sound of the Black Goat leader running back. He slowly raised his head. On that face covered in fresh blood, a brilliant smile suddenly appeared. Sorry, I have a habit of locking the back door in advance when I'm working. As he spoke, he suddenly pushed away the limp corpse in his hand and charged toward the Black Goat leader, gun raised. Underscore 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 underscore. A demon. This was a true demon. The impact of that moment was indescribable. The Black Goat leader felt a shuddering terror rush into his mind, even blanking out his thoughts. Before this, he had never known he could be so cowardly. He had begun his frenzied worship after dreaming of the Black Goat, formed a family, and resolved to summon a deity at any cost. But at this moment, he forgot he was a second-state superhuman of the Death Order. Even with all his experiences with corpses, he couldn't suppress the overwhelming pressure as the enemy rushed towards him, his legs weakening uncontrollably. The second-state ability of the death sequence, besides enhancing first-state powers, included the power to summon the dead. The entire hall was filled with corpses, providing ample material. Yet now, with the enemy so close, he had no time to summon. He could barely focus his thoughts. So, as his legs gave out and he fell to his knees, he concentrated his remaining strength on grasping one thing, the pendant he always wore on his chest. Leveraging his collapsing legs, he knelt on the ground, gripping the pendant with both hands. His legs clenched tightly as he uttered in a panicked, strange tone he never thought he'd make. "I beseech the Lord's descent." A low, persistent buzzing began, buzz 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 buzz. Perhaps due to the Black Goat leader's extreme terror focusing his mind, or the abundance of fresh death energy present, a cold aura rapidly gathered around the pendant in his hands, instantly spreading. A chilling, eerie wind whipped up throughout the club, shaking tables, chairs, and wall paintings. The lights flickered as if from an unstable current. Sparks flew from electrical connections, filling the club with an oppressive atmosphere. Oh, Wei had raised his gun, finger on the trigger, but having enjoyed himself too much earlier, the crimson power lagged slightly, delaying his shot. He was a man of professional ethics. For private jobs, he didn't use officially issued bullets after all. Without the instructor around, there'd be no one to clean up any messes. Even though this was a private job, he still maintained his usual habits. When a finger twitch could kill, who'd want to wade into crowds swinging scythes or knives? He never liked such inefficient methods. However, while crimson power could partially substitute for bullets, it wasn't as satisfying as real ones. This slight delay allowed him to witness an even more interesting development. He stood in the hall, feeling the cold aura rapidly spreading from the Black Goat leader. Spatial perception warped as fine whispers arose, as if he were falling through layers of nightmares. Wei sensed the anomalous aura and turned to see a goat standing nearby, a black goat with a pair of ferocious, thick horns, its eyes flickering with hellfire. It stood silently watching him. Centered on it, an alien aura spread in ripples, filling the space with dense whispers like a mass of steel needles, chilling and slowing both mind and body. Tap. It lightly raised a front hoof and stepped closer. The whispers in the air suddenly intensified several times, as if plunging dozens of meters underwater. Immense pressure crashed in, forcing frenzied whispers into his eardrums. It worked. At that moment, the Black Goat leader suddenly raised his head, immense joy rushing in like fresh air. As the summoner, he hadn't seen the Black Goat appear, but he heard demonic whispers permeating the surroundings. He saw frost forming in layers on the walls, glasses and cups vibrated minutely yet intensely, cracks appeared, as if carved by invisible fingernails into incomprehensible runes. Crack crack crack. The distant corpses on the ground began violently twitching, their eyes rolling back forcefully. It seemed they too sensed the death being's arrival, instinctively driven to worship. Thank the Lord for his grace. Thank the Lord for saving me. The Black Goat leader knelt on the ground, his rear raised in submission. He had never expected such a smooth response from the Black Goat, nor did he expect this response to be stronger than any before. But feeling the demonic whispers swelling and erupting around him, he no longer feared the mysterious enemy. Under such intense demonic whispers, no one could harm him. He might even have his mind washed away on the spot, becoming a worshipper of the Black Goat, his loyal companion. Kneeling, waiting. He waited for so long that even at the edge of the demonic whispers, his sanity nearly crumbled. Then he heard the sound of a chair being dragged. This startled him, provoking a slightly disrespectful reaction toward the god. He tilted his head to look. That glance made his heart leap to his throat. He saw a man pulling over a chair, slowly sitting down. Arms rested on the back, a gun still in hand. Slowly, he raised one leg to cross over the other. Seemingly in pain, he rubbed his temples and said with frustration, "Such powerful demonic whispers. They're almost comparable to what I hear every night when I sleep." The Black Goat leader was completely stunned. Even now, he didn't know who this person was, but given his own actions earlier and the other's mention of turning oneself in, he assumed the intruder must be a supernatural security officer from Scrap Iron City. But weren't those who stole divine power most afraid of hearing the gods' whispers? He'd heard they only became the Foundation's dogs for a few pitiful stabilizer injections. How could someone hear them every night while sleeping? Amidst these demonic whispers, Wei felt quite uncomfortable drowsy. These whispers were a power in themselves, capable of destroying any creature's reason and forcing them to worship their source. Once reason was lost, one's demonic power might detonate, completely taking over and turning one into a corrupted monster. At worst, one would lose all sense of self, pledging eternal loyalty as its servant. But because he heard even more intense whispers every night, though not of this type, he had developed considerable immunity. So while rubbing his temples, he raised his gun irritably, pointing it at the Black Goat whether it existed in reality or was just a projection. "Is this all you've got? I figured you couldn't really descend randomly within the mental barrier. So, how about you just fuck off?" The surrounding demonic whispers suddenly diminished greatly. At the same time, the Black Goat's form seemed to solidify. It gently raised its head, looking at Wei seated in the chair. The hellfire in its eyes refracted to reveal a hint of gentleness, lending it a slightly more lifelike quality as if true consciousness had entered the illusion. Then it shook its head gently and said softly, "So you're the one that fellow was waiting for." The next moment, its form suddenly faded, layers of distant space snapping back instantly. The surrounding illusions vanished, the lights stabilized, though many bulbs had burned out, and some wires still emitted sparks. Wei and the kneeling Black Goat leader both looked up, dazed. Neither had expected such an evil and powerful presence to appear so briefly and then depart quietly, leaving barely a trace. The Black Goat leader confirmed this, then turned to Wei with terrified eyes. Wei Wei was looking down at his gun, wondering if it could really threaten such a being. After a while, he snapped back to attention and suddenly turned to the black goat leader. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The black goat leader scrambled backwards, his hands pressing hard against the floor. As he retreated, he tore off his black goat mask, then his black robe. Tears of fear streamed down his face, rolling onto the ground. Surprisingly, beneath the mask was a beautiful face. Under the black robe was a delicate body. She looked only 24 or 25, tall with exquisite features now covered in tears. Wei Wei looked at the delicate, beautiful woman before him with widening eyes. The mysterious, crazed black goat family leader was actually a young woman? And such a beautiful young woman at that? Spare me. Her body twitched unnaturally from nervousness, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks and dampening her thin clothes. Her voice carried a weak, alluring quality. I'm willing to follow you, do anything, anything. Wei Wei was even more surprised. He slowly crouched before her, gently brushing the gun muzzle across her cheek. The woman suddenly realized, slowly opening her mouth to take the gun barrel between her lips, her eyes full of suggestion. Then you? Wei Wei understood her implication. He couldn't help but sigh deeply, saying softly, be a good person in your next life. Bang. Underscore 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 underscore. Ha, ha, ha. In the quiet club, Wei Wei's panting could be heard from time to time. He was bending over, arching his back, holding a rag with both hands, wiping from one end of the club to the other, very carefully. He changed the water frequently, trying to clean up all the splattered blood in the club as much as possible. All the corpses had been dragged together, piled up haphazardly, looking like a terrifying human pyramid. He was doing the job very meticulously, even more carefully than if he was being paid. Finally, after circling around to check one last time making sure there were no problems, he took off his blood-soaked raincoat and threw it on top of her. Then he went to the bathroom, carefully washed his face, wiping clean the blood stains on his neck and behind his ears. Only then did he dry his face with a towel, bringing it back and throwing it together with the raincoat. He took out his old buddy from his pocket, dangling it on his middle finger. The head charm began to sway slowly on its own in such a blood-scented place, without needing to be awakened. One request, one price. Stop chanting. Wei Wei turned its head towards the pile of fresh corpses, saying, they're yours. The head charm trembled excitedly, but forcibly held back, continuing to chant. One request, one pri-dash. Wei Wei couldn't help but reach for his gun at his back, but the head charm suddenly reacted. Thank you. Go ahead. Wei Wei smiled helplessly, throwing the head charm towards the pile of corpses. Then he walked around the club, looking for some gasoline, but found the club unprofessional. Such a big club, and they don't keep gasoline? With no choice, he went to the kitchen and found the gas was quite plentiful, so he laboriously carried out several gas tanks, placing one in each corner. He couldn't help but regret not shooting slower earlier. He should have made the black goat family leader carry out the gas tanks before killing him. But who told him to be so impatient? Stand at attention when raising your gun, do the job. By the time he finished arranging the gas tanks, the head charm had also finished clearing the corpses. It was still a fist-sized shriveled head, but now it seemed to have fattened up a bit, looking slightly plump. The pile of corpses had completely disappeared, with even the blood licked clean. Good job. Wei Wei praised, picking up the head charm. Feeling light and relaxed, he walked towards the club's exit. You seem to have offended the black goat this time. As they approached the door, the head charm suddenly spoke, turning its head stiffly to stare at Wei Wei. Don't worry needlessly. Wei Wei said, with their status, such a high-ranking totem, would they specifically remember a small fry like me? The head charm said, no big shot ever forgets a small fry who once pointed a gun at them. Wei Wei also froze for a moment, his face suddenly showing a hint of worry. You should prepare your ascension ritual. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on the face of the head charm, its voice low and slow, but seeming to trigger some resonance in the air, making its voice full of temptation. You refused to stay in the first city defense line and were willing to return to this small place. Isn't it because it's more loosely controlled here, with weaker surveillance, more suitable for you to prepare the crazy ascension ritual for the Crimson sequence? Ascending to the third state. Wei Wei seemed somewhat tempted, Crimson instructor. But he quickly shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. I didn't come back for this. The head charm, having just eaten its fill, was talkative. What danger? Don't you claim to know everything? Wei Wei looked at it strangely, saying, demon ascension is most likely to hear demonic whispers, lose control and fall. It's madness. The head charm said, each step of ascension is a step closer to the demon. The demonic power inside becomes stronger and more active, stimulating the brain with demonic power, gaining that mysterious and strange knowledge. You're more likely to hear demonic whispers during ascension, instantly breaking your mind. No one wants to become a madman, so no one dares to ascend casually. But do you know where your advantage lies? Looking at the head charm's mysterious and somewhat mocking gaze, Wei Wei couldn't help but glance at it. What? You're already mad. The head charm suddenly smiled. For someone already mad, what is there to fear about madness? You. Wei Wei was dumbfounded, suddenly turning back to fire his gun. Bang! A huge flame rose up, setting off several other flames in succession, instantly engulfing the club in a sea of fire. The tremendous roar caused the alarm lights on surrounding parked cars to flash simultaneously, rows of buildings lit up, followed by blaring sirens. Police cars patrolling in the distance quickly rushed over. Soon, chaotic sounds, firefighters, and crowds instantly turned into a mess. Don't talk nonsense. Wei took advantage of the chaos to hang the head charm on the handlebars, riding back on the electric bike he had casually stolen. He explained seriously, "I'm not mad. I just have a slightly stronger sense of justice." The head charm in his inner pocket was silent for a while, then suddenly burst into gleeful laughter. 30 miles outside Scrap Iron City, at the nomadic cult's camp, a row of tall trucks with alloy frames was parked by the weed-grown roadside, like a huge long snake. Armed followers slept in their clothes, setting up tents on both sides of the trucks. When the small fire rose in Scrap Iron City, falling outside the city, it was barely brighter than a firefly's light, almost unnoticed by any of the guarding followers. But at the same time, in the middle truck's trailer, the heavy curtain was suddenly lifted. A figure nimbly appeared on top of the truck's trailer. He wore a pure black priest's robe, but unlike ordinary followers, he had a red cape draped over his shoulders. His build didn't look particularly robust, at least compared to the people of the wilderness. This figure even seemed thin. He wore black-framed glasses on his face, giving him quite a scholarly and elegant air. But at this moment, his eyes looked towards Scrap Iron City, flashing brightly like stars. "Bishop, what's happened?" A low voice inquired from the shadows behind him. The speaker was a young woman wearing a nun's habit, but compared to ordinary nuns, her clothes were more form-fitting, tailored to accentuate her slender waist and legs. Of course, this wasn't for looks, but for ease of movement. Under that seemingly agile and form-fitting nun's habit, weapons and ammunition capable of killing 30 people were hidden. "I heard it again." The scholarly cult leader stared fixedly towards Scrap Iron City, muttering, "Again." The nun's heart skipped a beat as she said softly, "Is it that?" Few people understood why the 7th bishop of the nomadic church, seen by many as having no future prospects, chose not to follow the Pope but came alone to the outskirts of the mental barrier, staying for such a long time. But his personal guard understood that ever since hearing that voice 3 years ago, the bishop had never given up pursuing that thing. Now many believed he was just using this flimsy excuse to avoid the whirlpool of papal succession. "Yes, demon forbidden, object 003, the god's death knell." The 7th bishop's eyes gradually released an unusual brilliance, as if his hands were trembling with excitement. The nun hesitated, not daring to speak directly, advising softly, "The elders in the church are not certain it's in Scrap Iron City. The Holy Knight Order also sent people to investigate specifically, and in their final report to the church, they said they found no evidence. I've said before." The 7th bishop's voice was somewhat cold and hard as he said softly, "All demon-forbidden objects have their own will, even intelligence, let alone one of the highest-level God's remnants. It's intentionally hiding itself, avoiding detection by anyone. Forget the Holy Knight Order. Even if the elders came personally, they couldn't find traces of its existence through listening and pattern detection. The only thing to do is wait patiently. In these few years, I've already captured several instances of its whispers. Especially tonight, it was so clear. But the nun didn't know how to describe it. If it's intentionally hiding itself, then how?" She didn't dare to say the rest out loud. "If it's always hiding itself, then how did you capture it?" The 7th bishop let out a light breath. Usually, he was impatient explaining these things, but due to today's excitement, he had a bit more patience, saying, "Although it hides itself, every so often, it periodically releases some will. It's as if it's constantly calling for something, waiting for something. A person." The nun was slightly stunned, raising her head. "It called out again today." "No." The bishop's expression gradually became solemn, yet also seemed to carry extreme certainty. "Today it was more active, even joyful. The person it's waiting for may have already arrived. Underscore 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 underscore." Early the next morning, Wei slept very soundly due to his good mood from the previous day. In the crimson whispers, or red lullaby that came almost every night, he had one comfortable dream after another. Sometimes he was reliving the scene of charging into the Black Goat family. Sometimes he was replacing himself with the Black Goat family members experiencing being killed. When he woke up satisfied, he found he was already almost 20 minutes late. This wouldn't do. In the training camp, the instructor would hang you on the barbed wire fence and beat you for this. So he quickly jumped up, hurriedly washed up, only ate 2 meat and sausage pancakes downstairs before rushing to the security office. Then he looked up at the scene in the office and immediately let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. They hadn't started eating yet. In the small courtyard, it looked like a warm and harmonious scene at this time. Brother Zuze was watching over the stove, cooking spicy soup, throwing in handfuls of pepper powder. Just the smell was exciting. Steamed buns were also being steamed beside him, stuffed with cabbage and pork, round and plump, even bigger than Yefi Fai's face. The captain was busy writing some documents in his office. It was really surprising that he got up so early. Today was Tuesday, Uncle Gun's turn to be on duty at the guard office, so the bearded figure by the pool table was not seen. Sister Lucky was there though, wearing pink silk shorts that came to mid-thigh and a white tank top with 2 thin straps. She was hanging clothes on the clothesline at the side of the courtyard. When she stood on tiptoe, her slender waist that could be encircled by one hand was revealed, stirring one's heart. Xiaolin was painting in the east side of the courtyard, his expression focused. The sunlight shining on his profile made him devastatingly beautiful. When Wei Wei came in, Yefei was on the second floor, resting her chin on her hand, holding a paper airplane, board and turning it around. As soon as she saw Wei Wei, she immediately became happy, turning and running down the stairs. Wei Wei smiled and greeted everyone. Good morning Sister Lucky, good morning Brother Zhu Zhe, good morning Brother Xiao Linear. Captain, good morning. Good morning, Brother Wei. Yefei ran and jumped down from upstairs, rushing in front of Wei Wei to greet him. Running so fast, Wei Wei smelled that the blood scent on her had faded quite a bit and smiled. Has your aunt left? Yeah. Yefei was stunned for a moment before reacting. Huh? What the hell? Just checking on a colleague. Wei Wei suddenly realized his nose had become more sensitive. He smiled and said this as he walked inside. Yefei immediately followed behind him. Yesterday they had dealt with such a big case and rescued a child, giving her a great sense of accomplishment. But the shock from yesterday was too severe and she hadn't recovered. After a night's rest, her state had adjusted back today. The excitement of accomplishing such a big thing yesterday immediately filled her heart. It was when her emotions were most excited. Although she was too reserved to chat with others, as soon as she saw Wei Wei, she immediately felt like reliving that thrilling and exciting experience from yesterday. However, Wei Wei had no interest in reminiscing with her. He walked around the courtyard, looking to see if there was anything he could help with. Actually, he mainly wanted to see if yesterday's events had caused too much impact. However, no one in the entire security office was talking about this matter. He did flip through a few pages of the newspaper and saw a news report about a club catching fire at night, but because there were no casualties and the fire was quickly brought under control, it didn't even make the front page. It seemed that the impact caused last night was just a club catching fire, a vendor losing a raincoat to theft. An electric bike parked at an intersection suddenly ran out of battery. After carefully checking, Wei Wei returned satisfied and sat down at the small table waiting for breakfast. Lucky, have you finished washing the clothes? The captain's voice soon sounded from the office. Lucky immediately went in sullenly. You really want to give it away? Well, it's up to you, but I won't go easy on you when the time comes. Sigh, sigh. Not long after, Lucky walked out of the captain's room angrily, ignoring his calls. What's going on? Wei Wei was immediately curious and carefully asked. Turning his head, he saw Yefei seemed even more curious, craning her neck to look. Sister Lucky is angry. The handsome Xiaolin suddenly spoke, because the captain is committing suicide. Suicide. Wei Wei and Yefei were both shocked, simultaneously showing curious expressions. But after saying this, the handsome Xiaolin fell silent again. Yefei couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Brother Xiaolin said flatly, this is the captain's private matter, I shouldn't say. All right. Wei Wei and Yefei were both a bit disappointed and stopped asking, turning their heads to continue looking towards the office. But Xiaolin, holding his paintbrush, was silent for a moment before turning to look at them. Is your curiosity so weak? Wei Wei and Yefei were both stunned. Should they ask or not? Yefei tentatively said, why don't you tell us? The captain is preparing to give away his stabilizer, which is no different from suicide. Brother Xiaolin had an expression of having no choice with them as he said flatly, he has an old friend in the city who is also a possessor of demonic power. In recent years, he has almost stopped using demonic power, but the demonic power in his body is becoming more and more active, almost unable to be suppressed as he is about to ascend. The captain knows that in his state, if he ascends, he will inevitably fall, so he is giving his stabilizer to him. Stabilizer. Wei Wei understood. He knew how important this was for wild ability users. In fact, the Foundation was able to recruit so many wild ability users for its own use by relying on stabilizers. This stabilizer that could smooth out the activity of demonic power in one's body could fetch sky-high prices for each dose on the black market. What's a stabilizer? And what's the activity level of demonic power? Before Wei Wei could finish thinking, Yefei couldn't help but ask curiously. Demonic power is a special power that coexists with superhumans, giving them powers incomprehensible to ordinary people, but it is also a curse. It inherently possesses demonic qualities and is a nightmare that chosen superhumans can never escape. Xiaolin appeared indifferent on the surface, even showing a hint of annoyance as if saying why do you have so many questions, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily revealed a smile. The activity level of demonic power represents the radiation fluctuation of this power, and also represents the burden it brings to the superhuman themselves. The higher the activity level, the greater the mental pressure on the superhuman, and the deeper the negative effects they will suffer. The stabilizer is a drug developed by the Foundation that can help superhumans alleviate the activity of demonic power. As he spoke slowly, the paintbrush in his hand also gradually slowed down. He said softly, the normal activity level of demonic power for superhumans is below 50%. After an intense confrontation or life and death crisis, the activity level of demonic power generally rises sharply. Some severe cases may even reach 80% or 90%, which is a very dangerous level. In such situations, stabilizers must be used to help control the activity level, otherwise it's easy to fall. Sigh. At this point, He sighed and continued, however, even without experiencing intense confrontations, the activity level of demonic power itself will increase with time and use of demonic power. Even without use, it will increase, just like the captain's old friend. He hasn't used demonic power for many years, but the activity of demonic power has still reached its peak. In this situation, if he doesn't prepare an ascension ritual to improve himself, or use stabilizers, I'm afraid he will soon degenerate into a monster, or a complete madman. Yefei listened to his increasingly serious tone, her face turning slightly pale, although she was still far from having to consider these things herself. After hearing all this, Wei Wei couldn't help but inwardly praise, this brother Xiaolin is a wild ability user, and it's quite good that he understands these things. However, his understanding might not be comprehensive, only saying what's written in the materials. Like saying that an activity level over 80% is extremely dangerous. Look at himself, his demonic power activity level has been maintained above 95% for years, and isn't that very normal? But Yefei felt heavy-hearted, but suddenly had some questions. Can the ascension ritual also be resolved this way? Yes. Brother Xiaolin looked impatient, but his eyes were delighted. He stopped painting and explained softly, if an ascension ritual is performed, he will rise to a higher level, and then the demonic power in his body that has reached its peak activity will be greatly alleviated. This is a more effective method than stabilizers, with a greater degree of relief, and it's accompanied by stronger power. Then why doesn't he prepare for the ascension ritual? Yefei immediately caught the key point. Is it because he doesn't know how? She had read some materials saying that those fanatics were desperately searching for texts related to demonic rituals, trying to find the correct method to hear the voice of demons, or even invite demons to descend. Is it the same for superhumans? Every superhuman knows what their ascension ritual is. Xiaolin's expression became slightly solemn, or to put it more deeply, worried and panicked. Because when the activity of one's demonic power reaches a certain level, it will tell you what the ascension ritual is. But the captain's old friend won't do this, and the captain won't allow him to do it either. He paused here, saying softly, because this old friend belongs to the war demon sequence. His ascension ritual is to instigate a city-level factional war within the mental barrier, and the death toll must not be less than 666 people. Underscore 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 underscore. Instigate a city-level factional war with a death toll of no less than 666 people. Yefei's face turned pale, even terrified, as she listened to little Lin's explanation. She was a wealthy heiress, raised in a privileged environment. Although she had been sent to the Foundation's Supernatural Affairs Investigation Group base due to her own special circumstances and had seen many documents about demons, she still lived too comfortably. She had never encountered vicious and crazy demon worshippers, nor experienced the fear of being attacked by corrupted monsters or nomadic cults. She even believed in her heart that this was a peaceful and stable life. So she couldn't understand what a ritual that required instigating a war between two cities and causing over 600 deaths meant. A street piled with corpses? Countless broken families? Innumerable houses submerged in blood and flames? This was indeed a terrifying ritual, truly deserving of the prefix demonic. No superhuman likes to ascend. Brother Little Lin sighed lightly at this point, explaining softly while drawing his pecking chick picture. Except for a few madmen. Because each step of ascension means being more deeply influenced by demonic power, also meaning you're one step closer to becoming a demon. Many times, during the ascension process, you'll hear demonic whispers, easily losing your sanity. So, the ascension ritual is something everyone fears and even tries hard to avoid. Only those crazy demon worshippers actively prepare for ascension rituals. For the sake of demonic rituals, they not only harm others and instigate wars, but sometimes some madmen even complete excessive ascension tasks before the actual ritual. Normal people, on the contrary, try to minimize the use of demonic power to avoid it becoming too active. Because each use of demonic power makes it a bit more active. Only demon fanatics or madmen eagerly crave demonic whispers. As time passes, it becomes more and more active, so even if you never use it, it will gradually revive. Usually, we rely on the Foundation's stabilizers to slow down the activity of demonic power, to suppress our own demonic power. But unfortunately, stabilizers aren't omnipotent. Their effectiveness gradually decreases with increased use. Sister Lucky is upset about this point. The captain has given many doses to his friend already. Now the effect of the stabilizer is probably minimal, equivalent to wasting it. The captain just doesn't want to watch his friend die. Yefei hadn't expected the captain to have this side, her heart slightly dimmed. Wei Wei's expression also seemed a bit gloomy, sighing lightly in his heart. If that's the case, why not kill him in advance? He's already suffering greatly, and his demonic power can't be suppressed. He's determined not to prepare for the ascension ritual. This is a person worthy of respect, right? But because of this, the fate awaiting him is only corruption. So why not kill him before he becomes corrupted? Perhaps this is the only way to optimally solve the problem? As for the ascension ritual Little Lin described, he didn't have any particular feelings about it. Little Lin described the ascension ritual as too difficult, or perhaps it was because the captain's old friend's rank was too high. In fact, ascension rituals aren't necessarily that difficult. On the contrary, in the early stages of the sequence, the difficulty of ascension rituals is very low. So low that it's like a temptation. For example, the content of his third state ascension ritual had already appeared countless times in his dreams. Where does it need fanatics to complete excess ascension requirements? Clearly, just working a few extra shifts would do it. Although Little Lin's explanation made both Wei Wei and Yefei feel a bit down, they subconsciously started paying attention to Captain Wang. Captain Wang also seemed very upset. He walked to the door several times, seemingly wanting to explain to Sister Lucky, but hesitated at the doorway. After several moments of indecision, he still strode out, stepping on the stairs, preparing to go upstairs. However, just as he stepped on the first step, he heard a thud. Sister Lucky directly threw down a black box. Captain Wang was startled, catching it nervously. The injections we all deserve have been set aside. This box is full of yours. Sister Lucky said coldly from the second floor, if you want to give them away, go ahead. When you hear demonic whispers yourself, don't come looking for us. After saying this, she quickly turned back, slamming the door shut. Captain Wang looked embarrassed, running his hand through his hair, then turned to look at the courtyard. Wei Wei and Yefei immediately sat up straight, pretending to be seriously discussing work. You all work seriously. If there's nothing else, get off work early. After a while, Captain Wang still came out of the office. He looked like he had combed his hair again, applied hair gel, put on a three-piece suit, and even carried a cane. If someone met him on the street without knowing, they might think he was a representative of some big consortium. He seemed to want to give a few more instructions before leaving, to show his authority as the captain, but no one in the courtyard paid him any attention. Only Wei Wei and Yefei straightened their backs and responded seriously, understood, Captain. Captain Wang looked at them disdainfully, tucked the box under his arm, waved his hand, and left. Wei Wei stayed at the security office until noon, eating a small bowl of fried sauce noodles with Brother Zhu. After helping Brother Zhu wash the dishes, he found there was really nothing else to do. Looking at the empty courtyard, now the most bored people in the whole team were him and Yefei. Yefei had just made a big achievement yesterday and didn't want to go on patrol. She sat cross-legged on a stone bench drinking tea. Wei Wei had just arrived and hadn't found anything to pass the time. Seeing Yefei eager to chat with him, Wei Wei really couldn't muster any interest. There wasn't anything he needed her for recently. After sitting idly for a while, Wei Wei made a bold decision, turning to look at Little Lin who was painting. Brother Little Lin, if there's nothing to do today, can I go back first? Whoosh. Both Little Lin and Brother Zhu, who was picking vegetables nearby, turned their heads to look at him, their eyes surprised. Well, the house isn't finished painting yet. Wei Wei felt a bit guilty. It was only his second day at work, and he was already skipping out early. It really wasn't good. Little Lin stared at him for a good while before saying, just go if you want. Why do you need to tell us in advance? This kind of bad habit really shouldn't be brought to the team. Wei Wei felt deeply ashamed and sincerely expressed that it would never happen again. After he left, the others continued doing their own things. After a while, they looked up at each other, actually feeling somewhat confused. The new member's unique preference for living environment had already spread throughout the team. Everyone found it strange, but because they weren't close enough yet, they couldn't discuss such a deep topic. Seeing Wei Wei leave early, Little Lin couldn't help but stop his brush again, frowning. I'm not someone who likes to pry into others' privacy, but why does he want to live in that house? And paint it such a festive color? Wei Wei felt this was normal. An old house always needs to be fixed up before moving in, especially for someone like Wei Wei who has such high requirements for living experience. On the way back, he went to a renovation store and got several buckets of even brighter colored paint, bought a box of nails, and a few low-watt light bulbs. After careful planning, he took his limited money and went to Scrap Iron City's high-end mall, buying an expensive white tablecloth, several sets of silver cutlery, and exquisite white porcelain plates. He decorated very seriously. The four walls of room 302 were all painted a bright red by him. Lying on the bed, one could see a sea of blood. On the walls, he also outlined several human-shaped frames with white lime. Some were lying on the sofa, some on the floor, some split into two. The style was simple yet twisted, with a strong death theme, very much like postmodern art. Even in the middle of the room, he replaced the dark purple round table. Wei Wei placed a white tablecloth on the round table, a set of silver cutlery, and a glass. He sat at the round table and had a meal, expressing satisfaction. Yes, this was the style those people pursued before, bringing such nightmares into reality. So, he returned to this nightmare, living in this nightmare. It's good, very comfortable. The only thing lacking was the bare light fixture above. It seemed that a hook was missing here. Otherwise, where would his old friend sit when invited over? At night, he slept in the newly painted house. The bright red surroundings and the dim bulb in the center gave him great satisfaction. He fell asleep in this satisfaction. In his dreams, someone broke into this room, wanting to catch him and complete their sacrifice. He caught them and, using the gentlest method, found out about the mastermind behind it all, turning him into a sieve. In other dreams, he saw people lingering hesitantly outside the house, so he rushed down, finally caught the mastermind, and hung him on an iron hook. In some dreams, someone came to this house and burned him alive. There were even people who hung him up like they did to little Chi-Chi before, cutting his flesh bit by bit. Every ending was so pleasant. Wei Wei in his sleep couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm really worried you won't be able to find me. This way, I won't be able to find you. Changing Xiao Lin to Little Lin from now on. Underscore 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 underscore. The candle, having burned for most of its length, was now just a short stub. For the nearly 50 square meter living room, a single candle was not enough to illuminate the entire space. Thus, most areas of the living room were filled with darkness, including the old man dozing on the sofa, the flower pot in the corner, the entrances to other rooms, and the wrinkles in the pajamas. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling window, the twinkling lights of countless homes formed a stark contrast. There were chandeliers and electrical wires in this living room too, but neither the old man nor Captain Wang thought to turn them on. Captain Wang was drinking and eating. He wore a pristine white triangular napkin and had before him a perfectly grilled tomahawk steak, accompanied by authentic Russian pickles. Beside his hand was a glass of red wine, not particularly distinguished in origin, but one that had been cellared for many years. He ate with great pleasure, occasionally letting out satisfied exclamations. I'm almost dead, or might suddenly transform into a blood-soaked knight charging at you at any moment. The old man curled up on the opposite sofa let out a low sigh. And you, who came here under the pretense of being a friend, took the best steak from my fridge, cooked it to medium rare in my kitchen, and are now eating it with relish, even smacking your lips deliberately, in front of me, an old man too weak to even drink broth. Isn't this a bit too much? But I am your friend. Captain Wang cut off a large piece, still slightly bloody, and put it in his mouth, letting out a satisfied sigh. When a friend comes to your home, shouldn't you entertain them? I know you're too weak to move now, so what's wrong with me entertaining myself? Besides, you're so weak that you might die at any moment, or be consumed by demonic power and turn into a corrupted monster. So the good steak and wine left in your house would go to waste anyway. If I don't eat it now, what if it expires later? After a long while, the old man let out a long sigh, his gaze turning to the box of syringes on the coffee table. Holding on is too painful. Many times I didn't want to keep going. He looked at Captain Wang with a somewhat resentful gaze. But every time you come over, I get the urge to not die yet. This world can't just have bastards like you living long lives. Haha, then be good and use the injections properly, Captain Wang said. Live as long as you can. I still want to come see you more. You've always had good taste in picking things. I'm just too busy to pick things myself. The old man fell silent, then suddenly said, Isn't it because you've lost all your money gambling and can't afford to pick things? Captain Wang. But don't worry, I really don't want to die so soon, the old man said in a low voice. Because I still want to see what exactly that thing is waiting for. That demon-forbidden object called God's Remnant, even in the first city defense line, it would be enough to cause a bloodbath. Appearing anywhere, it could easily create a demon realm. But it has stayed in a broken place like Scrap Iron City for so many years. What exactly is it for? God's Remnant. Captain Wang was stunned, putting down the wine glass he was about to drink from. You're still thinking about this. We've tried to find it many times, but there's no trace of it at all. Even the Foundation has given up investigating. I wasn't sure before, the old man sighed softly. But now I'm too weak. The demonic power has completely corroded my body, mind, and spirit. This has made my perception of demonic whispers extremely sensitive. So now, I can actually hear its whispers. It has always been here, and it's becoming more and more active. His emotions suddenly became agitated, and in his sunken eye sockets untouched by candlelight, a ghostly light appeared. He stared intently at Captain Wang. A demon-forbidden object at the level of God's Remnant won't do meaningless things. There's nothing in this world that could make it lie dormant and wait for so long. So, its staying here must have a terrifying purpose. Don't underestimate it. The fourth secret war might even be triggered because of it. Captain Wang silently looked at the old man, his right hand ready to reach inside his suit to draw his gun. But it wasn't until the old man started coughing violently that he confirmed there were no signs of corruption, just pure emotional agitation. So his hand inconspicuously gripped the dinner knife, slowly cutting off a large piece of steak and putting it in his mouth, no longer smacking his lips. You don't need to worry, I'll keep an eye on things here, he said slowly. Although the nomadic cults are active and the number of people worshipping demons hasn't decreased. But overall, everything is still fine. The old man suddenly looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure there's nothing unusual? No. Captain Wang answered, then hesitated. It's just that a young man recently joined the team. The old man's gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp, a chilling aura emanating from him, as if returning to his days of blood-soaked battles in the wilderness. But he's not a problem, Captain Wang quickly said. He's from a regular training camp, has undergone many more tests than we have. And although I haven't known him long, I also feel that he is a kind and shy person, meticulous in his work, civilized and disciplined, a hard-working good team member. At most, his renovation preferences are a bit different from others. The old man didn't speak for a long time, but his breathing gradually became heavier. After a while, he said in a low voice, After all, I didn't accept the Foundation's invitation, so I can't interfere with you now. You are the captain of Scrap Iron City's security officers. But Wang, I must warn you, if the God's Remnant starts to appear, it would be strange if nothing happened in Scrap Iron City. You should raise your vigilance. We came from the wilderness. We know some things shouldn't be taken too naively, especially. You're getting old too. Captain Wang just frowned, slowly finishing the wine in his glass. Life is really wonderful. On his first day reporting for duty, Wei felt he had come to the right place. And in the first month of coming here, he confirmed that he really liked this place. The food was good. Brother Zhu always made food that didn't seem to care about health but made people willingly indulge. The accommodation was good. The house had been completely renovated to his liking. The colleagues were all nice too. Whether it was Captain Wang who dressed up every day but didn't do much work, or Uncle Gun who was always cheerful and didn't seem like he belonged to the order sequence at all, or Brother Xiaolin who usually acted like a quiet handsome man but would always calmly deliver some news whenever you got close to him, or the beautiful but unlucky Purify. Everyone got along well. A workplace lacking competitiveness was indeed conducive to fostering relationships. However, the only problem was that it was too idle here. In this small base, there was no training or education. Even if you tried to read more materials, everyone would look at you with the eyes of veteran employees watching a fresh graduate being overly diligent. As a result, after finishing painting the house, Wei was left with only routine duty shifts and casual chats, or getting thoroughly beaten by Uncle Gun in basketball, or going to the market with Brother Zhu to buy ingredients and cook. Purify couldn't stand it anymore and had started patrolling the streets again. Wei had thought about going with her, but was strictly forbidden by the people in the base. After the last incident, they were now a bit wary of Wei and Purify mixing together again. However, seeing Wei come to the base at fixed times every day, doing nothing except eating, made people feel a bit sorry for him. So Uncle Gun kindly brought over a stack of materials for Wei to sort through and look for clues when he had nothing to do. You're too bored, right? So deal with some miscellaneous work. The black goat family hasn't been found yet anyway. This is all the work in the base, and it's all given to you. Isn't that considerate enough for a newcomer? Honestly speaking, Wei wasn't picky about work. But now, he really couldn't muster much interest in the work of finding this black goat family. However, there was really nothing else to do. In the entire Scrap Iron City base, the only serious job might be the daily duty at the guard office from Monday to Friday, which was neatly divided among the 5 formal members of the team. Wei and Purify, as interns, didn't yet have the privilege to go to the guard office as consultants and drink coffee. Therefore, the bored Wei had no choice but to doze off every day while hugging that stack of materials possibly related to the black goat family. This work attitude moved everyone in the base. What a good young man. So sleepy, yet he doesn't go home to sleep. Wei had just finished lunch with Brother Zhu at the base and washed the dishes. He was about to find a place to take a nap when he unexpectedly heard the sound of high heels clicking on the ground beside him. On the wooden stairs, Sister Lucky had changed into a fitted linen-colored suit, wearing dazzling diamond earrings, and stepping in at least 10-centimeter high heels, revealing her slender and beautiful ankles. She walked down gracefully and said to Wei, "Little Wei, seeing that you've been performing well lately, come with me today. Sister will take you shopping at the mall." Shopping at the mall? Wei looked at Sister Lucky with some surprise, seeing her smiling at him. "Have you forgotten what I promised you?" Wei blinked, suddenly remembering the gift Sister Lucky mentioned when they first met. It wasn't just talk, she really wanted to give it? Ride in my car. Although somewhat surprised, Wei saw that Sister Lucky was already fully dressed and waiting for him to leave. He quickly grabbed his jacket and even helped her carry her bag. Dutifully, he followed her out of the base. Once outside, he confidently pointed at the modified jeep he had driven all the way from the training camp and volunteered to drive. But Sister Lucky merely glanced at it, shook her head disdainfully, and led Wei to a nearby garage. She handed him a set of keys with a small lion logo on them and said, "Your car's style is too rugged, it doesn't match my vibe. Let's take this one instead." Wei looked in amazement at the sleek car revealed as the rolling door lifted and couldn't help but exclaim, "Our team's benefits are this good? Our salaries can't afford a car like this." Sister Lucky opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, leaving the driving to Wei. She smiled and said, "This isn't mine, it's someone else's car lent to me." Wei had never driven such a car before. After sitting inside and familiarizing himself with it, he joked, "Sister Lucky has such good friends." "Not exactly friends, just someone I've met a few times," she explained with a smile. A year ago, she recalled, she had seen a middle-aged man drinking and crying in a bar. His clothes were stylish and expensive, but his hair was messy, and he hadn't shaved in ages. He looked greasy. Unable to bear the sight of a man crying so pitifully, she went over to say hello. "I asked him if he could buy me a glass of red wine." The man hesitated for a moment, then, as if giving up on himself, pulled out all the money he had left and bought her a relatively cheap bottle of red wine. She drank happily and returned the favor by buying him a beer, the cheapest kind. Sister Lucky lightly pressed down the car window, lit a slim lady's cigarette, and filled the car with a faint fragrance. "About a month later, I went back to that bar and ran into that man again. This time, he was full of energy, his hair neatly combed, his beard clean shaven. According to the bartender, he'd been waiting there for me for over half a month. When we met, he passionately thanked me because, after that night, his company's problems were suddenly resolved. He wasn't sure if it had anything to do with me but insisted on thanking me. I didn't refuse. He insisted on lending me this sports car to drive around for fun. Wei Wei carefully drove the car while laughing. Then why not transfer it under your name? Sister Lucky smiled and replied, because if I accepted it outright, it wouldn't just be about repaying one bottle of beer. Wei Wei laughed knowingly while secretly feeling hopeful about his underwear. Demonic power is an extraordinary force capable of achieving unimaginable things. The Foundation has strict rules prohibiting superhumans from casually using their powers outside of handling incidents. But here in Scrap Iron City where regulations are looser and given that Sister Lucky and her team were originally wild ability users who didn't fully agree with such rules, occasionally using their powers for personal satisfaction was commonplace. Perhaps there was even a legend circulating in some small circles within this city. A certain elegant and sensual woman, fond of wearing cheongsams, would occasionally appear under dim bar lights. If you were lucky or unlucky, she would smile at you and make a request, buy her a glass of red wine, and she would bring you enough good fortune. As Wei Wei became more familiar with the sports car's performance, his speed increased. With Sister Lucky in tow, they sped through Scrap Iron City's streets amidst curses like "Why don't you crash?" or "Why am I not in that car?" before arriving at an area resembling an upscale shopping mall. The tall buildings combined with adjacent pedestrian streets created a complex yet unified atmosphere. After parking the car, Wei Wei got out first to help Sister Lucky carry her bag. He felt he attracted more envious gazes doing this than when driving the sports car. Countless eyes, both male and female, first fell on Sister Lucky in surprise before shifting disdainfully toward Wei Wei. This kind of look gave him immense satisfaction, especially when Sister Lucky hooked her arm around his. This made him deeply understand one truth: what makes men enviable isn't the car they drive, it's who rides in their car. They had agreed to buy underwear for Wei Wei, but as soon as they entered the shopping center, Sister Lucky led him straight to a shoe store. She tried on at least 7 or 8 pairs of shoes while Wei Wei stood by, holding them for her, checking sizes, and complimenting them with phrases like "they look great." Then she went to a beauty salon for over an hour. Wei Wei joined other men outside the salon door, sharing cigarettes while waiting for their women inside and watching other women pass by on the street. When Sister Lucky emerged from the salon looking radiant, she took Wei Wei to see a movie. She chose an old film about an effeminate pirate who got married then divorced, committed domestic violence then got beaten himself, lost his wife, and even had 2 pounds of poop left on his bed by a 3-pound teacup dog. By the end, he lost his beloved black pearl ship to the Ocean Queen. Sister Lucky watched intently while Wei Wei finished 2 buckets of popcorn. Finally, only then did Sister Lucky take him outside to a high-end men's clothing store, next door to a street stall selling men's underwear. She spent considerable time carefully picking through piles before excitedly pulling out one bright yellow pair decorated with ocean beaches and SpongeBob SquarePants prints. Holding it up with both hands, she asked, "Do you like it?" Wei Wei examined it seriously before hesitantly asking, "Do you have something more mature?" Sister Lucky paused briefly before picking up another pair featuring an even larger SpongeBob print and asked, "Do you like this one?" After a moment of silence, Wei Wei replied, "I'll take the first one." "All right." Sister Lucky generously had both pairs wrapped up by the vendor and paid for them herself. Wei Wei solemnly accepted these 2 treasures, which Uncle Gun had deemed crucial, and carefully put them away. Honestly speaking, Sister Lucky's taste wasn't great. The childish design was, actually, kind of exciting. Buying things for you men is exhausting. Sitting on a nearby stone block and massaging her neck, Sister Lucky said, "Aren't you going to buy me a drink?" Thinking about that lucky man from before made Wei Wei nod immediately. "Sure." A plate of thickly sliced bamboo clams drenched in oil, some vinegar-marinated peanuts, tiger salad made from fresh green chilies mixed with scallion whites, cilantro stems, oyster sauce, sugar, and soy sauce, glossy red braised pork belly, plus 1 large plate of egg-fried rice, all laid out between them at a small table surrounded by rows of second-tier baijiu bottles. Sister Lucky unscrewed 1 small bottle of baijiu, raised her lips, and gulped down the fiery liquid. The bubbling, spicy aroma filled the air, a display of elegance and undeniable charm despite the roadside greasy diner setting and 52-degree liquor that spoke of grace and captivating proof that a person's charm isn't solely determined by their beverage choice. Thud. The entire small bottle of baijiu was emptied without a drop left. Sister Lucky slammed the empty bottle heavily on the table, smiled at Wei Wei, and said, "Your turn. Do we need to drink this hard?" Wei Wei was somewhat surprised, looking at the small bottle of baijiu she had downed in one go. Sister Lucky's face was already flushed, her eyes carrying a hint of mirth as she slowly unscrewed the cap of the second bottle. "Scared?" she teased. "I'm worried about you, Sister Lucky. Aren't you afraid of danger when such a beautiful woman drinks too much? You should worry about yourself. I'm more dangerous when drunk." Hearing this, Wei Wei felt relieved. He picked up the bottle and gulped it down. Nothing brings people closer together than strong liquor. By the time Lucky had drunk 6 liang, 300 ml, her cheeks were flushed a light red, and her eyes shone even more beautifully. She gently brushed her hair and said to Wei Wei, "Little Wei, you're also from here. Now that you're back, don't you plan to visit some familiar faces?" Wei Wei unscrewed the bottle cap and smiled, "Not really necessary." Sister Lucky paused, her tone cautious as if afraid to poke at a wound. "Are there no more people you know?" "Oh, there are still some," Wei Wei smiled. "Quite a few, actually. From what I can remember, I lived in the orphanage under the Faceless People's Church in the west of Scrap Iron City. Later, I escaped and survived by scavenging. The old priest at the orphanage, the nuns, and the cook in the cafeteria, we were all very close. But after so many years, even if I went back, I don't know if they would remember me. Faceless People's Church. Note, the author uses instead of Faceless God Church. Sister Lucky was slightly stunned, not expecting Wei Wei to have this background. So it wasn't that he had no one to visit, but rather, he didn't want to go back. Underscore 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 underscore. The world once belonged to the 12 Gods Church with its vast number of followers. But later, the 12 Gods Church was banned. The World United Government no longer allowed churches to worship any named or specifically directed gods. They only permitted the worship of a faceless, genderless, unnamed, and attributeless god. The Faceless God. In Scrap Iron City, only one such church remains, the Church of the Faceless God. However, it's not large, and there aren't many believers. No one wants to believe in a god that seems to lack authority, especially in such a small place with such a dilapidated church. So there have never been many clergy in that church. It's said there used to be an old priest, but later even the priest left, leaving only a few old nuns. For people like Sister Lucky, since the Faceless People's Church didn't even have any superhumans, they never paid attention to it. What surprised Sister Lucky now was Wei Wei's experience. His previous file only stated he was a wandering youth from the edge of Scrap Iron City. Because there were many such people, always appearing in waves at the garbage mountain, no one doubted it or rarely mentioned that this youth who once shocked Scrap Iron City had lived in the orphanage of the Faceless People's Church. Perhaps those chaotic records weren't worth remembering? Sister Lucky didn't show any inappropriate expression, just gently rested her chin on her hand, nodded, and said, "You should still go back and visit when you have the chance, since you've already returned. Doesn't everyone who returns to their hometown want to see their old friends?" Wei Wei agreed compliantly, but felt indifferent inside. What's the point? These people weren't infected. What's the meaning of going back to see old friends who can't be killed? Little Wei, actually I'm quite curious. Sister Lucky seemed to notice Wei Wei's lack of interest, smiled, and said softly, "What did you come back for this time?" Another person asking why he came back. Wei Wei sighed softly. It seemed that ever since he made this decision, people had been asking him. The instructor, the captain, and even that demon forbidden object numbered 206, the brain of the knower. They all had doubts about his return and their own guesses. But he hadn't hidden anything. He had already moved into the place where the nightmare began, so what else was there to ask? Sorry. Sister Lucky smiled and said, "I'm just curious. I noticed you moved into the 15th district, that room. I know a bit about your past, but really, whether it's me or the captain, we actually wanted to find a chance to advise you. After all, it's been several years, and you already have a new life, so the things from before. Sister Lucky, do you also want to tell me to forget about what happened before?" Wei Wei suddenly looked up with a smile, looking at her with a gentle expression, showing no displeasure. "Not forget." Sister Lucky sighed softly, holding Wei Wei's hand, and said gently, "You should have your own new life now. Believe us, we've had similar experiences. Maybe it's hard to forget the past, but only by letting go can you make your future life easier. You're still young, and you've received training at the camp. You should have." Her words were sincere and gentle, clearly speaking from the heart, and they were true. But before she could finish, Wei Wei interrupted her. "Sister Lucky, do you know what children's dreams are?" Wei Wei looked up, his eyes appearing very clear. Sister Lucky was slightly stunned, unable to answer Wei Wei's question for a moment. "It's very simple." Wei Wei looked at Sister Lucky, smiling as he answered, "Really, their dreams are so simple." As he spoke, he slowly brought a small bottle of alcohol to his mouth and took a few sips, smiling as he said, "From a young age, they know that the nuns who are gentle and kind in front of others will secretly use needles to prick the children they don't like. They know that devout believers will also torture the children they adopt until they're barely human. They know that the orphanage at the church that spreads the gospel every day will only allow these children to have a full meal when outsiders come to visit. Even when 6-year-old Chi-Chi was stared at every day by the fat cook with lecherous eyes, we felt it was normal, just a bit scared, so we took Chi-Chi and ran away. But we didn't even think about hating him. How could children who only wanted to survive afford to hate anyone? From the beginning, we accepted that this is how the world is." Wei Wei slowly narrated, always with a smile on his face, seemingly not immersed in it at all. His voice was just very objective, very gentle. "At that time, we just wanted to grow up. When we grew up, we could work in the mines and earn wages. When we grew up, we wouldn't be afraid of stray dogs on the street. We could use a stick to chase them away. When we grew up, we could buy that white little dress in the kitchen window for Chi-Chi. She really liked it so much." As he spoke, his voice got lower and lower. After a long time, he slowly started speaking again. "But we, who had such simple hopes and endured so much, who learned not to complain, still encountered that family that worshipped demons. So, they disappeared one by one. Sweet potato, matches, vest, and kitten. Until finally, even Chi-Chi was tricked away by a little dress. I looked for them in the garbage mountain, in the church vegetable garden, shouting their names loudly on the street. When I finally found them in that room, I only saw Chi-Chi. She was wearing that white little dress. Only, it was dyed red." Huff. After a very long time, Wei Wei finally let out a soft breath and said, "Really, my tolerance for people is extremely high. It's been high since I was young. So high that as long as they were still human, I could tolerate them. It's just that some people couldn't even meet this most basic standard." Wei Wei spoke slowly, a bright smile gradually appearing on his face, and said, "Sister Lucky, I decided then. No more. Never again?" Slowly speaking to this point, he looked up at Sister Lucky, smiling. Many people had asked him this question, why he came back to this small place. He didn't even want to answer. What's wrong with these people? Such a simple question, yet they keep coming to ask him. So, perhaps because of Sister Lucky's gift, or perhaps because he had drunk a bit more today, he answered very seriously. But as Sister Lucky listened to his answer, she tried hard to keep her face expressionless, yet a deep worry suddenly flashed in her eyes. So, her voice slightly elongated, trying to adjust her voice so it wouldn't sound too strange. "You gave up the great opportunity at the training camp and came back to our insignificant little scrap iron city, just to settle old scores. Even including moving into your old room, it was to find new clues, to continue to avenge your little brothers and sisters." Wei Wei glanced at Sister Lucky, thinking the logic was very clear, but why was her voice trembling? Sister Lucky picked up the alcohol beside her and slowly took a sip. She seemed to have a hesitant look, hesitating whether to end this conversation, hesitating whether to leave immediately. After all, the captain only asked her to interact more with Wei Wei, to understand him better. And in this not-so-long interaction, she had already understood that Wei Wei wasn't lying. What he just said couldn't be made up by lying. But there was an impulse in her heart that made her unable to resist continuing this conversation. "I can understand your feelings." She kept her voice steady, then carefully asked her doubt, "But who are you planning to take revenge on?" Wei Wei was stunned for a moment, looking up at her with some confusion. Why would this woman ask such a simple question, looking so silly? That mysterious family. He couldn't help but smile and said, "It was them who harmed my little brothers and sisters, how could I let them go?" But the panic in Sister Lucky's voice suddenly became a bit uncontrollable. She even mustered up the courage to finally ask this most crucial question. But that mysterious family was already killed by you at that time. Due to a kind of self-doubt caused by Wei Wei's determination, she even couldn't help but recite that section of the file, Scrap Iron City File No. 057, Red Rose Family, 6 members in total, all life demon worshippers. From February to June 3 years ago, they lured and tricked many street children to perform demonic ritual sacrifices, and several days later, were all killed at the scene. This case was subsequently investigated and reviewed by senior superhumans from the 2nd Defense Line and special investigators from the Foundation, finally confirming that all members of the Red Rose family had died in that incident, and there were no fugitive accomplices or upstream spreaders of demonic ideology. As she spoke, she finally couldn't hide the surprise and doubt on her face. "All your enemies were killed by you, so who are you coming back to take revenge on now?" Wei Wei seemed a bit surprised. He stared at Sister Lucky with wide eyes for a long time, then suddenly a bright smile appeared on his face. Underscore 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 underscore. How could that be? Perhaps because Wei Wei's smile at this moment was too bright and too pure. Sister Lucky looked at his smile and felt as if she had said something wrong, or as if she hadn't understood the question at all. She didn't know if it was the alcohol taking effect, but she only remembered Wei Wei's smiling face as he answered her, and his serious and clear eyes. "They're still alive." "How do you know?" "Because I can hear their heartbeats every night." Sister Lucky's emotions suddenly became very complex, looking at Wei Wei's calm and clear eyes with some surprise. She didn't know if it was some kind of instinctive panic or a feeling of pity arising in her heart. She unconsciously avoided Wei Wei's gaze, steadied herself a bit, and smiled. "Little Wei, are we drinking too slowly?" "Definitely too slow." Wei Wei looked directly at Sister Lucky, also smiling, still gentle, as if he would never lose his temper. "Sister Lucky, I'm actually very curious. What benefits will there be from wearing the underwear you gave me?" "That's not certain." Sister Lucky successfully changed the topic, feeling a sense of relief, her smile returning to its elegant and delicate state. Demonic power affects different people and situations differently. Some people who wear it might avoid certain disasters, like a bullet that was meant to hit them, or a car that was supposed to crash into them. Some people might fulfill a long-held wish after wearing it, or suddenly meet the right person in their life. "I just gave you a winning lottery ticket. As for what the prize in this lottery ticket is, nobody knows." Wei Wei seemed suddenly very interested. "Any wish could come true. We can only say it's possible, but we don't know specifically. Basically, everyone who wears it will see some effect." Sister Lucky smiled and said. "Except for Purify, she's beyond help." Wei Wei looked at the smiling face of SpongeBob on the simple plastic bag. "Well, that makes me look forward to it. You should believe in me, good things will definitely happen in life." Sister Lucky smiled and raised her glass, saying, "Aren't we all living for this bit of luck? Come on, let's toast to this bit of luck in our lives." Wei Wei smiled and clinked glasses with Sister Lucky, then they both raised their bottles. They drank happily that night, and both seemed to let their guards down. So the clear liquor flowed down their throats amidst laughter and jokes. They drank until they were tipsy, then went arm in arm to sing karaoke, and then to a bar. After the bar, they finally supported Sister Lucky, who was truly drunk by now, dancing in the street holding her high heels, to a nearby hotel. Wei Wei helped her upstairs, placed her properly on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Sister Lucky kicked off the blanket with one foot, lazily rolling over on the bed, her smooth beautiful legs hanging over the edge. Wei Wei tucked her legs back in and covered her with the blanket again. Sister Lucky hugged the pillow, turned on her side, her legs clamping the blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. Wei Wei looked at her for a moment, poured her a glass of warm water, and placed it on the bedside table. Then he turned, picked up the bag, and went into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of clothes rustling could be heard from inside. After a while, Wei Wei came out of the bathroom. His clothes were intact, but he walked with a slight waddle. He looked up at Sister Lucky, who was sleeping in a most unladylike manner, and placed a trash can by the bed for her. Have a good dream. He whispered softly in Sister Lucky's ear, then slowly left the room, turning off the lights as he went. Sister Lucky had drunk a lot and was sleeping deeply. After who knows how long, she lazily rolled over and let out a soft sigh. As a woman, a beautiful woman who's drunk too much, she looked at herself in the mirror, her hair a mess, and seemed a bit troubled as she rubbed her hair, laughing self-mockingly. I don't know if at this moment I should sigh about my consistent luck, or if I should feel a little disappointed. As she spoke, she sat up, took the warm water from beside the bed, and slowly drank it. She dialed a number. Captain Wang answered quickly, as if he had been waiting for this call. But before he could say anything, Sister Lucky spoke softly. You can rest assured, he didn't come for the God's remnant. Captain Wang's tone seemed unsurprised, just a bit unexpected. You're sure so quickly? Yes. Sister Lucky leaned against the headboard, slowly pulling out a slim lady's cigarette and lighting it. As the smoke curled through the room, she said softly, although we didn't talk much, I'm very sure that now, in his heart, there's no room for anything else. Captain Wang asked puzzled, what do you mean? Sister Lucky slowly rubbed her brow. His inner world is very simple, surprisingly simple. I even think he's a pure person, pure to the point that he only wants revenge. Everything he does is for revenge, his heart and eyes are filled with nothing but revenge. He doesn't want the great opportunities in the training camp, doesn't want better prospects and development, and doesn't want to see people from before when he returns to Scrap Iron City. But he still comes back, living alone in the world that once gave him nightmares. I even suspect he's afraid of forgetting about revenge, constantly reminding himself. But Captain Wang was clearly surprised. Aren't his enemies already? Yes, all his enemies are already dead, killed by him thoroughly long ago. Sister Lucky said softly, then he feels it's still not enough, so he comes back to this empty city for revenge. Through his eyes, I can see that his heart is full of the fire of revenge. It's almost enough to burn himself clean, to burn the whole world clean. Such a fire of rage, perhaps only the blood of enemies could wash it clean, but we all know, he no longer has targets to release all that rage on. She sighed softly and asked rhetorically, would someone like this have the mind to scheme for that thing? If there's something to worry about, I'm more concerned about another point. All his enemies are dead, so where will his rage burn towards? Captain Wang was silent for a good while before letting out a soft sigh, as if slowly rubbing his forehead. Or should we say, it's pitiful. A revenger who can't find objects for revenge. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. After a while, Sister Lucky suddenly smiled and said, at least he's still eager to put on the underwear, which shows he's still hoping for good things to happen. People who are still hoping for good things to happen are never that desperate inside. Right. Doesn't seem to have changed much. Downstairs, Wei Wei drove Sister Lucky's sports car, looking left and right at the late-night streets. Perhaps he was too impatient. Sister Lucky was right. Maybe everyone living in this world is hoping for that bit of good luck to happen. He was the same, maybe his own luck had already happened. He just didn't know it yet. Vroom. The accelerating sports car flashed like lightning through the empty streets, its roar like a demon's howl. Rich bastard. In a small alley left behind by the sports car, a drunk man spat viciously. Driving so fast, in a hurry to meet the devil. He cursed, swaying as he leaned against the wall, urinating noisily. In his hazy state, he suddenly sensed a bit of light. Slightly startled, he turned his head sharply and saw a little girl standing at the entrance of the alley, quietly watching him. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a dark red children's trench coat. Her face was unusually pale, as white as paper. Her hair was braided into 2 plaits, one long and one short, hanging over her shoulders on either side. In her hand, she held an electronic lantern shaped like a pumpkin, emitting a faint glow. The demon's smiling face on the pumpkin bared 2 rows of sharp teeth. What the hell? Suddenly seeing such a pale-faced little girl, the drunk man's head suddenly felt numb. He pressed one hand against the wall and cursed loudly, get the hell away. The little girl's expression seemed a bit dazed. Hearing this, she didn't retreat from the alley, but slowly walked forward. Damn it. The drunk man hurriedly pulled up his pants, malice suddenly rising, and pointed at her nose, cursing, you want to die or what? He raised his hand, pointing at the girl's nose, and even wanted to kick her. But she seemed not to know fear at all, just asking in a dull tone, Uncle, can I ask for directions? Even the most vicious person would instinctively lower their guard a bit when faced with a little girl asking for directions. The urinating drunk man, even though he was angry inside, softened his tone a bit. What the hell directions are you asking for? Where are you going? The little girl suddenly looked up, her pupils pitch black. You agreed. The drunk man didn't even notice, still cursing, asked quickly. No need. The little girl said dully, suddenly appearing beside the drunk man, standing on a garbage can. Her hand was at the same height as the drunk man's head. Because the drunk man was too drunk, and because the little girl appeared too abruptly, instantly moving from 2 or 3 meters away to right beside him, almost touching him, the drunk man's alcohol-addled brain couldn't keep up with her speed. Therefore, he just stared blankly, hearing the girl's answer, "I've found it myself." As she spoke, a small hand reached into his head, searching bit by bit. Underscore 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 underscore. Pain? Headache? Countless nightmares flooded into his mind, bringing bloody scenes and whispers. Wei Wei sometimes felt as if he were on the execution stand, repeatedly enduring tortures that even the fears in nightmares couldn't match. At other times, he felt as if he were kneeling before an endless sea of blood, looking at a world with no color but crimson, helplessly beating himself and weeping bitterly. He traveled through one red dream after another, with no end in sight. He saw strange and fantastic scenes, feeling as if he were in them, yet also as if watching from afar. A heavy fog seemed to linger around him constantly. Red fog that seemed like it would never disperse in 10,000 years, with the smell of blood constantly invading his nostrils. Countless gazes were watching him, making every pore on his body uncomfortable. But when he suddenly turned to look at those gazes, he only saw broken bodies lying helplessly on both sides. Occasionally, he saw a pair of eyes, but they were already dim, with only the lifeless facial muscles pulling into an upturned corner of the mouth. Wei Wei walked here, walked on, already very tired, but couldn't see an end. Something seemed to be building up in his chest more and more, almost bursting. Tick-tock, until a clear yet seemingly very distant clock-ticking sound arose. It came from deep in the fog, seemingly unreachable, yet the sound was right by his ear, occupying all his hearing and suppressing the endless whispers. Wei Wei's mood suddenly stabilized strangely, slowly extracting himself from the endless nightmare, feeling the breath of the real world, feeling the solid support of something real beneath him. Then, everything in the dream began to fade away quickly, leaving only faint traces that were almost invisible. Slowly opening his eyes, he only saw the bright walls and a dim light bulb. He had slept with the lights on again all night. Wei Wei stared blankly for a while, rubbing his temples as he sat up from the sofa and lightly tapping his head. He had drunk too much. Who would have thought that Sister Lucky, such a delicate and beautiful woman, would have the capacity of a wine barrel? No, a wine well. He had originally intended to get her drunk, but ended up getting drunk himself. One really can't underestimate any strong career woman, especially the kind who doesn't spare her boss's face. Carefully recalling what happened yesterday, Wei Wei had even forgotten many details. Vaguely, he remembered feeling certain that good luck would descend, then driving the sports car around the city, seeming quite impatient, touring the entire city in no time, but seeing nothing. In the end, he came back very disappointed, remembering feeling quite frustrated at last, wanting to take off the underwear and return it to Sister Lucky, that big liar. Thank goodness, he was usually a very rational person. Rational even when drunk. So he didn't do such an impolite thing, he just came back to sleep. While reproaching himself for underestimating Sister Lucky's alcohol capacity yesterday, he quickly got up. Looking at the time, he was already over an hour late. This would lead to a serious consequence, missing the team's breakfast. While changing clothes and washing up, there seemed to be some thoughts in his mind, his eyes sweeping toward the door. He also edged to the window, looking down at the busy street. He felt slightly disappointed. There were no signs of someone breaking into the door. Outside the window, there was also no one sneakily watching him or aiming a sniper rifle at him. It seems these lucky underwear aren't all that great after all. Complaining inwardly, Wei Wei entered the bathroom, took a shower with a splash, then threw SpongeBob aside and put on his own neatly folded underwear as usual. Only then did he comfortably change into his clothes. While drying his hair, he walked back to the living room, thinking that apart from disliking the pattern and style, the main concern was that underwear bought from small stalls might fade in color. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a ghastly howl rang out in the room, extremely startling in the quiet space. It was shrill, miserable, eerie, and evil. If it were someone more timid, they might have been scared into a heart attack in an instant. The piercing cries rang out continuously, as if this red room had suddenly turned into hell. Wei Wei turned his head sharply and took a few quick steps. He picked up his phone. Hello. The moment the piercing howl stopped, Uncle Gun's somewhat anxious voice came through. Little Wei, why haven't you come to the team? Huh. Wei Wei panicked a bit. The one time he was late in the morning in the month since he arrived, the team's senior member called to urge him. All right, don't come to the office today, come directly to the mental sanatorium in District 7. There's an urgent matter, we're waiting for you here. Mental sanatorium. Wei Wei was stunned for a moment. Had his true evaluation from the training camp been exposed so quickly? He quickly put on his jacket and went downstairs, got into Sister Lucky's sports car, floored the accelerator, and drove straight towards District 7. District 11 is located in the northern part of the city, where the terrain is undulating with several low mountains. The mental sanatorium is built halfway up the mountain, with few buildings around, surrounded by green patches. The environment is quite nice. Wei Wei drove up along the small road, and from afar he could see police cars parked at the entrance of the sanatorium, with people in police uniforms guarding the door. He immediately realized something had happened, and they weren't here to admit him. If they wanted to admit him, they would at least send an action team, right? That's how the instructor did it back then. Mr. Wei from the Environmental Protection Office? Please follow me. At the entrance, a young lady in a white nurse uniform was waiting. Seeing Wei Wei arrive in such a flashy car, her pupils flickered slightly, but she professionally hid the surprise on her face. After confirming his identity, she stepped forward to shake his hand, then immediately led him into a building. They went straight to the second-floor corridor, and from afar they could see Captain Wang, Uncle Gun, and a group of people in white coats, as well as someone wearing a high-ranking police inspector armband, all standing in front of a room, their faces extremely solemn, with traces of confusion. Realizing the problem was somewhat serious, Wei Wei hurriedly put on a slightly guilty expression and quickly walked in front of Captain Wang, about to stand at attention and salute. Captain. But before his hand could be raised, Captain Wang grabbed it, anxiously saying, "Small place, what salute? Come quickly and take a look. Have you seen this kind of situation before?" What? Wei Wei was brought to the reinforced glass door at the entrance of the ward and peered inside through the small window. Looking in, he was slightly shocked. It was called a ward, but it was actually a converted warehouse, with the surrounding walls covered in thick plastic film. In this not small warehouse, it seemed a bit crowded, with dozens of people either sitting or standing inside. Some were wearing patient gowns, while others were still in casual clothes, seemingly brought here in an emergency without time to change. At first glance, there were men and women, old and young. Whether in temperament or dress, they all looked completely different, but what was the same was their behavior. Every person had a dazed look in their eyes, moving sluggishly, as if soulless, slowly wandering around the warehouse. They would take a step, then tilt their heads as if thinking about something, but immediately forgetting what they were thinking about and continue walking. When they reached the wall, they would gently bump their heads against it. Occasionally, extremely short phrases would be mumbled from their mouths. Make big money. Watch the kids. Dropped again. Rich bastard. What's going on here? Wei Wei was somewhat surprised. This looked like a room full of mental patients, all with uniform symptoms. Little Wei, have you seen similar symptoms before? Captain Wang asked Wei Wei in a low voice, his face very serious. No. Wei Wei immediately shook his head. How would he have seen this? He wasn't that kind of person. Don't rush to conclusions. Captain Wang slowly shook his head, walking slowly to Wei Wei's side, his palm pressing against the wall of the room. Abstract essence. He spoke softly, and under his brown-toed glasses, stripes like data flashed across his pupils. The next moment, Wei Wei felt faint whispers dispersing, an invisible force spreading out, extending throughout the entire ward. When he looked inside through the small window again, he couldn't help but feel a slight shock in his heart, with a flash of joy quickly disappearing from his face. The ward had changed. The patients were still there, wearing the same clothes, wandering dazedly in the ward, but now you could see that the back of each person's head was missing a large chunk, revealing fresh red blood and pale brain matter, dripping messily. The edges of the wounds were jagged and protruding, looking as if they had been viciously bitten by some wild beast, or as if some hand had reached in and stirred vigorously. Wei Wei's eyes suddenly lit up slightly. He leaned closer to the window, carefully looking at the wounds on the back of those people's heads. He looked very carefully, his Adam's apple involuntarily moving. Little Wei, you've stayed in the training camp for a long time. Have you ever seen demonic power that would make people like this? Captain Wang's expression was solemn, looking at Wei Wei with some expectation. Wei Wei carefully stared at the backs of those people's heads, watching them walk around with heads that were almost emptied of brain matter, yet still moving sluggishly like living people, like a group of walking corpses wandering in this ward. After a long while, he unconsciously glanced at his own crotch. Turning his head to look at Captain Wang, he nodded slightly and said, "Knowledge demon system, corrupted monster, soul-devouring banshee. Underscore 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 underscore. Knowledge demon, soul-devouring banshee." Upon hearing Wei Wei's answer, the mood of the group didn't improve. Instead, they looked at each other in confusion. Due to the spread of demonic power, this world had already given birth to a large number of bizarre creatures and monsters. Among them, the most common and frequently encountered were corrupted creatures. These were strange species that had been corrupted due to their inability to withstand the corrosion of demonic power. They possessed various inconceivable powers and habits, preferring to hide in darkness, silently watching the normal people of the world. Above the corrupted monsters were the more terrifying demonic inferior species, and above them were the mythical totems spoken of by fanatics. However, as superhumans, they had all seen corrupted monsters to some extent, but it was strange to see one in Scrap Iron City. Even though it was on the edge, Scrap Iron City was still within the range of the spiritual barrier. These corrupted monsters, with extremely low intelligence due to demonic power pollution and acting almost entirely on instinct, would usually instinctively avoid such areas. No matter how much fresh flesh and souls they craved in the city, out of instinctive fear, they wouldn't dare to directly intrude into such places. Especially, how could it have intruded for so many days without being discovered? It does indeed look like the traces left after a soul-devouring banshee's hunt. Wei peered through the small window again, looking carefully for a while before saying, when I was in the training camp before, I saw a village in the wilderness that had been completely dominated by a soul-devouring banshee. The people there were just like this, their brains emptied out, but mechanically repeating their tasks like living people. Or rather, they were indifferent to life and death, having transformed into another state of existence. The people around looked at him with some admiration in their eyes. Wei suddenly realized and deeply reproached himself for showing off too much, not considering the senior's feelings. He hurriedly smiled and added, "It's no wonder you haven't seen it before. This kind of corrupted monster is quite rare, not even mentioned in the demon report books published by the Foundation. The knowledge demon is already a higher sequence, with fewer believers, and the number of corrupted monsters is even fewer. Moreover, this type of monster rarely attacks places in groups. Even in our Foundation, it's rarely mentioned. After all, compared to life and war, fewer people like knowledge, right?" As expected of an A-grade student from the training camp. After hearing Wei's words, the others couldn't help but get a bit excited, looking at Wei with much more respect in their eyes. Captain Liang also couldn't help but look at Wei with some emotion, his gaze even stranger. It seemed that besides approval, there was also a bit of pity. The gaze made Wei feel alert, and he unconsciously moved closer to Uncle Gun. "That's amazing, top student." Uncle Gun couldn't help but pat Wei's shoulder, saying, "So is there any good way to deal with it?" Solution method. Wei hesitated for a moment, shaking his head slightly. "I only know that the soul-devouring banshee should have abilities like mental projection, memory devouring, and mind inhabitation. It's a type of corrupted monster that excels at influencing ordinary people, concealing its whereabouts, and is difficult for people to capture. In the Evil Inferior Species book of the Knowledge God Church, it's described as, fallen knowledge creates evil monsters, wandering in dirty alleys and deserted streets, feeding on memories and will. It brings a bright lamp, making people mistake it for light. But it can't illuminate the dark heart, it's just a mark of confusion. They appear, they hunt, then they leave, leaving only a ground of rotting thoughts. It's not strong in combat ability, but its destructive power is terrifying. Usually, this is also a common characteristic of superhumans and monsters in the knowledge demon system." The others listened with some gravity. Uncle Gun couldn't help but ask, "How did you solve it when you encountered it before?" Wei smiled and said, "That time, there was a guy in the team from the love demon system. He recited a few love poems near the village, making the soul-devouring banshee fall in love with him. Then he pretended to be caught by us and about to have his throat cut. The soul-devouring banshee couldn't help but reveal itself from the shadows. We then took the opportunity to trap the banshee in a supermagnetic electric net, surrounded it, and happily shot it to solve the problem." Everyone was slightly stunned. Uncle Gun said, "This banshee's intelligence is quite low." "Not high," Wei said. "Of course, the main thing is that the acting has to be convincing. It was actually quite dangerous at the time, 2 tubes of life serum almost couldn't save him. The cut was too deep. Sigh, our small team can't learn this method." Everyone shook their heads and began to ponder how to specifically capture this corrupted monster. Uncle Gun rubbed his chin, applied to activate the spiritual barrier positioning program. Xiaolin said flatly, "Need to apply to the higher UPS, too troublesome. Request someone more skilled in tracking from the second city defense line or surrounding cities to come over. Not enough time." Uncle Gun's eyes lit up. "If the banshee has low intelligence and is lecherous, how about letting the captain take action?" Xiaolin replied flatly, "Being flirtatious doesn't equal to charm." Ahem. The captain coughed, reminding everyone to show some respect, then looked at the handsome Xiaolin with a stern face. "What's the result of your analysis?" "The first case was discovered 6 days ago." Xiaolin immediately raised his head expressionlessly and said, "At first, the hospital just treated them as ordinary patients who had suffered mental shock, until later when the number kept increasing. Only then did they report to the police, and today they notified our team to come and check the problem. I checked the records and found that the pattern of these patients appearing is terrifying," he said as he opened the file in his hand. Besides popular science, he was also responsible for intelligence analysis. They should increase in multiples with a 24-hour cycle as a node. On the first day, 1 case appeared, so on the second day, 2 would appear, on the third day, 4 would appear, on the fourth day, 8. Now it has gone through 5 cycles, and the number of patients has reached over 100. However, we've only gathered about 50 patients from various hospitals. But after cross-referencing with recent traffic accidents and accidental death cases, the numbers match up. It's just that many patients had accidents on the same day, either aimlessly walking onto the street and getting hit by cars, or falling from buildings." At this point, he slightly pursed his beautiful lips and said, "The most severe situation now is, we're about to face the 6th cycle. If not stopped, tonight, there might suddenly be over 100 victims." After finishing his analysis, he immediately closed his mouth and quietly returned to being the handsome man he was. So fast. Wei raised his head, feeling something wasn't right. How hungry must this thing be to hunt like this? At this time, after hearing Xiaolin's analysis, a man wearing a police department shoulder badge in the corridor couldn't help but speak up. "We can't let more victims appear, especially in such large numbers. Tonight, I'll dispatch people from the guard office to patrol the streets collectively." "You can't." Just as they were discussing, Sister Lucky walked quickly from the other end of the corridor in her white high heels, holding a document in her hand. She said to Captain Wang, "This is the investigation result from their police department. They tried their best to find the location where each case occurred, conducted investigations and cross-comparisons, trying to find some clues. But the results of the investigation, you can see for yourself." Captain Wang waved his hand, not even needing to take the document to know the results must be unsatisfactory. Sister Lucky handed over the document, then turned to look at the police chief, saying, "Police officers or patrol team members are ordinary people with no resistance to demonic power. Sending them to patrol the streets would be like sending targets to the demon. If too many of you are affected at once, the police force in this city will be greatly weakened. If other incidents occur then, we'll be even less able to cope." The others all nodded, but the atmosphere became even more depressing. Sister Lucky. Seeing her arrive, Wei Wei quickly greeted her and handed over the sports car keys in his hand. "I drove the car over." Sister Lucky nodded expressionlessly, seeming to roll her eyes. Why does her mood seem not so good? Wei Wei was a bit surprised, wondering if it was because he drove her car yesterday. Since we can't mobilize the guard office and patrol teams, the problem becomes even more troublesome. Xiaolin spoke quietly, "It's very difficult for just our small team to find it in the entire city." Uncle Gun pondered, "Perhaps we need a bit of luck." Hearing the word luck, everyone couldn't help but look towards Sister Lucky. Lucky understood their thoughts and shook her head, "It's beyond my ability range. I can make each of you dodge a fatal bullet, but I can't accurately find such a hidden corrupted monster in a city. Then there's no way." At this point, Captain Wang seemed to have made up his mind. He snorted and slowly said, "If we can't be lucky enough, then being unlucky enough will do. Call Purify over." The team members looked at each other, then slowly revealed excited and thrilled expressions. Underscore 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 underscore. Wei Wei's first official mission came nearly a month after joining the Scrap Iron City Supernatural Affairs Investigation Team. Mission type: First Class Dangerous Investigation, Suspected Corrupted Monster Injury Incident. Level: C grade. Mission description: Suspected Knowledge Demon Type Corrupted Monster Infiltration, causing many citizens to have their brains stolen. Mission code name: Find Brain Plan. Although everyone internally criticized Captain Wang's ability to name operations and it was hard to see much respect for him from the team members usually once the mission was officially issued, everyone immediately began executing it in an orderly manner. After collectively responding understood, they went downstairs together, arriving in front of a modified assault vehicle that Sister Lucky had just driven over. Uncle Gun got on the assault vehicle and quickly brought down a flat, sturdy black armored box. "Little Wei is also participating in the operation today. This is what the captain asked me to give you. Remember to change into it before the operation," he said with a smile, handing an armored box to Wei Wei. Opening the box revealed 4 neatly stored items inside. This tactical suit is woven from super-sensitive magnetic fiber material researched by the Foundation's Research Institute. It's soft and flexible, doesn't affect movement, and most importantly, it's breathable and doesn't leak when worn close to the skin, Uncle Gun explained. Its toughness can resist cuts from ordinary daggers, and its strength can withstand shots from ordinary handguns. Of course, don't charge into a hail of bullets wearing it. Even if you don't die, it'll still hurt a lot. And hand wash it after wearing, otherwise it'll shrink. He continued, "The signal-enhanced communicator is for timely communication when entering demonic fields. Its signal is several levels higher than ordinary devices, but be careful, it can still be affected in areas with strong demonic power. The emergency stabilizer syringe is for our self-protection. After using demonic power to fight, demonic power usually becomes abnormally active. Remember, once the demon activity level reaches above 75%, or if you hear suspected demonic whispers, inject immediately." Uncle Gun explained everything to Wei Wei one by one, finally placing a special small box solemnly into Wei Wei's hand. "What's this?" Wei Wei asked excitedly, sensing Uncle Gun's seriousness. "This is our most lethal weapon," Uncle Gun said gravely. "Demon Hunter Series Special High Energy Bullet Type 1, designed specifically for hunting demons. It contains a coagulant that can effectively weaken the power of demon-infected individuals. It's a privileged professional bullet. You're new, so you shouldn't normally be given this, but today's situation is special." Before Uncle Gun could finish, Wei Wei's face fell in disappointment. He casually opened the box. Green bean fly. And there were only 3 of them. Listen up. Captain Wang sat astride his beloved sidecar motorcycle, wearing a huge pair of black-toed sunglasses, draped in a dashing silver trench coat with a pistol tucked at his waist. Under the trench coat, the handle of a submachine gun was faintly visible. His heavy riding boots had soles thick enough to stump someone to death. His hair was neatly combed, slicked with gel, and his beard was trimmed impeccably. "Tonight we'll all mobilize to search for the soul-devouring banshee," he declared in a deep voice. "But the mission is dangerous, so safety comes first. Once you find a clue, notify immediately and wait for my order before taking action. Eliminating or driving away this corrupted monster to protect the safety of Scrap Iron City's residents is very important." His expression became extremely serious as he looked over everyone's faces, lingering especially on Wei Wei's. "Protecting your own lives is equally important, understand?" Understood, everyone answered in unison with Wei Wei's voice the loudest. Very good, now let's assign tasks. Captain Wang looked at Wei Wei with satisfaction and said, when the operation begins, everyone will separate, with Purify as the center. Each person will take one position, required to stay within 2 blocks of her, starting patrol from the 5th district. If any problem occurs, support Purify immediately. Do not change the mission objective without my order midway. Understood, came the collective reply, with Wei Wei shouting just as loudly. Captain Wang sighed deeply and then waved to the team. All right, dismissed. You each have 3 hours to prepare. Be at the designated location to take positions before 4 p.m. As everyone dispersed, Wei Wei prepared to return to the base to get his jeep. I'll take you back, Sister Lucky said, twirling the sports car keys in her finger. She glanced at Wei Wei's crotch with a seemingly unsatisfied expression. Okay, Sister Lucky. I'll open the car door for you, Wei Wei replied, hurriedly and attentively opening the door for her, then going around to get in on the other side. You don't seem worried at all about the captain's plan, Sister Lucky asked, smiling as she started the car. What's there to worry about? Wei Wei replied, a bit surprised, then immediately nodded along. Actually, he was indeed surprised just moments before, but the excitement of his first official mission had dispelled that doubt. He agreed with bringing the constantly lucky Purify over as the core of this operation. However, even though Captain Wang valued Purify so much, he was actually willing to let her be bait for the soul-devouring banshee? Even with the others positioned around her, wasn't he afraid that if something went wrong, the rescue wouldn't be in time? You're worried about Purify, right? Sister Lucky asked. Her earlier bad mood had vanished, replaced by calm. It's not exactly worry. Wei Wei smiled and said, but the captain seems to have a lot of faith in this young lady's abilities. What abilities does she have? She's just an unlucky person, Sister Lucky replied with a laugh. If there's a hole in the road, 100 people might avoid it, but she'd definitely fall in. Then, Wei Wei began. But she has special power protecting her, Sister Lucky explained with a smile. Purify is the only person in the team I haven't given underwear to. It's not because my size is too big for her, but because I can't interfere with her ability. Or rather, she's not actually a superhuman yet she has no abilities. She was just born with the attention of the disaster demon, a natural disaster demon infectee. It's especially severe during those few days each month. Disaster demon? Wei Wei asked, not surprised, as he had guessed it long ago. Also, Sister Lucky narrowed her eyes and said, don't you wonder why we've always been against you being with her? Wei Wei suddenly felt guilty, but Sister Lucky smiled and added, actually, we're concerned for your safety. Purify's superhuman characteristic causes her to potentially trigger bad accidents wherever she goes. This is also why her father sent her to us. But she's not simply unlucky. No matter how unlucky she gets, she won't die from the bad luck she causes, unless the sudden danger exceeds the limit of her power. So, as a disaster demon system infectee, her trait isn't about being unlucky, it's about being unlucky, but not dying. That kind of bad luck will cause bad things to happen around her, but also protect her life. She's very suitable for tonight's operation, and she herself won't encounter any fatal situations. Or rather, she won't be in danger until we're all in trouble. There's such a power. Wei Wei was stunned for a moment. Professional team saboteur. Sister Lucky laughed, learn from it, there's still a lot you don't know about the team. As they talked, Sister Lucky dropped Wei Wei off at the base, and he immediately got into his jeep parked at the entrance. Seeing that his first mission in Scrap Iron City was about to begin as an intern who hadn't been formally hired yet, he was very excited. Taking advantage of the time before the operation, he quickly rushed back to his home to make serious preparations. The first thing he did was to go into the bathroom and change into the tactical suit issued by the team. Before changing, he put on SpongeBob first. Before setting out, he thought for a moment and took down the head charm hanging on the wall, casually stuffing it into his pocket. He was about to go downstairs, but remembering this was his first mission, he needed to prepare well. So he sat down on the sofa again and pulled out the box from under it. When he came back, he brought 3 boxes, 2 large and 1 small. One box contained money and a change of clothes. The second box contained small demon serum processing equipment. Until this moment, he finally opened the third box, and what appeared before him was rows of neatly arranged Demon Hunter bullets. On top was a row of 3 thumb-sized Demon Hunter Series Special High Energy Bullet Type 3 bullets with bright red heads Red Angel. The second row had 12 Demon Hunter Bullet Type 2, Green-Headed Ghost. At the bottom, filling the entire box almost uncountably, were Demon Hunter Type 1 bullets Green Demon, also known as Green Bean Fly. Really not much left, and who knows when the instructor's support will arrive. Wei Wei muttered, grabbing 2 handfuls and stuffing them into his gun holster, but still, the mission comes first. Thinking about it and feeling uneasy, he grabbed another handful. Underscore 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 underscore. Hello, this is Uncle Gun. I've reached the designated position. Xiaolin, arrived at designated position. Lucky, I'm here. Reporting Captain, this is Wei Wei. I've reached the designated position. The team members' reports came through the earpiece from time to time, with Wei Wei enthusiastically participating. Before nightfall, they had each arrived at 2 intersections outside the pedestrian street in Scrap Iron City's 5th district. Wei Wei parked in an empty spot under a no parking sign, observing the bustling crowds and shops around. His nose caught the strong scent of daily life, and following the aroma, he saw a small cart selling fried noodles at a distant street corner, doing brisk business. But remembering he was on duty, he temporarily resisted the damned temptation. Received, the captain's reply came through the communicator. Keep an eye on Purify's position, ensure at least 2 pairs of eyes are on her at all times. Yes. Understood. Got it. Received, Captain. Little Wei, don't speak so loudly, we're in a small place, relax a bit, Captain Liang said. Purify should be in position now, see what she's doing. Reporting Captain, she's eating ice cream. Uncle Gun answered loudly. Young girl doesn't care about her figure at all, that's her 3rd one already. Captain Liang, sigh. Yeah, Purify was in an extremely bad mood, holding an ice cream and sighing deeply. She had arrived at the base early in the morning, only to see everyone hurriedly leaving, clearly on a mission, without any intention of calling her. She felt somewhat wronged and waited a while, hoping to discuss it with the other intern when he arrived. But Wei Wei never showed up at the team headquarters, and she figured he must have been called directly to the scene. Feeling dejected, she lost enthusiasm for patrolling. She bought an ice cream and sat on the curb, staring blankly at passers-by. Unexpectedly, just as her mood was at its lowest, Uncle Gun called with a serious tone, saying there was a task for her. At that moment, she was overjoyed, disregarding the looks from passers-by, and immediately stood up to answer, I guarantee to complete the mission. Then she was dispatched to continue patrolling in the 5th district. What was the point? Such a solemn phone call, only to change her patrol location? The key is, after being here for so long, she hadn't seen any of them. What were they doing? Were they secretly solving big cases while moving her around to exercise? And now they weren't answering her calls. As night fell, she grew more frustrated. Being asked to patrol was one thing, but today she even had to work overtime patrolling. Angry, she bought several more ice creams, expensive ones. Is there any problem with Purify? No. Any unusual situations? No. In the communicator, routine questions rang out every 5 minutes. Wei Wei sat in the jeep, legs propped on the steering wheel, lazily smoking, occasionally jumping in to answer. Hanging by the rearview mirror was the fluffy head charm. But this thing was in a dormant state, eyes and mouth tightly closed, occasionally swaying in the wind. Wei Wei waited patiently, his gaze lazily scanning the crowds on the street. He saw more and more people coming out for nighttime entertainment in the distance, crowding the street corner fried noodle stand 3 layers deep. The slightly charred smell of fried eggs and intestines wafted over like demonic whispers, entering his nostrils, stirring up a false fire in his stomach, making him feel a bit restless. Hold on, this is work, no, more serious than work, executing a mission. Wei Wei reminded himself inwardly, trying hard not to look at that little temptress. At the same time, Captain Liang had walked into a hair salon at the edge of the street, expressionless and serious. How do you want it washed? Regular. Why would I come in for regular? That's more like it. Xiaolin was leisurely browsing the night market, attracting countless men's gazes. Sister Lucky sat on the hood of the deep blue sports car, already holding a cocktail with a small paper umbrella. Boss, 10 more lamb skewers. Uncle Gun sat at a snack stall, calling out like an expert, already 3 bottles in. As the lights came on, the atmosphere reached its peak, with the air of human life everywhere. Then as the night deepened, the crowds gradually thinned. The lively atmosphere receded, not just fading away, but adding a touch of loneliness to the streets already accustomed to emptiness. Even the street lights that had been bright seemed to dim a bit, with scattered garbage bags whispering as they rolled down the street. Wei Wei had eaten 3 boxes of fried noodles, then watched reluctantly as the small stall packed up, the old couple supporting each other as they left. By now, there were few people left on the street, only stray dogs out foraging and tipsy drunks. The team members, having passed the initial excitement of the mission, were entering a period of low mood and doubt. They had been on watch for 7 hours but hadn't encountered anything unusual. Like waiting for a date who never shows up, they began to doubt, was tonight destined to be a fruitless vigil, with no chance of encountering that thing? According to Xiaolin's analysis, that thing should appear tonight, and there would be over 100 victims. But if even Ye Fei couldn't lure it out, would they just have to watch these 100+ people fall victim? Wei Wei also couldn't help but raise this question in his mind. He could feel that the captain's routine inquiries over the communicator had slowed down, with a bit of panting. In the long and uncertain wait, their inner enthusiasm was gradually being worn away. The lights grew dimmer, as if losing all strength, even starting to flicker. On the empty street, a thin mist had risen at some point, swirling indeterminately at the old intersections. Perhaps because the surroundings were too quiet, inexplicable sounds kept arising in their ears. The night wind had grown much colder, blowing in through the car window, raising goosebumps on the skin. In the distance, a stray dog suddenly began whining, turning in circles to bite its own tail. Wei Wei, awakened by this cold wind steeped in chill, suddenly felt alarmed. Through the rearview mirror, he saw a furtive figure. It swayed and staggered, with crooked steps, like a marionette. Wei Wei lay still in the driver's seat, watching this figure slowly approach, then sway forward. He felt slightly disappointed, it was just a drunk. Reluctantly releasing his grip on the gun, Wei Wei let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, he heard a crisp voice by his ear. Big brother, can I ask you for directions? Wei Wei's breath caught instantly, and he slowly turned his head. The mist seemed to disperse before his eyes, and he saw a little girl holding a pumpkin lantern, a jack-o'-lantern, standing beside the car, looking at him. He didn't know when she had appeared. Perhaps she had come to the car when his attention was drawn by the drunk. She looked very young, only 7 or 8 years old, wearing a dark red little trench coat. Her face was unusually pale, her hair braided into 2 little plaits, unusually long. She looked timid, as if shivering in the cold night wind, her gaze blank as she looked at him. Wei Wei also quietly observed her, and slowly, a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Hello, little sister." The little girl stared fixedly at Wei Wei, the pumpkin lantern in her hand grinning. "Big brother, can I ask you for directions?" Wei Wei smiled even more kindly. "How old are you?" The little girl waited a moment, then said again, "Big brother, can I? What are you doing out so late?" Wei Wei interrupted her, smiling, "Where are your parents?" The little girl fell silent, and after a while, she suddenly turned, slowly walking away with her little pumpkin lantern. Click. But just as she turned, a sudden sound of a bullet being chambered came from behind her. Wei Wei leaned out of the car, his gun pointed at her face, the gentle smile now tinged with a hint of danger. "Did I say you could leave?" The pumpkin lantern girl suddenly froze. Wei Wei looked at the little girl with satisfaction. He didn't know why Purify, who was guarded in the center, hadn't encountered any unusual situations, while he had first met such a strange little girl. But he still picked up the communicator thrown on the steering wheel in a good mood, put it in his ear, pressed the button, and said with a smile, "Captain, I've discovered an unusual situation here." He was still in a good mood. Purify, with her disaster-prone constitution, hadn't encountered anything strange first, but he had. Indeed lucky enough. SHH. But he didn't expect that after he spoke, the communicator would emit a buzzing static sound, seeming somewhat chaotic. Then Uncle Gun's lowered voice also came through. "I've encountered one too, a little girl asking for directions. I've met one too, carrying a pumpkin lantern." It was Xiaolin. Sister Lucky's excited and somewhat curious voice rang out. "What's going on? Where?" "We're in trouble." Following that was Captain Wang's voice, sounding somewhat low. "I've encountered them too, 3 of them." "What the hell?" Wei Wei was instantly stunned, feeling a sense of losing favor. "So you're not the first to come find me?" His face immediately showed dissatisfaction, his hand holding the gun hooking the trigger. Bang. TL note: if possible give us a rating and put the novel in your reading list on new, would help us a lot. Happy face. Underscore. Wei Wei looked at the head charm with dissatisfaction, slowly leaning back in his seat. This thing, originally a forbidden demonic artifact known as the Brain of the Knower, numbered 206, it was supposed to awaken only when someone made a request, proposing its conditions in a formulaic manner and reaping what it was due. However, it had developed a strong self-awareness, now awakening on its own to sniff out certain scents and even chat with him. It was nearly destroyed due to its excessive self-awareness, but now it seemed to have no qualms about its actions. The head charm took deep, greedy breaths, savoring the intense demon power field around them, or perhaps the scent of fresh blood from Wei Wei's palm. "How many abilities can you remember now?" Wei Wei lay back in the driver's seat, keeping his movements minimal and speaking in a low voice. "2 kinds. If you learn one more, you'll have to delete the others, you know. Under the demon power field, any being with spiritual power would be severely affected. The dead, lacking spiritual power fluctuations, wouldn't be affected. Unless it was the power of a death demon." Wei Wei had used the death serum before, and the Scarlet Demon's memories included those of death abilities. Now, surrounded by a death aura, he was shielded from the demon power field's effects, like a breathless corpse. This was one of the Scarlet Demon's abilities. Unfortunately, each time he learned something, it was always the least useful kind. For example, after using the Life Demon serum, he could only remember the simplest ability, cellular vitality. Using the Death Demon sequence serum, he could only recall its most basic aspect, death aura. The head charm swayed in front of the rearview mirror, saying, "Why not advance to the 3rd form quickly? Maybe then you can remember 3 abilities. What's the rush?" Wei Wei loaded his gun, smiling at it. Once you really advance, who would still care about these trivial things? As he turned to look outside, he saw the entire district filled with little girls, twisted streetlights, and vehicles transformed into monsters. But now, as a dead person, the world seemed quiet and empty, with only a few pedestrians standing like statues, their hands slightly moving as if talking to someone, but their eyes were black as coal. If you looked closely, the backs of their heads were rotting. Unfortunately, they're all being hunted, not infected. Wei Wei shook his head, addressing the head charm. "Where is that soul-devouring banshee? Give me a specific location. 1 request, 1. The head charm began to speak but stopped halfway, seeing Wei Wei's unkind gaze. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but you need to give me something tangible to savor." It pouted. "Otherwise, how can I find it? You can't sense it from the power field? This entire district is filled with her presence, how can you not find it?" True. Wei Wei felt somewhat helpless. He generally didn't force others to do what he couldn't. But if finding the soul-devouring banshee required a tangible object connected to demonic power, it would be difficult. The encounters so far were just projections, leaving no real traces. He lit a cigarette, feeling frustrated. Without finding her, what could he do? His teammates were all fighting, countering the knowledge demon's power field. He couldn't just wait here. The crisis had escalated. That corrupted monster, the soul-devouring banshee, was wildly attacking the city. Or rather, it had been preparing from the previous days, accumulating power. Its captured prey became part of its demonic power, helping it capture more victims, so the number of victims doubled each day. Now, with accumulated power, it launched an extraordinary attack tonight. Facing the entire district, or even aiming to cover the whole city. This turned what was supposed to be a capture or expulsion operation into the current demon power field situation. The crisis escalated, but it also brought unguessable doubts. Releasing such a powerful demon power field exceeded the soul-devouring banshee's capabilities. It could harm many people, but it would also struggle under the pressure from the spiritual barriers and the overload of capturing so many victims at once. It might collapse soon. What kind of banshee would use such a suicidal method to attack Scrap Iron City? Its initial attacks were cautious and stealthy, quietly lurking in Scrap Iron City. Now, it suddenly expanded wildly, with brutal methods. Not only was the style conflicting, but it also didn't fit the instinctual behavior of corrupted monsters. What was it after? Wei thought diligently while smoking. He didn't want to waste his time fighting the spreading demon power field and endless psychic projections. These weren't real entities, just projections cast by abilities, containing demonic power and influencing ordinary people, but killing them would be pointless. Like charging at the red cloth in a bullfight. Wasting bullets and emotions. Wei hated problems that couldn't be solved with violence. But while his teammates were working hard, it didn't feel right for him to hide. White Tower Hospital. Just then, Xiao Lin's voice came through the communicator. Wei was startled, looking over in disbelief. Crack crack. At the same time, Xiao Lin, beside the garden fence, had his bones crushed by the thorny rose vines, his body twisted and disfigured. Throughout the process, he didn't resist, except for responding to the captain once. He endured the vine strangulation until his body was completely shattered. Only then did his voice ring out. His crushed body merged with the roses, gradually restoring to its original form, but more vibrant. He calmly picked up the communicator and stroked the little girl's head beside him, reporting the location. The main body is in the 9th district, White Tower Hospital. Bang. Wei suddenly flicked away his cigarette butt. He looked at the communicator with surprise, his face expressing astonishment. His teammate was quite capable. How did the handsome Xiao Lin manage to locate the banshee so quickly? Received. Captain Liang's voice came through the communicator. I'll head to White Tower Hospital. Others, use all your strength to stop the demon power field from corrupting the district, prevent the demon projections from attacking civilians. Along with his voice, the sound of a motorcycle revving up echoed. Now, let's verify, is Xiao Lin a man or a woman? Woman. Stop with these stupid verifications, this banshee doesn't have the ability to distort electromagnetic waves. Oh, got it. Wei had almost answered man but caught himself just in time. He suppressed his surprise, took a deep breath, and floored the accelerator. The streets around him began to distort. The Death Aura ability allowed him to remain immune to the knowledge demon's powerful radiation, keeping him clear-headed. But the more intense his actions, the weaker the Death Aura became. As he wildly drove the car, excitement rose within him, and the knowledge demon's whispers and twisted monsters reappeared. Monsters appeared before him, streetlights bent down to strike his car, and garbage bags in the middle of the road turned into flying heads with open mouths. Wei ignored them, focused on finding the soul-devouring banshee's main body, and floored the accelerator. Just projections. The knowledge demon system's specialty was creating grand, elaborate scenes, but direct confrontation was futile. Stopping the demon power field and saving the district's residents was important, but neither his abilities nor his training were suited for such tasks. He was trained to solve problems. The best lesson Wei learned was, in the face of chaos and the unknown, only violence can create miracles. Vroom. The jeep, with its engine roaring, charged forward. Wei's eyes gleamed with intensity as he bent forward, smashing into streetlights that were about to crush him. The car's solid front bumper collided with beast-like car monsters, denting them deeply. Red tongues emerging from nearby buildings wrapped around the jeep but were torn apart by its massive kinetic energy. The entire street turned into a monster-filled chaos, twisting and lunging at Wei. Wei sat in the sturdy jeep, charging recklessly, his face more frenzied and excited than the monsters. He even felt a bit regretful. If only it were all real. Monday chapter. Happy reading. If possible, put the novel in your reading list. When Captain Liang issued his command, the chaotic 5th district was in motion. Everywhere on walls, the ground, and even in glass reflections appeared the image of little girls carrying small pumpkin lanterns and sporting pigtails. They stared at Uncle Gun, their delicate hands reaching out from all directions towards him. At first glance, it seemed like slender white mushrooms had sprouted everywhere, intersecting and grasping for his bald head. Uncle Gun's somewhat plump figure moved nimbly, an unexpected feat in such a dense array of shadows. Almost no one could jump freely through these projections, but he managed to do so, adhering to the principles of the golden ratio. Note, golden ratio is associated with order. If there was only one path to escape a tangled mess, those who followed the golden ratio would see it first. The soul-devouring Banshee's power descended like a rain of projections. Its coverage was broad, but threatening the transcendent team, who followed the rules of order, was extremely difficult. As he leaped, Uncle Gun heard Captain Wang's command through the communicator. Do everything in your power to stop the demon power field from corrupting the district, prevent the demon projections from attacking civilians. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped, performed a backflip, and landed on a streetlight beam. Turning around, he saw countless twisted, crowded images of little girls stretching towards him. Uncle Gun took a deep breath, and his pupils suddenly transformed into a peculiar shape, reflecting a triangular pattern with a complete circle inside. The next moment, his body exuded an unusual aura. Though he stood loosely on the streetlight beam, his posture was meticulously adjusted to perfection. It was as if this stance had been refined to an extreme, giving the impression that this was how one should stand. Like a trainee from a strict studio, even a smile would be rigorously managed. If he were just protecting himself, he could leave. After all, the soul-devouring Banshee's power was hard to counter, but harming the order system was almost impossible. However, since the captain ordered him to stop the demon projections from destroying the city, he decided to retaliate. Little granddaughter. Uncle Gun assumed a perfectly standardized stance on the streetlight, his shotgun slowly aiming forward. He focused on one girl, which meant focusing on all of them. Then he frowned, his eyes filled with disgust. Why aren't your pigtails the same length on both sides? This wasn't a joke, he genuinely detested the asymmetry, like seeing shoes of different colors. The next moment, he fired his shotgun. The attack wasn't just a bullet, it was a conceptual power that spread over a certain area, dispersing force like numerous arrows targeting every error in his line of sight, determined to eliminate them. Whoosh! The scattered demon projections were blown into chaos, unable to coalesce. One blast cleared the area, even sweeping away the radiating demon energy field. Like falling dominoes, even the projections that Wei couldn't effectively kill were no match for Uncle Gun. Everyone, I'm Uncle Gun. I'll be roaming the 7th district, eliminating all soul-devouring Banshee projections in my sight. Please assist me when convenient. Uncle Gun retracted his shotgun and spoke into the communicator, his voice becoming extremely regular and strict. He twisted his body and leaped onto a nearby building, disappearing from view. Ask for directions. In the dead of night, Purify encountered a little girl asking for directions. Others might have reacted differently, but Purify was eager to help. However, before she could respond, another little girl appeared, asking the same question in the same tone and expression. Sister, can I ask you for directions? Her heart skipped a beat as she saw a third, fourth, fifth. In the distance, more little girls carrying pumpkin lanterns appeared, surrounding her. Demon projections would randomly appear in an area unless specifically arranged. Each projection would instinctively seek a spiritual entity unless someone with a strong demon energy field was nearby, drawing the projection's attention. It was like being in a flood. The broader the surface, the stronger the impact. Purify's energy field wasn't strong, but she seemed to have an invisible vortex around her. It drew the projections that should have been scattered, gathering them around her. Facing over a dozen identical little girls, Purify couldn't respond. She blinked, suddenly threw her ice cream, and shouted as she ran backward, "Ghost!" The alley behind her was the only escape route. But Purify tripped on the curb just as she turned around. Many slender arms stretched out from behind, grabbing at her head, but missed. The little girls bent down again, reaching for the back of her head. Ow! Just then, Lucky's blue sports car roared up, casting a blinding light. She was still in the car when she performed a drift, turning the vehicle around and looking out the window to see Purify surrounded by the little girls. She shook her head, remarking, Captain Wang's level only attracted 3 projections, but you drew over a dozen. You're truly a born jinx. Purify was surrounded, and even Uncle Gun might not be able to rescue her. But Lucky simply narrowed her eyes, her hand extending from the still-moving car window, holding a small, elegant handgun that looked more like a decoration. Her pupils showed a white mist as she whispered, "Lucky bullet." Bang! She fired the bullet without aiming, not even looking where it would go. Even if it hit, the bullet wouldn't harm the demon projections, but it might kill Purify. Yet Lucky fired without hesitation. The bullet, once it left the gun, seemed to gain freedom, flying carelessly with the force of the gunpowder. It flew to a building several dozen meters away from Purify, hitting the marble base and ricocheting off it, changing direction by 180 degrees. It landed on a nearby utility pole's transformer. The next moment, the transformer exploded. 3 or 4 sparking wires flew out like fireworks, intertwining. Like a burst of electricity, they swept past Purify's body. The row of little girls in front of Purify flickered uncertainly. The high-voltage current disrupted the demon power field, creating a temporary gap. The gap was directly in front of Lucky's car. Lucky didn't even glance over. She calmly retracted her handgun and stopped the car, opening the other door. Get in. Once Purify stumbled into the car, Lucky floored it, starting the car before the little girls could catch up. She picked up the communicator. I've got Purify. I'll drive her around the district. Gun uncle, report your position so I can bring you some gifts. Lucky was truly amazing. In another direction, Wei was sincerely admiring her. He believed it was Lucky's lucky underwear that made his plan so successful. He dispelled the death aura, charging forward through endless illusions. The soul-devouring banshee's projections made it hard for him to distinguish the path. He simply floored the accelerator, driving recklessly along the blurry road. In a way, it was like driving blind. But he managed to drive from the 7th district to the 9th without damaging the car, which made him grateful for the magical underwear. The jeep roared, performing a tailspin as it charged through the demonic shadows into another street. Ahead, the twisted illusions grew fainter, nearing disappearance. It was like approaching the calm center of a storm at sea. Wei Wei's lips curled into a smile as he gripped the steering wheel with one hand and reached for his gun handle with the other. The jeep sped closer to the hospital without slowing down. The engine roared, ready to crash into the building. Vroom. But just then, a motorcycle sound echoed, and a bike leaped from the 3rd floor of a nearby building. Captain Wang, clad in a silver windbreaker, descended like a meteor, surrounded by the reflections of shattered glass. He crashed into the hospital entrance with a loud bang. The speed was so high that the motorcycle almost flew off. Screech. Wei Wei was startled, slamming on the brakes. He nearly crashed into Captain Wang's motorcycle. His crazed expression vanished, and he jumped out of the car, rushing to salute the captain. Captain. Captain Wang took a deep breath, smoothed his hair, and turned to look at Wei Wei with surprise. Despite the intense impact, his hair, thick with hair wax, didn't budge, though there seemed to be a cheap lipstick stain on his face. How did you end up here? His expression was somewhat annoyed. I didn't tell you to change your mission objective midway. Wei Wei looked embarrassed, hurrying to explain. You didn't give me a task earlier, so I came over. Didn't I give you a task? Captain Wang thought for a moment. He might have only assigned tasks to the veteran members in his haste. You, as a new member, shouldn't rush into such a dangerous place. What if something happens? Captain. Wei Wei smiled, pulling out the gun he had hidden behind him. Let's get to work first. You see, I'm already here. New chapter. If possible, put the novel in your reading list. Underscore 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 underscore. Captain Wang looked at Wei Wei, who was gripping his gun tightly, and then gazed at his still somewhat youthful face. He sighed deeply without saying anything else, grasped the motorcycle handles with both hands, and used his legs to push the damaged bike backward, away from the wall. Wei Wei helped by pulling it, and the bike's front was realigned towards the hospital. It's very dangerous here, little Wei, he said in a low voice, looking at the surprisingly quiet hospital. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, all twisted shadows and air distortions vanished, and even the demonic murmurs that filled the district were silenced. Only the quiet street lights and neatly parked vehicles were visible, with the emergency sign flashing a red glow, giving off an eerie feeling. The entire district was affected by the demon power field, twisted and chaotic. The quietness here contrasted sharply with the chaos outside, making it even more unsettling. It's precisely because it's dangerous that we're here, Wei Wei replied with a smile, turning to Captain Wang. The demon power field is spreading outside. Even Uncle Gun and Little Lin, with their exceptional abilities, can only slow it down, not eliminate it. We must deal with the source inside. Captain Wang looked at Wei Wei intently and asked, what state are you in? Second. The captain didn't ask about the system, so Wei Wei answered without hesitation. Not enough, but since you're here. Captain Wang pondered for a moment, then turned to Wei Wei. Inside or outside? Wei Wei thought for a moment, took a step back, and said, you choose first, leader. This is truly polite. Captain Wang looked at Wei Wei's fearless expression, feeling both surprised and that this was reasonable. He turned to look inside the hospital, sensing that the entire area was becoming increasingly quiet. It seemed that no sound could penetrate this area. Even if you entered, it would be swallowed up. Under the lights, no danger was visible, but in the shadows, you could hear the faint sound of gun mechanisms and eerie laughter. This unsettling intuition made one suspect that an army was waiting inside. This was a trap, an obvious one, set to lure people in. Inside the hospital building, a power was rising in a frenzy, like a vortex absorbing nutrients and expanding at an unreasonable speed. As the captain, I should choose inside, Captain Wang said, taking a deep breath and turning to Wei Wei. But I met some acquaintances outside. They should be more difficult to handle. Wei Wei nodded immediately. Then you deal with them, Captain. I'll go inside. He began to retreat, disappearing into the shadows outside the reach of the light. This is really considerate. Captain Wang couldn't help but glance in the direction Wei Wei had disappeared. Though he knew this teammate had issues and wasn't simple, he felt genuinely comfortable with such a respectful and aware team member. I'll have to talk to Little Wei later. Captain Wang muttered to himself, then looked up at the empty hospital area. He pulled out a cigar from his pocket, also borrowed from an old friend known for his refined lifestyle, and a small, exquisite box. He opened the box, used the professional cigar cutter to trim the cigar tip, and lit it with a small cigar lighter. As he exhaled the dense smoke into the hospital area, it suddenly encountered an invisible barrier. The smoke was instantly tangled into chaotic masses, even forming a demonic face that growled at Captain Wang. He narrowed his eyes and spoke towards the empty hospital area. You dare to cause such a commotion in the city? Have you forgotten I'm still here? Ha 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 ha. A woman's voice echoed through the silent hospital area. Of course, we know you're here. The White Ghost Knights, once roaming the wilderness, now hide in this small city on the edge. But it seems you've forgotten your responsibilities. Responsibilities. Captain Liang's face darkened, his expression terrifying. Who would forget their responsibilities? The next moment, he kicked the damaged motorcycle away. The bike transformed into a flexible, independent body, and with the handbrake released, it sped off, jumping over the hospital wall in an impossible leap. Captain Liang's windbreaker spread out, making him look like he was wrapped in a large cloak. I'm just here to settle your accounts. Endless wails rose, and the hospital area rippled like a unified space. As Captain Liang charged in, a layer of eerie power emerged around him, creating a space that clashed and intertwined with the hospitals. Clack clack clack. From the shadows beneath the hospital, dark gun barrels emerged, as if from another dimension. 7 burly men, armed and covered in bullets, stood in the darkness. In the lobby, a priest in a black cassock held a delicate religious icon, his eyes shining brightly. At the corners, figures in black and white non-combat uniforms appeared. Their pupils were a ghastly white, and each carried a terrifying rocket launcher. Captain Liang, suspended in midair, became a target. But he burst into laughter, releasing the motorcycle handles and drawing a handgun and a submachine gun. He stretched out his arms, pointing them to either side. Ha ha ha. You didn't inquire before entering the city? Back in the wilderness, who didn't call me dad when they saw me? The air suddenly vibrated violently, as if compressed, and expanded wildly. A powerful oppressive force descended from midair, pressing down. What's that? Yefei, sitting in Lucky's sports car with a stream of little girls with pumpkin lanterns behind her, suddenly felt a dense and heavy air pressure, like a massive collision. The car shook violently, and her hair stood on end as she cried out in terror. It's the captain. Lucky's usually calm expression showed a hint of excitement as she turned to look in a direction. Is the captain angry today? She asked. Uncle Gun's voice came through the communicator. He shouldn't be. He's just having fun. Lucky smiled. Do you guys feel regretful? It's been a while since we've seen the captain in action. Little. Lin's voice was concise. I miss it. Is Captain Liang's power really the third state as recorded in the data? Wei Wei asked, surprised by the gunfire and terrifying demonic power clashing in the hospital area. But he had been warned beforehand that these people weren't ordinary, so he wasn't too surprised. After all, who writes true information in records these days? Not him, anyway. He felt a bit curious about seeing Captain Liang in action, but considering the work at hand, he suppressed his curiosity and quickly circled around to the hospital's rear, jumping over the wall to enter. He found it surprisingly quiet, with no signs of unknown dangers or even a single guard. It seemed that the pressure from Captain Liang was so great that the others didn't bother with the rear. Or perhaps their ambush was always meant for the captain. The people outside were tempting, given their numbers, but since they were the captain's acquaintances, it was best to leave them to him. The things inside the building were weaker compared to those outside, but their frenzied expansion piqued Wei Wei's interest. You can't be too picky, make do with what you have. He comforted himself, entering the hospital building. Looking at the dark corridors where all the lights seemed to have lost their glow, Wei Wei concentrated his senses. He moved cautiously, like walking on thin ice, and reached the back door. It was locked. Feeling relieved, he turned around, whistling as he strolled along, gun in hand. Happy reading? https://www.novelupdates.com/series/scarlet-descent. It will help the website and also help people find this novel. ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________his body. In the darkness, obscure and complex murmurs echoed continuously. The only light came from the corridor ahead, where a tall, twisted figure occasionally flashed by. An invisible panic surged from all directions, heavily pounding against his heart. Wei Wei whistled as he slowly searched the seemingly endless corridors. Occasionally, he kicked open a door, causing a loud noise in the darkness. Finding no one inside, he would shake his head and continue forward. The rustling sounds in the dark space grew clearer, and Wei Wei could even hear the whispers of a knowledge demon in his ear. His skin was sensitive, like every morning, with his hair standing on end. He was certain he was close. The soul-devouring banshee's core was nearby, but after searching several floors, he found nothing. The empty hospital seemed abandoned, with all rooms having their lights off. Folded space, Wei Wei concluded. In areas dense with demonic power, the central controller could use that power to distort space, hiding rooms, or floors. Powerful individuals could even conceal an entire building, which the Foundation called folded space, fanatical demon worshippers referred to as God's secret chamber, and transcendents simply called demon tombs. Wei Wei was familiar with this concept, having dealt with one on his way back. However, this one was different. The previous folded space had left an elevator as a path, but this one was simply hidden. Solving it would be more troublesome. Normally, the most efficient method would be to blow up the entire building, but considering the urgency and the difficulty of finding such powerful explosives, he ruled out that option. So, there was only one method left. Wei Wei stood still, holstered his gun, and calmed his mind, standing defenseless. The crimson power and desire within him retreated, hiding deep in his body. As a result, the demonic murmurs in his ear grew clearer, and he felt the space around him distorting, with an abnormal attraction like a massive vortex pulling his spirit out of his body. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself floating in midair in the corridor. Looking down, his body stood silently like a statue. From this angle, he really looked as handsome as he did when working. But he didn't compare himself to women, he was a man. Detached from his body, his spiritual power became more agile, with a different perspective. Wei Wei saw pale spirits walking through the corridor. Each had a different appearance: men, women, old people, and children. Like fish in the sea, they moved with expressions of ecstasy, slowly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Demonic field. Wei Wei realized, it's a reverse field. A demonic field, or demonic power field, naturally emanates from demonic power, enveloping an area. Normally, people's spirits would resonate with it, leaving a permanent trait over time. This process was called demonic infection. But this was a forward field. A reverse field absorbs people's spiritual power instead of infecting them. So, there must be a will controlling the flow of this field. Perhaps it was because of this reverse field that the soul-devouring banshee attacking Iron City seemed to have endless power, expanding its influence like a snowball. This was against reason. The banshee was committing suicide. Of course, if it weren't against reason, why would so many people be lurking outside like guards? Were they ensuring the banshee's suicide process wasn't interrupted? With these questions, Wei Wei relaxed his will, and his spiritual body lost weight, drifting forward. Spiritual bodies have no weight, willpower is their weight. So when Wei Wei relaxed his guard, his spiritual body began to drift along the hospital's demonic field. He passed through walls and floors with other spirits, like being swallowed by a giant mouth, entering a room shrouded in thin mist. Since he couldn't find the folded space, he let himself be drawn into the field. The advantage was efficiency, he could find it instantly. The disadvantage was the risk of being assimilated and polluted, unless the spiritual body was already thoroughly corrupted. As his thoughts flashed by, Wei Wei felt the mist clear, and he found the room. He also saw the scene inside. It was ordinary, with just a bed and a small girl in a hospital gown lying on it, being cared for by someone. The girl looked similar to the one he met outside asking for directions, except her head was larger. Her head was like an inflated balloon, swollen to a diameter of 2 or 3 meters, pressing against the ceiling. The weight of such a head far exceeded her frail body's capacity to support it. Fortunately, it was propped up by the room's walls. The massive head had twisted veins and strange faces, as if many people were struggling to emerge. She bit her lips tightly, her face pale without a hint of blood, and her hair was roughly tied into uneven pigtails that stood out on her large head like small bows. Her eyes were closed, and her eyelids flickered with countless illogical texts and fragmented images, like a mad TV switching between channels. Good girl, hold on. A man beside her, dressed in decent clothes, held her hand tightly. The nun said that if you can solve this problem, we'll become rich and can send you to the best school. You're always so smart. Found it. Wei Wei exclaimed in the corridor. A drifting spiritual body returns to its body when its will becomes resolute. He needed a strong enough will to counteract the field's pull. As he spoke, he rushed forward, reaching a nearby room in a few strides. The room was dark, but Wei Wei kicked the door open, and warm light spilled onto his face. Inside, he saw a pale girl lying on the bed, surrounded by tubes. Her face was white as paper, and she was hunched over a small desk, scribbling furiously. Even the sound of Wei Wei kicking the door didn't affect her actions. Who are you? The thin man beside her grabbed a rusty knife, pointing it at Wei Wei. Don't approach my daughter, he shouted, seemingly terrified. Don't disturb her while she's doing her homework. Bang! Wei Wei shot the man in the leg. The man fell to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming in pain. Wei Wei stepped over him, gun in hand, and approached the girl. At this moment, her head wasn't as grotesquely large as it had appeared when he viewed her spiritually. But he could see her weakness and the veins on her forehead, and her eyes had turned reddish-brown, indicating her brain was overwhelmed by chaotic spiritual flows and on the verge of collapse. She ignored Wei Wei's approach and the man's cries beside her. She continued scribbling on paper with a pencil, her eyes bulging. ZZZT. She filled sheet after sheet with twisted symbols, sometimes breaking the pencil tip through the paper. But she didn't stop, tearing off each full sheet and starting another. Her fingers were worn, exposing blue-green bone, with little blood due to the pressure. Occasionally, a sticky yellow liquid stained the pages. The floor around the bed was piled high with papers filled with strange symbols, like eerie eyes in the pale light. Time's up, little sister, Wei Wei said, slowly raising his gun. Put down the pencil. Oh, the girl's scribbling stopped, and she let out a low, suppressed cry. The next moment, her pencil snapped, and her head jerked 90 degrees, her eyes fixed on Wei Wei with only whites visible. Happy reading? It will help the website and also help people find this novel. Wei Wei frowned and took a step forward, raising his handgun to strike the girl's head. He didn't fire immediately because he hadn't followed the proper procedure of warning her according to the peace officer's rules. Besides, she was already on the verge of death, and he just needed to understand her purpose at this moment. Rustle rustle. As Wei Wei approached, countless sheets of paper suddenly flew up. The dense, twisted symbols on the white pages seemed to have come to life, filling the room and forming chains that intertwined, trapping Wei Wei. He took a step forward, but his back hit the wall, and he found himself further from the girl on the bed. The room was filled with the sound of rustling papers, and space began to distort and become chaotic. The knowledge demon system, ignorance chains. These chains formed from unknown puzzles bound the opponent, blocking and twisting their actions. If one couldn't solve the puzzle, they couldn't break through this barrier. Simply put, if you were bound by these chains, you couldn't escape unless you solved the problem. The weakness of this ability was that the creator of the knowledge prison couldn't set puzzles they themselves didn't understand. What was frightening was that even simple middle school problems could be unsolvable for many people. Wei didn't try to solve the chains. Instead, he looked through the flying papers at the girl lying on the bed. She locked eyes with him for a moment before continuing to write furiously. Her bulging eyes and the veins on her forehead showed her life was at its limit. But she didn't stop. It seemed she had eyes only for this task. The symbols she wrote were generating an abnormally powerful force, affecting countless people in Iron City, like an unyielding hand rummaging through their minds. Wei held his gun but didn't raise it. He was filled with questions. What was she doing? Suppressing his desire, he listened carefully. The papers filled his vision, with twisted symbols jumping and changing on them, forming one question after another. These questions connected, creating new ones, as if cheering and leaping into Wei's brain. Being trapped by the ignorance chains for longer would lead to being polluted by more knowledge. Eventually, one might either have their brain burst, becoming an idiot, or be captured by the knowledge demon, becoming its follower. But Wei didn't resist these twisted symbols and questions, allowing them to flood his mind. The dense questions and speculations hit his brain like a tide, enough to corrupt any human mind. However, Wei remained unaffected. Compared to the mad murmurs he heard every night, this level of questioning was weak. Even when facing the upper totem of the death system, he could stay clear-headed. Because his demonic power was so active, it left no space for other demonic powers to occupy. So, Wei let these doubts and symbols enter his mind, filtering out information. The characters in the knowledge prison contained the girl's chaotic spirit and memories. A feature of the knowledge demon system was its ability to devour, view, and even search others' memories, but it was also defenseless. As Wei allowed the chaotic forces to flood his mind, overlapping images appeared. A failed father, a smart daughter. The girl came from a poor background. Her mother left early, tired of her father's lack of ambition. The father was a gambler and drunkard, often coming home late, only working odd jobs when they couldn't afford food. But no one expected such a smart girl to emerge from this family. She excelled in school, despite wearing tattered clothes and oversized shoes. Her classmates respected her, and teachers liked her. The father was moved, realizing his daughter was truly intelligent. He decided to reform, focusing on caring for her. He left money for breakfast when he gambled and brought back used textbooks from his odd jobs. He devoted himself to nurturing her, commanding her to study hard, even relieving her of household chores. He gave her her first toy, a lantern made from a rotten pumpkin. The girl was obedient, always doing well in school, until the day of the entrance exams. Everyone said she would definitely get into a top middle school, even with a scholarship. The father believed it too, buying a bottle of good wine to celebrate. But things didn't go as expected. The girl fainted during the exam, leaving only a mess on her paper. The father was disappointed, feeling his years of effort were wasted. The girl cried silently in her room, listening to her drunk father curse her mother and slap himself, saying they were both destined to stay at the bottom. He smashed the pumpkin lantern, saying it was because she was too playful. He tore up her homework, saying all his efforts were in vain. He looked at her angrily, asking why she couldn't try harder. Then, a nun visited the father. She was a teacher from the top middle school and said they had heard about the girl. They offered a consolation fund and a problem for the girl to solve, promising that if she solved it, she could attend the school with a large reward. The father was overjoyed. He couldn't understand the twisted symbols on the paper but knew his daughter was smart and good at solving problems. So, he agreed. Those people not only gave the girl an opportunity but also sent her to the hospital, providing nutritional fluids that supposedly contained smart drugs. The man also quit his jobs to care for her, encouraging her to solve the problem. The girl did well. On the first day, she said she couldn't understand the problem. On the second day, she said she could. On the third day, she found a lead. On the fourth day, she said progress was smooth. On the fifth day, she said the problem was difficult and she felt tired. The father repeatedly told her not to be tired, that it was just a problem, and that thinking shouldn't be harder than his physical labor. He reminded her of the good food and fruit she was eating, things they couldn't afford before. On the sixth day, the girl firmly told her father she would solve the problem that day. She was close to solving it, with countless ideas flooding her mind, almost seeing hope. At that moment, she didn't want any distractions, just to solve the problem, overcome all obstacles, because her father said it was their last hope. Whoosh! Wei's pupils turned slightly red as his crimson power burst forth, his sharp energy tearing through the surrounding papers. The twisted, powerless white papers rustled as they fell in the room. He had understood the situation and no longer needed to listen to the useless murmurs. The paper wasn't a problem, it was a directive. The girl was under demonic influence. She thought she was solving a problem, but she was executing a demonic directive. As she worked on solving the problem in her mind, she began influencing the entire city of Iron City through the demonic directive. She was immersed in solving the problem, and her spiritual power had seeped into the city. She thought she was overcoming obstacles, but she was actually conquering the minds of Iron City's residents. Starting with 1 or 2, she found a lead and expanded, delving deeper into the maze, building a massive demonic field based on her initial advantage. She believed she was searching for an answer to the problem, but in reality, she was searching through the memories of the entire city. But what answer was she trying to find? Or what was this demonic directive trying to find through her? As Wei Wei understood the truth, with bloodshot eyes, the frail girl on the bed suddenly lifted her head. She looked through the falling papers and stared blankly at Wei Wei. She seemed to have woken from a dream, her face showing a mix of surprise and confusion. I found you. Happy reading? It will help the website and also help people find this novel? Underscore 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 underscore. Found you. Wei Wei wondered, his mind filled with questions. Originally, this was just routine, but the girl's sudden attention threw off his rhythm. You. The girl's lips trembled, her expression becoming clearer and more terrified. She had been absorbed in formulas, her eyes filled with strange symbols and unknown puzzles, but now she saw Wei Wei clearly, and his image began to merge with the symbols in her mind. The truth of the world flooded her brain, accompanied by overwhelming fear and the chaos around her. She turned to see the man with blood-soaked thighs. Father! She screamed in terror. She tried to stretch out her hand but couldn't move due to her weakness. Don't move, Wei Wei said, gun raised. Little sister, you should tell me why you're looking for me. I didn't. The girl trembled, frightened by the gun, and instinctively denied it. I wasn't looking for you, I was just solving a problem. Are you solving it with your life? Wei Wei asked, seeing the blood flowing from her nose. He didn't doubt her words. Many people under demonic influence didn't know what they were doing. It was the Foundation's investigators who could understand their logic better. This girl was just a tool, using a demonic directive to search through the memories of the entire city. But the one truly waiting for the answer wasn't her. Her purpose was to find an answer to the problem in front of her, but she didn't know the answer was herself. So, she hesitated, not daring to write her answer on the paper. Not because of Wei Wei's gun, but because of the sudden terror from realizing the truth behind the formula. Wei Wei looked at the pencil in her hand and the paper waiting for an answer. He didn't rush to pull the trigger. Logically, this was the time to end it. But for the first time, Wei Wei's hand holding the gun felt uncertain. The girl was deeply affected by the demon, but he didn't feel like shooting her. After a long moment, his gun turned towards the man groaning beside her. Looking seriously at the man in pain, Wei Wei said softly, "Do you know? Your daughter has been influenced by a demon." "Bastard, nonsense." The man shouted, his voice strained, "Where did you come from? Why are you harming my daughter? She was just studying, how could she be involved with demons? You're talking nonsense, I'll report you to the police." Twisted desires always invite demonic descent. Wei Wei didn't explain further, just said softly, she wasn't supposed to attract demonic attention. "But who let her have a father like you?" The man, somewhat sobered by Wei Wei's words and the heavy scent of blood, stopped cursing and began to defend himself. You're just spouting nonsense here. I didn't do anything. I just wanted my daughter to study well, not to suffer like me. Dad." Just as Wei Wei frowned, the girl on the bed turned her head. She didn't use her last moments to write the answer on the paper but looked at the man beside her, as if to say something important. "Being with Dad, I'm not unhappy." The next moment, her eyes filled with blood. Wei Wei heard the sound of her blood vessels and thoughts snapping like titan springs. Both people in the room turned to look at the girl. Wei Wei saw her head swelling larger and larger, like a balloon reaching its limit. On her distorted face, she looked at her father with confusion and perhaps a hint of guilt for not meeting his expectations. Then, her expression froze, and her head burst open. Endless spiritual power scattered throughout the room, knocking over a vase on the bedside table. The flowers inside instantly wilted. The father saw his daughter's eyes glaze over, her nose bleeding profusely, staining her white hospital gown. The light in her eyes, that of an intelligent person, was fading fast. She fell straight back, finally releasing the exam paper she had been clutching. The answer never made it onto the paper. "Tong tong." The father wailed, his hands reaching out helplessly. His anger quickly shifted to Wei Wei beside the bed. Ignoring his injured leg, he charged at Wei Wei. You scared my daughter to death." Wei Wei's gun was aimed at him, but he didn't pull the trigger even as the man approached. This man wasn't an infected person. Wei Wei had promised the instructor not to kill anyone uninfected. Although the infected girl had collapsed due to her own overload, the crisis was over. But Wei Wei's heart was still filled with an indescribable gloom. Looking at the girl on the bed with her eyes unfocused, Wei Wei couldn't help but smile. His smile was very gentle, and his eyes narrowed. He had forgotten when it started, but the more he suppressed his feelings, the more he unconsciously smiled. Perhaps it was because there was so much misfortune in the world that he wanted to bring some brightness to it. "I'll kill you, I'll bite you to death." As Wei Wei smiled, the father crawled to his side, biting down on his thigh. The pain made Wei Wei snap back to reality. He looked down at the father. He put away the black handgun and pulled out a silver long gun, elegant like a lady's. He stood the silver gun upright in the room filled with chaotic spiritual power, and his eyes suddenly filled with blood. The spiritual powers that had escaped the girl's control, or the information flow, were dispersing randomly. But the appearance of the silver gun seemed to give them a destination, slowly flowing towards it. This process was slow and didn't accumulate quickly, which was why Wei Wei previously disliked using it. But this time, it felt appropriate. He let the father bite and punch him, unmoving, patiently waiting for the silver gun to absorb enough energy. Then, he slowly moved it down, pointing it at the father's forehead. The father, still in a frenzy, stopped suddenly, his terrified eyes fixed on the silver gun. Kill. Kill me, I have nothing to look forward to anyway. Bang. Wei Wei didn't wait for him to finish speaking before pulling the trigger. As the muzzle flash appeared, the father let out a wail and fell to the ground, clutching his head and shivering. He thought he wasn't afraid of death, but the sound of the trigger made him lose his nerve. However, he soon realized he wasn't dead, and there was no pain from a bullet tearing through his flesh. It's just a fraction of what she endured, Wei Wei said calmly beside him, but try to feel it for now. The father didn't understand the meaning of this. He touched his head, finding no wounds. Just as he was filled with wonder, he felt an endless flow of information rushing into his brain. It was as if every blood vessel was about to burst, every brain cell filled with invisible pressure. He felt thoughts crawling over his brain like ants, making his leg wound insignificant. He opened his mouth to breathe but felt like he couldn't take in any fresh air. He looked at the girl on the bed with a face covered in blood, his heart filled with unutterable pain, and tears streamed down his face. Wei Wei ignored the father beside the bed and leaned closer to the girl's lifeless face. He gently pushed up the corners of her mouth with 2 fingers, softly praising her. Good, rest well. You were very strong, even demons couldn't defeat you. Then, he picked up the paper with the demonic directive beside her. I'll turn in your homework for you. He spoke gently, as if the girl were still alive. Before leaving, his gaze fell on the girl's bedside, where he noticed a small, tattered pumpkin lantern in an inconspicuous spot. His smile became even gentler. He picked it up and walked out, holding the lantern. The bite wound on his thigh was slowly healing, but his eyes grew even more bloodshot. Happy reading? Please give the novel a rating and a review on _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Russell. As the girl solved the problem, the minds and memories of the entire Iron City were being conquered by a mysterious power. When the girl's spirit finally collapsed, the demonic field that had enveloped the district, causing countless illusions, began to collapse like a massive domino effect. With the hospital building as the center, the dense and frenzied spiritual power rapidly expanded outward. In the dark corridors, light bulbs flickered on and off. Empty hospital beds seemed to be pushed around by invisible ghosts, making a rustling noise. Photos of nurses on the walls occasionally displayed eerie smiles. Members of the Iron City Superhuman Peacekeeping Squad, who were patrolling the area, also felt the change in the force field. Uncle Gun was standing on a vertical wall, enjoying the thrill of the hunt, but suddenly lost his target's trail. Is it over? He asked, retracting his shotgun and checking his precise electronic watch. Hunting time, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Damn it. Lucky Sister, who was with Yefei, noticed that their fuel gauge had hit the minimum mark but then felt the invisible force field dissipate. She looked up in surprise, confirming that the crisis was being resolved, and couldn't help but laugh. She estimated that they had just enough fuel to drive back to the base. Captain, this time we were very efficient. The team members said over the comms device, laughing, we solved the core in under 3 minutes. No, it wasn't me. Captain Wang replied, sounding busy, it was Little Wei who went in. Everyone was surprised. Little Wei? Yes, I didn't think he'd solve it so quickly. The team was astonished. Captain Wang was even more surprised. The key is, I can't find him now. Will he be in danger? In a large tent with a church emblem, located on a hill about 100 kilometers from Iron City, an old printer was spitting out page after page. A person in a combat nun's uniform picked up the papers, glanced at them, and then discarded them, only to pick up more. These papers were filled with row after row of crosses. The stack of papers was over a meter high, and excess papers were regularly taken out to be burned. The nun was getting impatient when she noticed that the new papers had not only crosses but also many twisted lines. This made her excited as she waited for more. However, the printer suddenly malfunctioned, making a sound like an old man coughing. No more papers came out. The nun frowned, taking out the last paper and looking at the 7th wandering sect leader standing outside the tent, gazing towards Iron City. Sect leader, the search was interrupted. We only searched less than a third. The 7th sect leader, wearing glasses and a black priest's robe, showed no change in expression. He spoke softly, did you find it? No, the nun replied, but in the end, some unclear lines appeared. I don't know if she had a new idea or actually found some clues. It met expectations, the 7th sect leader said, taking the paper and glancing at it before discarding it in the wind. Facing the nun's puzzled gaze, he smiled, she's a smart girl. These twisted lines show she had an idea and found something close to the answer, but she didn't have time to write it down. The nun looked more puzzled, you're happy even though she didn't write it down. This confirms my judgment, the 7th sect leader said with a smile, I just need to confirm if the divine bell is really in Iron City. It's one of the few things that can prove the existence of gods. The elders will forgive me for anything if I can do this. For it, the elders will forgive me no matter what. He said, his robes fluttering as he spoke, let Hezia bring out the 3rd combat team. They should be retreating from the city now. The nun's eyes showed concern and confusion. Don't worry, I understand the former leader of the White Ghost Knights, the 7th sect leader said with a smile. With the 3rd combat team's power, even with 2 mentor-level members and sufficient firepower, they can't threaten Wang in an ambush. But Wang won't kill them either. He's very strong but also very lazy. Although he's made the boldest decision of his life, he still knows his limits. He won't like our people going in and will be very angry, but he won't really kill them. He might just give them a harsh lesson and leave a mark to express his anger, warning me. If it were any other time, I'd care about this warning. But now, we don't have much time. He turned around, his smile warm and determined, so I won't play games with him anymore. At the same time, Wei climbed out of a window and circled back to his jeep without a word. He opened the door, got in, and handed a paper to the car's pendant. Once, the pendant opened its eyes, saw the gun barrel, and quickly closed its mouth, swallowing the paper. I'm happy to help, it replied, chewing. Wei started the car, turned around, and pulled onto the wide road. Are they looking for you? The pendant asked, surprised after chewing on the paper, or rather, the demonic directive on it. Wei smiled, it was just a girl solving a problem. She said the answer was me in the end. He seemed to expect something, could it be? No, it's not you. The pendant shook its head before Wei could express his desire. It's just that this demonic directive is related to you, but it's not looking for you. How fascinating the outside world is, the pendant said. Someone thought of using such a crude method to search for clues from an entire city. This is unimaginable in our first line of defense. Give me some time, this demonic directive has great power. I need to think about what this thing related to you is. I don't want that answer, Wei said, though curious, but lost interest when told the real answer wasn't him. Hearing it needed time, he shook his head. I want to know where the person who handed out this paper is. The pendant was surprised, opening one eye. This thing related to you is very important. Wei smiled brightly, finding the person who gave out this demonic formula is also important. Is it enough to just find the person related to this paper? The pendant asked with a strange gaze, full of confusion. Of course not, Wei replied, smiling happily while aiming his gun at it. I want both answers, but first, give me the target. No cost, 2 requests. The pendant immediately cowered, muttering softly before chewing twice and opening its other eye. It's about 3 kilometers northwest. But I can feel she's moving away quickly. As it gave the answer, Wei had already shifted gears and floored the accelerator. The pendant asked, what do you plan to do when you find them? Wei looked at it expressionlessly, then smiled warmly and kindly. They shouldn't deceive a little girl like that. He inserted the tattered pumpkin lantern into the car's left rearview mirror, admiring it contentedly. So, of course, I'll go have a good chat with them about this pumpkin lantern story. Someone has to preach about doing good, after all. In the laughter, the modified jeep roared like a wild beast, speeding through the city towards the front. The pendant's eyes sparkled with excitement as it muttered, madman. You'll bring a sea of blood to Iron City. Wei's response was a hearty laugh. Don't talk nonsense, I'm here to bring justice to Iron City. He suddenly lowered his voice. Have you heard the story of the little girl with the pumpkin lantern? Haha. Happy reading? Please give the novel a rating and a review on underscore 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 underscore. It was past 2 in the morning when a prepared truck quietly left Iron City. They took a prearranged route, avoiding the patrol team, but the truck still sped along, its headlights dimmed in the darkness. The road was overgrown with weeds, and the truck's cargo area occasionally dripped with fresh blood. Hurry, Pastor Chen can't hold on much longer, someone urged anxiously. Under the moonlight, the cargo area revealed a group of people who looked fierce but disheveled. There were 8 or 9 of them, including 2 in combat nun uniforms, 1 in a priest's attire, and the rest were rugged mercenaries. Originally, their firepower was enough to intimidate any gathering of over 300 people in the wilderness. However, now they were in a pitiful state. The 2 nuns had large bloodstains on their bodies, with unhealed wounds on their shoulders and chests, constantly oozing blood plasma. The priest had been nearly disemboweled, with 2 life-saving injections already administered, but blood still gushed from his chest and mouth. What kind of opponent did you face? The woman driving the truck asked, wearing a silver-gray business suit and frameless glasses. She had fishnet stockings and red high heels but shared the same aura as the nuns. She glanced at the carnage in the rearview mirror and whispered, 2 mentor level, 3 deacon level, plus the support of a mercenary group and ample ammunition, even 2 rocket launchers. Detailed plans. And yet, you were completely defeated in under an hour. 5 minutes, someone finally spoke up from the back. The driver looked up sharply at the rearview mirror. A nun with a pale face said, we spent an hour setting up traps and waiting. The actual fight lasted only 5 minutes. We planned to hold out for an hour, maybe even eliminate the target, but we collapsed in less than 5 minutes. Adding the time it took to withdraw from the hospital and avoid pursuit, the whole process might have been only 3 minutes. The driver's hand trembled, nearly losing control of the truck. How could this be? She thought to herself, is there someone this strong in Iron City? Not surprising at all, another nun replied, her neck bleeding profusely. After all, it was the former leader of the White Ghost Knights. She wiped her neck, only to get a handful of blood, her face expressionless. The sect leader once said that if he had submitted back then, he might be the leader of the 9th sect now. Anyway, she glanced around at the desolate wilderness, feeling a strange sense of safety. We managed to escape with our lives and obtained data on his recent strength. That's an achievement. But the mission failed, the driver reminded, surprised by the nun's optimism. The nun looked at her coldly. Do you really think the sect leader wouldn't anticipate our failure? He knew our opponent's strength and ours before we started. So, no matter what mission, as long as we give it our all, we'll achieve the sect leader's strategic goals. The other nun and the driver fell silent, seemingly not having considered this perspective before, but they dared not argue. The power disparity was terrifying, and they didn't even feel resentful. For now, they could only return and discuss with the sect leader. Just as this thought arose, the speeding truck suddenly stopped with a screech. The passengers nearly fell over, reopening their wounds. What's wrong? They asked, immediately on high alert, looking at the driver. Up ahead. She pointed, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Everyone stood up, squinting into the darkness. After a few seconds, they saw a car about 7 to 8 meters ahead, blocking the narrow path. It was a sturdy, modified jeep, silent and still. The group fell silent, their eyes fixed on the jeep. The only sound was the faint moonlight above. Just then, a tattered, yellowish pumpkin lantern extended from the jeep's window, swaying gently. Brother, sister, you crushed the little pumpkin lantern. Can you help me fix it? A man's voice came from the jeep, seemingly teasing. The group exchanged nervous glances, their hair standing on end. Where did this madman come from in the middle of the night? The driver suddenly turned on the headlights, illuminating the jeep. 2 beams of light revealed a young man sitting in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette. He looked displeased but smiled politely. You folks seem to lack a sense of humor. The group saw that he was quite young, leaning back in his seat. Seriously, I suspect you're involved in the Scrap Iron City raid. I'd like you to come with me for questioning. So, hand over your weapons and line up. The group's hearts skipped a beat. The driver narrowed her eyes. Did Yuen send you? The young man shook his head, smiling. It's my sense of justice. The group was momentarily speechless. The next moment, several mercenaries in the truck stood up, holding their remaining automatic rifles and submachine guns. Confirming the enemy, they didn't hesitate. Bullets flew towards the jeep, sparking as they hit the vehicle. The windshield was peppered with white dots but didn't shatter immediately. The pendant on the rearview mirror was startled, swinging back and forth. Why do I always meet people who don't cooperate? Wei muttered, a smile spreading across his face. Guess I have no choice. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, biting his wrist. The jeep's bulletproof glass could hold for a while but wouldn't last under such intense firepower. Several areas already showed signs of cracking. The opponents couldn't see Wei's actions due to the intense light and firepower. He took advantage of this to slowly raise his gun. Blood seeped into the gun's body, causing it to undergo a grotesque and mysterious transformation. Energy filled the gun, building up frantically for 3 seconds. Wei suddenly pulled the trigger, and the gun fired a blood-red glow. The jeep's windshield, already strained, was shattered by Wei's shot from inside. A Type 1 demon-hunting bullet, enhanced by twisted blood threads, flew out and struck the truck. When Wei fired, he didn't aim. Under the opponent's intense light and firepower, he couldn't see clearly, so he relied on memory to point the gun in the truck's direction. He used his crimson ability to enhance the bullet to its maximum power. He couldn't fire a second shot within 3 minutes, but this single bullet created a terrifying scene. The blood-red glow was even more vivid under the truck's headlights. In an instant, the bullet pierced the truck's front, shattered the gearshift in the driver's hand, and passed through the thick layers of the cargo compartment into the crowded area. It broke the leg of a mercenary who was firing, grazed the waist of a combat nun, and ripped off half of the priest's brain, who was being held by the nun. Finally, it flew into the distant weeds. Like a sword, it pierced through the entire vehicle in an instant. The intense firepower suddenly ceased, leaving an oppressive silence in the air. A second later, a mercenary whose leg had been shot let out a blood-curdling scream. The professional woman in the driver's seat quickly withdrew her hand. Pastor Chen. A nun beside him screamed, seeing his body convulse and then remain still. He was a mentor-level superhuman with a life system beyond the ordinary. Even in front of the white ghost, he had withstood enough impact. Now, though injured, he had managed to escape the city alive. With just a little time to recover and expel the white ghost's lingering power from his wounds, he could regain his strength and return to his peak. But now, he was dead. Fear gripped their hearts. Kill him. The professional woman and the nun with a gruesome neck wound reacted simultaneously, shouting. Their response was swift, made in the instant after the opponent fired. By the time they leaped out of the truck, seeking positions to attack, the other mercenaries in the cargo area finally reacted, jumping up and continuing to fire their guns. Bang bang bang. Bullets poured into the unprotected cargo area, creating a flurry of cotton and debris. The pendant was terrified, its hair standing on end as it fell between the seats. Only after this barrage did the mercenaries realize that the cargo area was empty. After firing that astonishing shot, Wei had already jumped out of the jeep and rolled into the nearby weeds. Half a second later, the 2 combat nuns and the professional woman reacted, leaping out of the truck and scanning for their opponent. However, they were too slow. Wei spotted them first and aimed his gun at one of the nuns from less than 5 meters away. Bang! This time, without the crimson power, he fired a regular bullet. It was a green bean fly, but at such close range, it reached the nun's temple in an instant. Just as it was about to pierce her brain, the nun, who had been slashed in the neck but not fatally, and was the leader of the combat group, suddenly reacted. Her eyes flashed with strange, twisted symbols. An invisible force field erupted, enveloping the other nun. Unreasonable fantasy. The bullet that was destined to hit the nun's brain suddenly changed trajectory, deviating by only a few centimeters. Instead of piercing her brain, it grazed her right eye, ripping it apart along with her nose bridge. A gruesome scene unfolded. Though severely injured, she managed to stay alive. She turned, her remaining eye fixed on Wei Wei, and spoke. Bang! It was as if a bullet had been fired from her eyes, striking Wei Wei's brain. Consciousness bullet. People initially infected by the knowledge demon become extremely curious and inquisitive, with many strange thoughts filling their minds. Their perception and observation of their surroundings become extremely clear. Those who are severely infected and have mastered the demon's power in the first stage can awaken abilities like consciousness bullets, weak point insight, and memory sharing. The specific abilities depend on the infected person's will and subtle differences in their thoughts. In the second stage, powerful abilities like unreasonable fantasy emerge. This ability can momentarily force some objects to change their properties or trajectories. Its effect is brief but terrifying. Wei Wei's shot aimed at the one-eyed nun's brain, but she used this power to alter the bullet's trajectory. If she were stronger, she could have turned the bullet into a drop of water. The nun used unreasonable fantasy, capturing the bullet's trajectory and altering its path. Even so, it wasn't easy. Her neck bled profusely as she did this. Next, the one-eyed nun used the ability of consciousness bullets, turning her thoughts into projectiles that could penetrate an opponent's mind. Wei Wei's first shot missed, and he was about to change positions. However, he suddenly froze. A strange thought appeared in his mind. Don't move. It was a moment of intense confrontation, and he should have been on high alert, but this thought suddenly emerged, causing him to pause for less than half a second, disrupting the fluidity of his movements. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The professional woman sprang up, her high heels clicking rapidly on the ground. Her movements were precise and mechanical. In less than half a second, she rushed behind Wei Wei and swung her dagger towards his neck. Wei Wei didn't see the blade coming. Most people would instinctively duck, but Wei Wei stood straight, and the dagger sliced into his back instead of his neck. The armored protective suit under his jacket resisted the blade's force, but the opponent's skill was too refined, and the dagger cut through the flexible armor, slicing into Wei Wei's skin almost to his spine. The Order Demon System's second state. Only Order Demon could achieve such speed, covering 4 to 5 meters in half a second. Only they could make their daggers exhibit extraordinary sharpness and threat. Haha. Pain excited Wei Wei, clearing his mind to its limits. Even the blood spreading from his wound seemed to carry a hint of madness. He quickly turned around, using his elbow to deflect the woman's dagger-wielding arm while aiming a blow at her chin. However, she dodged his elbow strike with incredible agility, moving behind him once more and raising her dagger to stab his spine. Just then, a gunshot rang out. The woman's body jerked, and she stared at her abdomen, where a gun barrel had appeared. Wei Wei held a black handgun, smiling as he turned around. He had a wound in his abdomen, and the gun still smoked. His elbow strike was a feint. In the moment he turned, he reversed the gun and fired at himself. The powerful green bean fly bullet pierced his own abdomen and protective suit, hitting the lawful demon behind him. Because he was slightly taller, the bullet was closer to her heart. Wei Wei smiled radiantly. No matter what kind of demon she was, injuries would slow her down. His memory cell activity ability had already begun rapidly healing his wounds. Damn it! The woman looked at Wei Wei's gentle smile, feeling a chill in her heart. Before she could react to the pain, Wei Wei grabbed her arm and dislocated it with a swift motion. The next moment, he used her as a shield and rushed towards the one-eyed nun. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. As he charged, he continuously pulled the trigger, firing bullets into the woman's abdomen. This is bad. The two nuns behind were shocked. They hadn't expected that, even with their help and the professional woman being a second-state order demon, the opponent would gain the upper hand so quickly in close combat. The sound of gunfire filled them with terror. Symbols flashed in their eyes as they covered themselves with demonish power. Wei Wei, still firing as he charged forward with the professional woman as a shield, suddenly stopped. Before him appeared numerous half-transparent iron chains, blocking his path. A dense spiritual power spread out like electromagnetic waves. Wei Wei's mind went blank, and as he tried to move forward, he saw that the ground was covered in layers of rusty, sharp iron nails. In the dark night, they emitted a chilling glow. The ground shouldn't have had nails, there was only overgrown grass. But the opponent's unreasonable fantasy ability had transformed the grass into steel nails. Unreasonable fantasy. This time, it was even stronger, turning the grass into steel nails. Movement was restricted, and his space was locked down. In the distance, the mercenaries, armed and shouting, charged towards Wei Wei, bullets flying in his direction. This was different from the Black Goat family. These were professionally trained superhumans, specifically trained to counter opponents. Haha. Surrounded by a life-threatening crisis, Wei Wei became excited. The Knowledge Demon System, the Order Demon System, and 5 mercenaries with fierce firepower. Each had bizarre and unpredictable abilities. Unlike his own Crimson Power, which was only good for killing, Thinking this, Wei Wei's eyes suddenly filled with fine, dense blood threads. He stretched out his hand and grasped the iron chains. The blood threads began to wildly spread upwards. Happy reading?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.